Hello and welcome to all who are here. Um, words. Okay, today we'll be playing Fault Milestone 1. I haven't played this myself before, but I have watched a playthrough of it years and years and years ago, so I don't really remember much anymore other than really liking it. So, without further ado, there's a prologue to start. And my mouse, there we go. Yay, mouse. So let's do the prologue. So that way we're all in the know. And I did kind of skip through it when I was opening it because I wanted to check settings and stuff first. That's how it be. Hi, Hifimichu. Welcome. Yes, let's get to the prologue. There it goes. Does it hurt a lot? Asked the boy, his eyes clouded with concern. No, the girl answered softly, her gaze shifting from the night sky above the boy cradled in her arms below. You're a terrible liar, retorted the boy, his eyes focused on the blood-stained cloth wrapped tightly around her left arm. Pain was the only obvious feeling he knew she was experiencing. The binding, originally stained ruby red with the girl's blood, had discolored into an intense, piercing shade of black. Without proper treatment, the girl could die from massive blood loss. You always came here to watch the stars, right? Asked the boy, relieved to have a moment to converse with the girl. Maybe she'll share a secret or two, the boy hoped. With that faint hope in mind, the boy asked another question. Do you think you could tell me what you think about when you look at the stars? The boy asked in anticipation, like a child longing to hear his mother tell him a bedtime story. I wasn't looking at the stars, she answered. The girl was no older than the boy himself, yet the words carried such weight unheard of from one so young. Upon hearing these words, the boy felt an emotion unknown to him begin to take root within his heart. Is it attachment to this girl? Could it be envy? Or was this emotion perhaps an illusion as he lay dying in her arms? The boy had no longer had the time to affirm his own predicament. Then what are you looking up there for? Asked the boy, forcing himself to speak through the excruciating pain he experienced. A possibility. A possibility? Repeated the boy. A possibility for all of us to realize how powerless we really are. What I look out for amongst those stars is a possibility for compassion, uttered the girl, as large tears began to swell and drop from her eyes. As her reign of sorrow continued, she caressed the boy as a mother would her own child, and prayed aloud. This world doesn't end at the borders of this country. What lies beyond are countless possibilities that none of us may fully fathom. The girl continued to speak as the boy neared death's door with every breath he took. People need to encounter something much bigger than themselves to fully understand. True compassion. This world will understand someday. Well, can't say I was expecting a character death in the prologue. How fun. Alright. With that prologue, are you guys ready for the main story? For real? Yeah. I really like the music. The music is good. In time of yore, humankind had discovered mana, a naturally occurring energy source that long pulsed through the crust of the world. Yeah, I did read that. Humankind utilized mana from land to craft and create any and all. The art of manifesting mana was known as manacraft, and practitioners of this art became known as manacrafters. Yeah, good music, indeed. A hunter could use pyrocraft to kill and cook their catch or quarry. An apothecary could use aquacraft to increase the potency of their healing potions. A carpenter could use terracraft to strengthen the foundation of a home. A farmer could use aerocraft to improve crop output by manipulating the wind. There also existed monocraft, which were hereditary, unique only to certain individuals. The Path Down. The Path Down uses mana as a medium to transfer the memories and experience of the present ruler to the future heir to the throne. Humankind would deem those in possession of hereditary monocraft to be monarchs. The propagation of the old king's wisdom through Path Down was evidence enough to cement a country's reputation as a formidable monocraft monarchy. Centuries ago, hell-bent on expanding their sphere of influence, the monocraft monarchies started the period of exploration. Even the Great Seas were no match for their ambitions. The research of monocraft for large-scale warfare exploded, fueled by the need for conquest. The populist's survival drove one monarchy to expansion, stagnant economy the reason for another. Ambition drew many others. For the few monocraft monarchies that successfully survived, a countless number of lives were sacrificed to maintain power. In the present day, the development of mono-facilitated communication revolutionized an already altered world. This form of communication was known as comcraft. People were no longer restricted by the pace of couriers to carry written messages. Long-distance communication became accessible to the masses. Education and knowledge became abundant. Secularism grew in popularity among the general public. Enlightenment was abundant in this new era ushered forth by comcraft. Oh dear. Rogzenheid, renowned pacifist kingdom of Sana Ajizda, further prevailed from comcraft's convenience. For 9 generations, Rogzenheid prospered from perpetual pacifism, but even the wisdom of the old kings could not prevent tragedy in befalling this kingdom of peace and order. Tragedy, which would ultimately end peace that was established over 60 years ago. There it is. The names got really hard suddenly. Yeah. I expect more struggles. Welcome into Rogzenheid. Man, if only I was better at German, this would probably be a lot easier. Thank you for the head pats. Yes. Rogzenheid Castle, passageway to Sky Terrace. Sparks continued to dance through the air as a small silhouette ascended the spiral staircase. Girl. First, to the Sky Terrace. The first of the attackers to reach the Sky Terrace on the roof of the castle was a young girl, no more than 12 or 13 years of age. She quickly scans her surroundings and gets into a defensive pose. Holding her breath, she surveys the area for a while. According to her prior intelligence, the Sky Terrace was completely deserted. Except for one. Path down success for the country of Rogzenheid, Cellophane Rogzenheid. Show yourself. You know there's nowhere for you to hide now. The girl's shout reverberated throughout the empty terrace. There was no one around, but she maintained her guard. These were the actions of someone who's done in a countless number of times. She moved towards the center of the Sky Terrace with a mechanical efficiency, which betrayed her small and delicate appearance. Is there really no one here? Maybe the intel was wrong. Sion, can you hear me? Sion, if you can hear me, respond. Is she in the middle of a fight? No one's here. The girl lets her guard down and takes a deep, long breath. Further on the terrace was a balcony that also functioned as a viewing deck of sorts. It was designed to overlook the town around the castle, and there was a large wooden dining table situated in the middle of it. The table was furnished with an ornately woven tablecloth. Game? Okay, mouse. Your turn. Come back. Okay, fuck the yeah, shit. Why are things acting up, Liz? Stop. Why are you over there? Get back to computer. Cursor. Liz. There we go. Okay. The table was furnished with an ornately woven tablecloth. It was surrounded with heavy, solid wooden chairs. And atop it were numerous intricately made ornaments. The table and all its amenities were works of art. Every object from the dining table to the decorations strategically placed throughout the sky terrace screamed of wealth. Something crosses the girl's mind, and she sets the chair at the head of the table upright and sets her small frame onto it. For a moment, she's taken aback by it all. It was truly the height of luxury. The view she had from the head of the table, having grown up in meager circumstances, was impressive beyond her imagination. Hehe. Slam. In display of terrible manners, she rests both her feet on the table and reclines against the chair, slowly closing her eyes. She couldn't help but laugh at the disparity between the situation and the place where she had grown up. Whose seat was this? Under what lucky star would you have to be born under to be granted the privilege to seat yourself on a chair like this? Well, not that it mattered. This chair was now no one's. Just like how this crumbling castle was to be no one's as well. I'm sure it'd feel wonderful if I could have a meal on a table like this. From the balcony created to look upon the town below, the girl gazes at the townscape set ablaze. The perfect view. Just perfect. Huh. This is just stupid. After her rather mindless soliloquy, she gets up off her seat, then... Another girl appeared from the door that she had broken through just earlier. Miss Maréchal. The girl addressed as Maréchal waved her hand in a yo pose, as if she was joking. Coco, you like chair? Sitting? The same girl posed a question to her partner in rather broken speech. No, not really. As always, she doesn't have a shred of tension in her. So Coco thought, keeping to herself. Maréchal. In terms of age, she and Coco were not far apart. In contrast to Coco's rather belligerent look, she looked to be a sweet little girl who had no place in a miserable battlefield like this. However, a great many have been deceived by her innocent looks. Their blood that now stained her dress clearly stood out. I'm surprised you can just waltz around like that with all this going on. An imaginary question mark appears atop Maréchal. She didn't understand why Coco was so astonished. No reason to rush. Of course you'd rush. Just walking around with all this going on is weird. The castle was filled with the smell of blood and smoke. Screams and explosions continued to roar throughout. Despite the cacophony going on all around them, Maréchal simply stood there, oblivious to it all. Already almost done. No point running. Well, that is true, but... Coco was at a loss for words when faced with that simple retort. She not here? No, she's not. Ugh. Can we even rely on Sion's info? Sion, reliable. Even if wrong, we follow. Sister's borders. You mean orders. Orders. Unflinching. Rather than communicating with words, she struck the same hand-waving pose from earlier. Marie is so precious. Yes. That was one of Maréchal's way of expressing herself. Still, if they aren't here, where could they be? I'm pretty sure we've searched everywhere. Plan B. A manual search? Ugh, what a pain. The sheer size of this place makes my head spin. Heh heh. Funny face. Oh, leave me alone. Fine, plan B then. Let's stick to the plan and take one wing each. I'll be on the east wing. Nod. What's wrong? You look... Yes? Won't Isbel's Ados soldiers? I'll be fine. There's only 150 of them. We've already taken most of the rear line soldiers, so I doubt we'll run into anyone troublesome. What is it? Overconfidence. Your weakness. Her voice was soft, but her words carried weight. Everything going too well. Won't forget that. I won't. Coco unconsciously stands at attention. Nothing's wrong, and being careful. That's all. That was scary. She suddenly flips into serious mode and all. Other people probably wouldn't understand the sudden change in Marichel's attitude. Putting thoughts and emotions into words is a weak point of hers. Logical, seeing that she only recently began remembering her vocabulary. However, even though her vocabulary is lacking, she's in no way unintelligent or unable to grasp the situation at hand. Coco, being her partner, understood this very well. Hello, Coco, can you hear me? Sion. Yeah, I hear you. How's it going there? You done fighting? The third floor downwards has all been committed. As long as people don't suddenly start raining down from the sky, no one else should be able to get into the castle. Oh, and get a load of this. Really, the last 2 guys I just killed, they were such pushovers. It kind of ruined the moment. Like, I'd get more of a thrill from dreaming in an afternoon nap. Coming from someone who personally said she just keep guard? Can't really complain if you didn't volunteer to head up to the front lines instead. So, how are things going on your end? Ignoring me, yeah. Oh, right. This place is totally empty. You got some explaining to do here. You're right. You sure the princess is in the sky terrace? Absolutely. If she isn't around the balcony, then she's got to be somewhere on the top floor. Look harder, why don't you? Looking around is a huge pain. It's so tiring. You sure are lazy for someone so young. I don't want to hear that from someone who volunteered to shore up our defense. Okay. Oh, quit complaining and just get to looking. We're already on the home stretch. Get off my back. Really, though, this whole thing sure was a breeze, eh? Ruxan hides the center of the alliance and all. Is it supposed to fall this quickly, this easily? Well, Miss Milano's planned it out this much. She's even taking part in it, too. Well, let's be honest here. It's probably mostly because of the latter than anything else. What you mean? We all could have gotten this far without the help of the shadow soldiers? No, that's not what I mean. Considering Miss Milano, I bet she could probably take down an entire country or 2. If I had to describe her with a single word, it'd be cheater. You've got a point. Anyways, I'll get back to committing the entire castle's interior. Good luck with the search. Yeah, see you. Between Miss Marichal and Sion, why isn't there anyone who's feeling any more tense than I am? And now I've totally lost my drive too. Damn it. Just as she finishes call. Meow. What? Huh? Coco's staff was made from metal alloy. It was made to prioritize lightness, but metal's still metal. A swing from any old sword would certainly nick it, but there was no way it could slice through so cleanly. What was that? There's something stuck to the wall. A transparent knife? A blade of ice? Or perhaps some kind of illusion using craft. In any case, it doesn't change the fact that there was some kind of unknown threat. Who goes there? Show yourself. Up from the darkness emerged yet another girl. One of their retainers, perhaps. She was wearing a formal-looking outfit, with her entire body wrapped in a purple cloak. However, what first caught Coco's attention was the badge shining brightly on her collar. That badge served as proof of the individual's rank as a crafter. Duel. The title of Duel Crafter is only granted to those who have mastered 2 of the 4 types of mana, Pyro, Aqua, Terra, and Arrow. But the girl standing before Coco could not have been more than 20 years of age. She was likely in her late teens. To become a dual crafter at 18, 19 years of age was quite a remarkable feat. Ritona Rangvindhast, Rain Vast. Okay. She's the last descendant of the Rain Vast family, which had served as the royal family's guardians for generations upon generation. But Coco had no way of knowing that. Where'd you come from? What is your objective? Why are you going after Princess Selphine? Huh? Let's just get one thing straight here. This attack of ours is completely in our control. Whether you all live or die, that's up to us to decide. Do you understand? The only thing you can do is stare back at us and answer every question we've got. Oh, well, if you want to die, then that's another story. Very well. Right. Seeing as how you're dressed, that means you're one of the servants here, right? You happen to know where Selphine is? And what if I do? Serious? Alright, I'll cut you a deal. You tell me where she is and I won't kill you. I see. And if I say no? Oh, well, if you don't tell me, then I'll kill you. I suppose that doesn't... But I suppose that makes things nice and simple, doesn't it? So that's what you're getting at. You've been trying to make a fool of me this entire time, haven't you? Right now, with the way things are going, are you just so scared that you've completely snapped? You're getting on my nerves. Talk smack to me one more time and I'm seriously going to kill you. Princess. Huh? It's Princess Selphine, you disrespectful brat. Ritona had been trying to play cool and collected, but there's a slight rage in her eyes. I don't know what you wish to accomplish by attacking the royal family, but to address the princess of a country that way shows a complete and utter lack of respect. Such brazen behavior shows that you lack in morals as well. What? Enough talk. Have at you. You'll only steer us into conflict regardless. So let me teach you rules of my own. Didn't you hear a single word I said? What, you want to fight me at a time like this? Or what, just 'cause you're a duel, you think you can take anyone on? Are you an idiot? Do you have absolutely no common sense at all? A title like that doesn't mean squat outside of the alliance. En garde. Whoa. No, is that... glass? A glass sword? You really expect to fight me with one of those? So it is. What of it? You're nothing but a glass worker, an artisan crafter. You seriously think you could put up a fight with me? Enough, you little brat. You're nothing but talk. I swear, you called me a little brat again and again. Stop treating me like a kid or you're gonna get what's coming to ya. Why isn't she attacking? Is she stalling for time? Hell if I know who you are, but I don't have the time to deal with the likes of some stupid artisan crafter. Clack, clack. As Coco continued to scream at the top of her voice, she knocked the tip of her staff against the ground, causing a triangle just large enough for a human to appear just beneath Ritona's feet. What? A ranged attack? So she's not a battle crafter. I'll kill you with a single hit. Die! Triangle incineration. Bless. I feel like that was bad timing to say bless. That's fine, though. In a split second, a column of fire roars out from the triangle toward the ceiling. Too slow. Ritona circles around to Coco's rear and makes contact with Coco's back. Gah! The next moment, Coco dashes away with all her might, trying to put as much distance between her and Ritona. She quickly checks her back to assess the wound, but... Huh? It isn't cut. The sensation of her spine getting sliced in two slowly fades away. Ah. What just... Coco understood that very moment. Ritona's sword isn't some decoration or a fake weapon, but is in fact a real weapon, a strange and highly dangerous one. Transidian. That's what this sword is made out of. Transidian? It's a material said to hold the sharpest edge in the entire world. Of course I know that. But the way Transidian breaks off is too uncontrollable. They say it's too dangerous and impossible to forge into weaponry. Only if it's naturally occurring. But I've already applied some level of processing to the Transidian I create. I can really control this material. Are you stupid? If you can make something as complex as Transidian, then why don't you try to just stick to something tougher and easier like metal? Metal, glass. As long as it can cut through anything, then who cares? You're making even less sense now. Hell, why is some artisan like you even fighting with a sword in the first place? You still haven't realized? A little slow on the uptake, I see. I'm a battlecrafter. Rotona leaps off the ground. She's getting close. Need to keep my distance. Shadow soldiers! The shadow from the staff stretched, and dark silhouettes of soldiers began to call out from the ground. 3, 4 of them. Suddenly, Rotona was surrounded on all sides. What the? Shadow soldiers? She can summon them at will? So she's the one who created the shadow soldiers who attacked the castle. Careful, everyone. That girl's really fast, and her sword is super sharp. I don't get anywhere near the commit area. I can read so good. Coco then raised her staff, generating what seemed to be waves of mana in the air. The mana glowing in the air then went straight into the dark soldier's hands. Pyro, Terra, Forge, Chains! She again knocks her staff against the ground twice, causing the glowing mana that had been floating in the air to materialize into chains. First, I'm going to tie you down. Now! Now you're trapped. You and your stupid acrobatics. This is the end for you. Coco and the shadow soldiers had Rotona tied up in chains, surrounded. And then... Pentagram incineration! Coco using her staff, and the soldiers using their jet black swords, all slammed the ground at once. Small glowing points appeared, with light racing across them to draw a large pentagram beneath Rotona's feet. Bless! The pillar of light disperses. A triangular burn mark was on the ceiling. Beside it was a much larger star-shaped hole, with the night sky and full moon in view, shining brightly. I put her into nothing but ashes! The shadow soldiers didn't budge a single inch, leaving her perplexed. And then she realized. Just so you know. Depending on how you handle Transidian, you can even cut through steel. The shadow soldiers are vanishing, which means as long as you cut them down, then you can still defeat them. No way. Some kind of glass that lets you cut through steel. That's cheating! Something doesn't add up here. You're no battlecrafter, are you? Your triangle and pentagram attacks certainly weren't lacking in power, especially the second one. Had I taken the brunt of the blast, I'd likely be nothing more than ash by now. But the activation, your blast, takes far too long. Anything that takes that long would be completely unusable for battle, no matter how strong it is. Your style of fighting at a distance, why do you persist with such strange tactics? Oh, shut up. If it works, then who cares? Damn it. Your hand gripping her staff begins to quiver, frustrated at the turn of events. Why is someone this strong just wandering the castle? Well, in any case, I suppose you understand now that you have no chance of winning. I'm not at all disposed to fighting. If at all possible, I'd prefer to settle conflicts with dialogue. But, are you going to listen? The feeling of the sword slowly fades away. Huh? Mouse, why did you... That's not... My mouse is misbehaving. I'm just gonna turn it off and use the trackpad. Where's the thingy? There's the power button. Okay. Coco was flabbergasted at Rutona's disappointment of a statement. Then, you're something else, you know that? Coco realizes something. That she had the upper hand. That Rotona will ultimately not attack her. She sneers at Rotona's invitation. Coco uses all her might, striking Rotona with her staff. You make a complete mess of your country, your hometown, and you want to talk? Are you a freaking moron? Indeed. This is not the time nor the place to exercise Ruzenheid's pacifist views. Rotona understood that clearly. She could more than easily have taken Coco's head if she wanted to. Even after getting to her back twice, not once did she attack. Rotona herself had resisted the urge to take her life. The overwhelming difference in their strength was absolutely meaningless in the face of Rotona's greatest weakness. You have nothing on me. When it comes to combat, I'm clearly head and shoulders above you. And here you are, still struggling desperately against me. Who's the fool now? This is seriously pissing me off. You think you're so high and mighty? You're telling the person who killed your friends, your comrades, that you just want to talk? Oh, hello, Catman. Welcome. Let's give you a nice little shout out. How was the rest of your stream? I hope you had fun. Catman antics. Yes, wowie a raid. But yes, Catman was just playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Yeah. But yeah, everyone go check out Catman if you haven't already, which I think is pretty low because Catman is a regular here. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid, Catman. Appreciate it. Anyways. Oh yeah. Sorry, comp was freezing. No worries. I just realized I forgot to introduce myself to whoever came with you that doesn't know me yet. Welcome, Catman's Raiders. I am Sakyu. I am a variety streamer. I stream mostly anime-related games, such as this one. Also, I stream like Steins Gate, which is also very much so anime-related. I got lost in the map. Oh no. That happens too much to me too. I guess not really the map, but like games not behaving while trying to end stream and then raiding someone else. But yeah, to anyone that's new here, enjoy your stay. We're gonna be at this game for a while. But anyways, back to the drama. Hey, tell me, is it so wrong to take a life if it means protecting someone you can't live without? What? Hey, answer me. What's the difference between me and you? For just a moment, Rotona was shaken for a moment by Coco's ruse and had lost concentration. She wasn't the type to make that kind of mistake. Not in the slightest. Unbelievable. Indeed. Even if Rotona had no intent on taking someone's life, she would never slip and let her attention waver from the battle. Someone must have been toying with her for that moment. Someone. Someone right behind her. Commit, breaker. What? The sword in Rotona's hand scatters into tiny fragments. The commit. Did the ratio in mana change all of a sudden? When? Let me introduce you. This is my partner on the battlefield, Miss Marichal. Marichal strikes her yo pose once again. Coco, make new shadow soldiers? Yes. That's why I said should dispel. New soldiers, balance is bad. I'm sorry. Yo, welcome, Lucky Cadence. How are you doing? It's nice to have you here. Uh, I'm sorry. Why, you. What did you just do? Destroyed? Commit? Commit, breaker. Don't be absurd. Sleepy lol, but wanted to stop in. That's fair. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. The moment Retona understands the current situation, she shudders. Coco's craft are powerful, but take a while to bless. And a partner who compensates for that, the perfect combination, she will get killed because she took too long. Because even when given the chance, she didn't kill Coco. Milady, please get down on the ground. Okay. On Retono's signal, the glass wall on the edge of the room shatters. Glass which bent light and served as optical camouflage. Selphine had been hiding the entire time, and now she was exposed. Huh? Selphine! So fast. What's with the mana here? Maybe this is shift? Huh? A shift? Selphine, please close your eyes for a moment. A vortex of wind envelops Retona and Selphine. Coco, get out, now. The next moment. What? Hey, just what? What the heck just? They vanished? Eek. Where is this place? What the? A forest? This isn't the rendezvous point. I can't believe it. We actually got out of there. Where are we? Hey, Retona, what happened back there? Where are we? What about the castle? Everyone? I don't know. Our Comcraft mana line was cut the same time the attack began, so I haven't been able to contact the rear line soldiers since. But since they got into the castle, that means... Yes. That having been the last stages of the attack likely means... The townspeople and the soldiers might all be done for now. Oh no. So this doesn't make sense. They weren't aiming for King Vala, but specifically for Princess Selphine. They attacked us when my father was out. I can't believe this happened. They targeted Princess Selphine right during the king's absence. That's right. The fact that the king's not around is a highly guarded secret. Not even the common citizen should know he's out. And they were aiming for Princess Selphine. Does that mean... No. King Vala is already... What do we do? The Comcraft line's been cut. We need to find a way to get in contact with my father. No. What proof is there that it really happened? This is just me overthinking things. There's just far too many unknowns from that conversation earlier. The only thing I'm certain of from what their intents... The only thing I'm certain of from that was their intent to assassinate Selphine. Is it so wrong to take a life if it means protecting someone important to you? What could have she meant by that? Trying to lower my guard? No, she didn't seem like she was lying. There was that other girl, Marisha. She's definitely a crafter on a whole other level. That artist in Coco as well. That pentagram-shaped mana synergy. She was alone, so her bless took longer to execute, allowing me to respond quickly enough. But if it were the two of them working together to attack, then... In any case, I've got more pressing issues to think about now. Hey, Retona, what should we do now? Please calm down, Princess Selphine. For now, we need to get ourselves together. Find out just where we are. Huh? What are you saying? You used your monocraft to bring us here, right? What do you mean we need to find out where we are? Rotona, please, tell me, what's going on? Just what's happening? Me. Huh? Rotona. Forgive me. Huh? Why are you apologizing, Rotona? There's no need to. Forgive me, milady. Despite the situation being as it was, I rushed into using our last resort of escape. Please, please forgive me. What? Selfine's mind went blank from Rotona's sudden barrage of apologies. Rotona had the respect of many for being incredibly capable and talented, and always kept her cool. Ever since they were children, she was the person Selphine looked up to most, next to her parents. This was the very first time in her life seeing Rotona losing her composure to this extent. Rotona. Ah! She mustn't let the princess feel uncertain. That much she knew, but the girl of glass couldn't so much as raise her head. Still in shock, Selphine pulls Rotona up, and the very same realization finally dawns upon the two girls. That this was the end of their peaceful lives, and the beginning of a harsh journey. Oh boy. What do you guys think of the game so far? It's good so far? Yeah. They are cute character designs. Your tone of purple. Hehe. Yes. She is Orpal. The stray effect? Yeah, it's a bizarre phenomenon that suddenly moves people, animals, or things to some faraway place. Maui. You've never heard of it? Like, stories of other people suddenly becoming stranded? After calculating how long it took to rescue them later on, they ended up in places too far away to reach on foot in that amount of time. But this phenomenon, that kind of sounds like the stuff of rumors and superstition. It doesn't look like something they could intentionally cause. See, lately there's been some discoveries about that. Basically, there's a theory that says it works similar to how Comcraft works. To be honest, there wasn't any music for that intro as far as I can tell. Your game volume might be down, I don't know. Oh, I think the game audio just decided to crap itself. Yeah, the game audio decided to crap itself for stream. There you go. The audio is very loud, so I'm like, that doesn't sound quite right. We'll turn it down a bit. Okay. Well, maybe I don't know. Oh dear, okay, I kind of wish you mentioned it sooner, to be honest, but that's fine. See, Comcraft works by having a monoline and synchronization between two people. They turn what they want to communicate, words, feelings, into a certain amount of wavelength and then send it through, right? So just imagine when the stuff's turned into mana and sent, except with an actual physical thing. Just how is that? Damn it, do I have to explain all that too? Goman, I didn't think it would be like LMAO bye. I mean, if you're not hearing any audio, that's kind of a solid sign, you know. To put it in another way, it depends on how you convert something into mana, and how you synchronize with the receiver. If you do it right, sending things or beings isn't exactly out of the question, or something like that. Are you still with me, Coco? That's ridiculous. There's no way they could possibly be true. And just what makes you so sure? Are you serious? Because that's well and beyond what any human could possibly accomplish. Yeah, and I'm asking just what makes you think that. So what? Do you mean to say that just with the use of Monocraft, a single person could reconstruct 2 whole people down to the mana particle level, send themselves to some faraway place, and then reconstruct themselves without any single flaw whatsoever? I don't know why this is intensely reminding me of the whole time travel arguments from Steins Gates. Bingo, so you do get it. Are you crazy? What? Gasp. Not just what planet do you think a person who could use magic like that exists? Stop trying to make a fool of people. Like I said, I'm asking you what makes that all seem like some crazy fantasy magic. Okay, fine. Let's just assume that a single person could perfectly instantly turn 2 people into mana. You'd have to You have to be some crazy superhuman to handle that much mana and move it while keeping it stable. That's not my point. Look, just think about it for a second. Besides, you think you can handle a mana line? One that can handle all of that? Then why don't you just try? Oh, come on. Well, alright. It's not the kind of mana line that you connect between 2 people. Coco, will you just calm the heck down? You're making a whole lot of amateur assumptions here. Oh, get off my back. You're always explaining everything so roundabout. Just get to the point. Why don't you... Coco. Yes? You need to relax. Just calm down. The game audio cut out again for you guys. Wowie. Let me fix that. At least I noticed it that time. There we go. Yeah, that's right. Calm down. Down. Ugh, sorry. Now, before you try to deny everything I say, why don't you look at the facts? Regardless of what your common sense dictates, the 2 of them really did disappear from here. Sion. Yes? Enemy used glass. Bend light. Glass, you say? Yeah, that's right. The cellophane girl was actually there the entire time. She was right in front of me, but I didn't see her at all. That's freaking cheating. Maybe possible they're nearby. Hiding. Some kind of optical camouflage using refracted light, eh? Didn't even know you could do that. Never heard of any technology like that, but I'm certain they're not hiding anywhere near here. Ever since you reported that self-fiend disappeared, I've been scanning the whole area. But I haven't detected any movement since. They must have escaped using some kind of craft that we don't know anything about. I see. Cutting hand to Rugs and hired. We made sure to seal him in tight before striking, and our target, the princess, still manages to escape. But... Oh jeez, are you still talking about that? Miss Milano! Just pretty. Hey, Muddy, everyone. Looks like you're just about wrapping up things here. Not nice eavesdrop, sis. Oh, well, sorry about that. But I've been up here this whole time, and not one of you noticed me. That's not nice either. Please forgive us. Well, it's not nice that you were watching us either. You could have called out to us or something. Yeah, but then you'd know I was there. I mean, eavesdropping is like listening in when no one knows you're there, and you're seeing if people will start talking bad about you, right? So she does admit eavesdropping. But what do I get? No one notices me, no one talks bad about me, and whatever you're talking about is boring. So I just decided to end it before it got any worse. Worse. We'd never badmouth you. Anyway, to sum it all up, the Princess of Rügenheid and her bodyguard managed to escape right under your noses. Is that right? What's this? Coco, are you shaking? I'm so sorry, Miss Milano. I had them trapped, but they did something completely unexpected. You're so cute. It's like, that's it. You're like an adorable little pet. Yeah, a cute little pet. Just like a furry little hamster. How lovely. Yes, about that. We were discussing about just what went wrong. Yep. When you make a mistake, you need to figure out why. Right, Coco? Yes, you're right. Oh my, Coco, your face is just deathly pale. Sis, I think that's enough. You're right. She looks kind of sad now, all curled up. Coco, raise your head. Yes, ma'am. I know you're strong, but you're only human. You can make mistakes. Am I wrong? Well, Don't worry. No need to be so afraid. Please. Please, Fort. Really, though? Being able to recreate that story effect using Monocraft, eh? Well, it's hard to believe in myself, but I'm sure your explanation is right for the most part, at least. Words cannot express my gratitude. Now, Coco, look up at me in the eyes. I want you to answer one question for me. Yes, ma'am. There aren't any idiots among my subordinates, right? Eh? Everyone makes mistakes. We can't help it. Humans are just humans, after all. Uh, I, I. Now, Coco, an idiot is someone who makes a mistake, just like everyone else, but learns absolutely nothing from it. Worthless garbage. Now answer me, Coco. You are an idiot. Yes or no? No. Next time, I swear I'll. Even a rat can reflect on its mistakes. I won't fail you. Next time, I'll definitely. You'd better improve as if your life depended on it. Because there are no idiots in my subordinates. Understand? Maui. She's mean, but I kind of like reading as her. The mono stream covers the world in a net-like weave, and its ebb and flow are constantly changing. However, there are also parts of it which are fairly stable. In these gentler streams, artificial mana can be applied to reinforce its flow. The technology we use draws on the stray effect, allowing us to travel through these fixed mana streams. It's called long-distance travel craft. A stable mana line in fairly good condition that can support enough particles worth for both me and Selphine. It took nearly a year just looking for a line that was both stable and usable. We spent another year of breaking in the mana line so that I could send my mana through it. And then another year to be able to send one more person's worth of mana through the line. It was the first long-term project that I'd undertaken since becoming Princess Selphine's formal guardian. The mana line was supposed to connect with an emergency shelter in I have to think about this one. Vastorkat, constructed with the cooperation of both countries, but for some reason or another, the line's destination seems to have been off. Still, now that I think about it, The fact that we managed to get off with just this much is our saving grace from today's disastrous events. The Madeline easily could have diverted further into the sea. If it were if that were to have happened, we'd probably be drowning to death by now. Ratona, just how many craft do you know that I don't? Excuse me? It's just, we've always been together, but I've never seen you use something like this even once. Sylphian's expression clouds over. I can't really blame her. She's seen an entirely new monocraft being used by someone you thought you knew inside and out. This monocraft is still in the middle of development. To my knowledge, it's never even been used once. I suppose it seems like I'm just making excuses for myself now, but this isn't monocraft that should be used outside of circumstances like this. How come? This monocraft is unilateral. Did the audio cut out again? Yeah, it did. God damn it. Huh? Unilateral. It works only one way. Wrong word order, that's fine. Therefore, we can't go back through the same mountain line we used to get here. So that means... yes. From here on, we walk. Finally, we got a fire going. Just what's with this place? The concentration of mana is abnormally low. Is it low? No, that's not quite right. It's like my senses have been dulled. I can't even perceive the mana stream around us. And that's fine. I'm sure it is. As long as Princess Selphine survives. As long as the path down is preserved, then the country can be rebuilt again. I have to believe that for now. Damn it. The stray effect. I was prepared for something to have happened, but I didn't expect the crop to be this unstable. Well, no point brooding about it now. Let's wash the blood off of these tattered clothes and get some rest. I couldn't even get a single wink of sleep. For some reason, my body feels so much heavier than usual. Is it because I haven't had any sleep? It's like all my muscles have gone slack. It's a terrible feeling. Unbelievably unpleasant. Morning. Sylphin greets me with a troubled expression. Good morning. It pained me to see her long dress covered in dirt and twigs. Even though we had no other choice, I still regret having to sleep outdoors. Did you sleep well? Sylphin looked quite out of it as she shook her head. Her eyes seemed to be slightly swollen. Me neither. I was just so worried about my father and everyone in the country. Damn it. I can't help but curse my own powerlessness. We need some information. Yeah. Just who were those people who attacked us? We didn't even know something as basic as that. Why do you think they were after my life? Did they not want me to become queen or something? Putting a stop to the monarchy, eh? Who knows? We could make wild guesses one after the other, but we know too little right now. Let's prioritize getting out of this forest and ascertaining our location. And then we can think all we want later. Okay. For now, we need to focus on surviving and making it back to Rugenhide, or any of the Alliance territories. Anything else we can put on the back burner. Burner. After walking for tens of minutes, I can read. So good. We finally found the first sign that we didn't have to live off the land. It was a small trail. Rocks and other vegetation were cleared, exposing just the bare dirt. This wasn't the work of animals. There are clearly signs that it was done intentionally by human hands. A settlement must be near. I guess we go this way? It looks like it. For safety's sake, please stick close to me. Okay. As we finally assured we were making our way back to civilization, another worry surfaces. Well, these trees don't look familiar at all. That's right. Just where is this place? The forest is full of vegetation I'd never seen before in the woods surrounding Grugzenheide. And despite being in a forest, the air felt incredibly thin. If we started running here, we'd likely feel lightheaded very quickly. It's not the humidity or the heat, but it just feels like it's lacking something. I have a bad feeling about this. Selfing, milady. What? If where we are isn't an Alliance territory, then we need to prioritize acquiring sediment as soon as possible. Huh? Sediment? You mean the stones for storing mana? What for? A Comcraft line has been severed. What? Oh, you're right. Our lines to King Vala and the Knights of the Quinn Order have also been severed. I did notice last night that my line to my father wasn't working. I kept trying to call him, but nothing happened. But why are they cut? That face you're making, it's not good, is it? I could think of two reasons. One, the lines were cut as consequence of the stray effect. And the other is that we've been sent so far away that the lines ended up getting cut. The shelter is well within the coverage of the Comcraft lines, so I've personally verified it. For the line to be cut, then there's really only one possible answer. In any case, we're effectively operating alone. It's certainly quite a problem that we can't contact everyone in Rugzenheide. But if we were to get separated, then we would have no way of getting in touch with each other. I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. If I could, I'd re-establish a Comcraft line between us right now. I didn't mean to do that. But we don't have any sediment. Exactly. From there, another hour passed. The amount of trees diminished as we continued to make our way through the smoothed-out path, and there we saw... What? What is this place? I can't detect any signs of life, of mana. Are there actually any people living in a place like this? She was at a loss for words. The words were written on signage, the people going to and fro, the language being spoken, the architecture, technology, materials. I never once seen or heard a single thing about any one of them. This is bad. It doesn't look like any one of the Alliance territories. It doesn't look like we're on the continent of Sana Druidsda? Sane Adrizda, I don't know. All of this was far removed from the culture we were familiar with. Just heading into town will need some audacity. Princess Elphine. I suppose this much is obvious, but let's restrict all conversation to using erodatum. Erodatum. Agreed. And when asked, we should conceal our true identities. Just a precaution, let's not utter the name of Rugzenheide. Yeah, we don't even know what country we're in. Until we learn anything useful, we're nothing but a pair of travelers. Okay, got it. Alright, we need to tune the erratum first, so leave the conversation to me. Everyone's staring at us. You're right. Everyone who passes by us turns around for a second look. Seems like our clothes stand out. We should find a change of clothes after getting a sediment stone. Stay close to me. Yeah. Isn't there anyone unassuming looking enough whom we could try to talk with? There just isn't... just thinking is gonna get us anywhere. You there, excuse me. I was looking for a general store. Would you be so kind as to point us in the right direction? This is just the jump. Looks like I'll need to make some adjustments. Let's word that more simply. We're lost. Could you help us? Seems like some of it got through. I think you're a little off, Rotona. Let me. Sorry for the sudden question, but we're looking for the general store. Could you please show us the way? Oh, seems like what Selfing's saying is getting through. But now I'm the one in the dark here. You should watch your intonation for word endings. Oh, and there's different levels of politeness. After a short explanation. There's a lot of different kinds of stores here. What are you looking for exactly? Oh, I understand him now. As expected of the princess, she's exceptionally good at this. Sorry, we're just travelers passing through and we're completely lost. Does this country use any form of currency? Huh, do we use currency? Do you think there are any countries out there that still operate on a barter system? I suppose not. Blush. And I suppose that means you don't have any money. Planning to do some shopping? Something like that. So you're short on cash. How about a pawn shop instead? There's one right outside the town. The young man earnestly guided Selfie to the pawn shop he mentioned. Thank you very much. You've been so helpful. Oh, it was nothing really. As he slowly parted from us, he would occasionally sneak a glance at us. My goodness, he's like an open book. Really? It took a while before you managed to tune your eroratum to understand him. That's not what I meant. Still not very good at eroratum? Well, even without eroratum, Selfie was fluent in no less than 8 different languages. One can understand, convey, and receive thoughts from other people using eroratum more quickly than more they study linguistics. If I may, King Rugzin hides the third style of governance centered around the use of words as a mean of bridging countries. As a result, eroratum, a form of Comcroft, was developed in accordance with his will. Of course, that sentiment was also passed down to his descendant, Princess Selphine. Please don't compare me to royalty like yourself. When it comes to skills like these, we're on completely different levels. Well, I won't deny that I have no linguistic sense either. Oh, come on. Let me brag at least this much. I've got no other talents but talking anyway. Nonsense, milady. Pat the Selphine. Yes. You're skilled in so many other things. Cooking, medical craft, archery. Oh, come on. I'm just as good with those as any typical person. It's talking about being better than average at something, like you, Ritona. Nonsense, milady. Have more confidence in yourself. Nothing good will come of putting yourself down so much. But you always do it yourself, Ritona. I'm fine, I'm nothing but an amateur. Now you're contradicting yourself. Ah, jeez. Love to be able to invoke some flashy amount of craft. Knowing more words isn't exactly going to be of much use. Nonsense, milady. If you wanted to, you can converse with anyone in this world in an instant. Isn't that a wonderful skill to have? If it were just me here, then I could have taken days to tune myself to the language. Yeah. Please, do follow yourself a little higher. Princess Selphie, you'll eventually have to bear Rugzenhide's weight on your shoulders as the nation's queen. These two, yeah. Only fools would judge someone based on how flashy or how amazing they look. So please, stop. Please don't make me utter things that only a conservative member of the cabinet would say. Yeah, Ritona? You're way too young for old lady talk. Hey, Ritona, wait, I was just joking. This is the place. Having followed the young man's directions dutifully, we arrived at an old pawn shop outside the city. It seems this country still uses money. Judging by how the man spoke, it seems the society still operates on currency. It dawns on me just how advanced Rugzenheit has become. It seems we'll have to abandon our preconceptions from Rugzenheit while we're in this country. Yeah. Is there something wrong? No, it's just... It's the first time I've ever seen or held money before, so I'm kind of excited. Oh, such materialistic things. Besides, Riesenheid has sane notes that we used for foreign trade, right? But I've never used them once. Just heard about them in stories and all. Well, she has a point. Money is the embodiment of the devil, and twist your heart and mind, right? They say just touching money would allow Skeequill, the demon of avarice, to steal your soul. What kind of cursed item are people making it out to be? It sounds really interesting. I'm so excited. Celphine is a young girl, brimming with curiosity and holding an interest in many things, without concern for their actual nature. Noted. It said that it would once be the lifeblood of any country, you know? Love for money is not universal. Probably. Whatever the case, as long as we retain our senses as people of Rugzenheid, we shouldn't have anything to worry about. Well, that's also just a guess. Yeah, I just wanted to say it as all. The real problem would be the gap between our differences in values. Hopefully we have something on us that holds worth for them. Perhaps a precious metal? Alright, let's go in. This is some real platinum, ain't it? And it's real well made. Never seen manufacturing on this level before. He seems to be pretty excited with the Guardian's knife that came with my formal wear. The owner seems to be genuinely surprised. Looks like the people of this country have the same sense of value as we do when it comes to precious metals. You plan on selling this, or you want a pawn? I'd like to sell. I've used this for years and years. It's got a lot of sentimental value to me. I'd like to sell it at a good price. Oh, Rutena sure is a smooth talker. It's just a knife for show. This an antique, you mean? Looks pretty dang new. No patina on it yet. It was given to me when I was 15, so I've been using it for 4 years now. 4 years? That goes by as fast as a fart for an old man like me. That ain't years and years like you said. Does this mean I can expect an even higher price for it then? Well, I suppose. With something of this quality, I'll be offering a pretty fair price for it. Oh. Let's see. How's 500 gallows? I see. Something up? Huh? Is something up? Something is definitely up. 4 years may be nothing but a fleeting moment for you, but they were such a huge part of my youth. This knife has been with me all that time, in both happy times and sad. I wasn't lying when I said it had a lot of sentimental value to me. Don't you understand? What does the knife have to do with her youth, I wonder? What does the knife have to do with her youth? Gah. Alright, fine. 600 gallows. I see how it is. You don't put any value on the adolescence of a young girl, clearly. Now, if you'll excuse us, I suppose we'll try another shot. What? Hey, fine. 630 gallows. I'll give you 360 gallows. Sorry, but that's my last price. Take it or leave it. Very well. I won't forget this good deal, sir. Jeez, you're only throwing me off here, missy. It's Ratona's evil grin. I haven't seen that in a long time. Phew. That was amazing, Ratona. Do you know how much a gallow was worth? Of course not. How could I possibly know that? Huh? But... I was just slowly raising the price and felt that was the right time to take it. I think if I pushed even harder, I could get him to go just a little higher. It's the devil. Skeequill in disguise. How rude. Well then, should we head off? Huh? Ratona, what about the sediment? Oh. Sorry, I forgot about that. Is that money going to be enough? Now, don't be silly. Sediment is nothing but mere pebbles when compared to a knife made out of platinum. Excuse me, we almost forgot, but we're looking for something. What do you need? Are you selling sediment for use in Monocroft? And at that moment... Sediment, you say? The owner's expression changes instantly. What's wrong? Should I keep going? Class 3. No, even Class 4 stones should be enough for our needs. He's glaring daggers at me. Suddenly, it feels like he's taken charge of the whole conversation. And then... he then scoffs at us. What's going on? I've been thinking about it since you came here. But you ain't from here, are you? Judging by these clothes. You traders? In a sense. I still haven't heard your answer. If you don't have any sediment, then can you introduce us to some stores that do carry it? I thought it was weird. If you're here to trade, then you should have passed by a town or two on your way here. Or what? You came here fully aware of what this place is like? You want to make a fool out of me by asking that? Is that it? Excuse me? Oh, don't tell me. You want me to spell it out for you? I mean, it's not just downright harassment, you know? What are you talking about? You know real well that a little shop like this couldn't possibly afford to deal with something so precious as sediment. What? Huh? But precious? Did some other shop send you here just to cause a ruckus? Sorry, but I got enough trouble to deal with on my plate. Just do me a favor and get out. Oh dear. Wait a minute. Sediment? Precious? What do you mean? It's just class 4 sediment. Those are good for nothing but serving as little children's toys, right? Wait, don't tell me. So that's it. You two ain't from here. You're outsiders. Out? I heard about people like you. I see. So where you grew up, just class 4 sediment is practically just a plaything for little runts, eh? Outsiders. Excuse me for asking a foolish question, but is this place the outer pole? Are you two really traders? Sure, wander around all you want, but you better look up the places you're headed to, or you're gonna run into some trouble sooner or later. We have our reasons, though I can't get into the details. But I promise you, we're not here to cause any trouble. Please, just answer me. Ugh, just not gonna let me go, are ya? Yeah, that's right. This place is Kadia City, located in the 3rd sector, south-southwest from the second pole center. It's the largest outer pole region in the world. Pretty famous seeing as the entire island's part of the outer pole. Seriously, you don't even know that? Where do you two even come from? The second pole? This is the other side of the world. Thank you for the information. Let's go, milady. Okay. Now hold on there. Little Missy over there said she needs sediment for communicating, I suppose. Now that I'm not sure what you mean by communicating, but are you two monocrofters or something? Sorry, but I can't answer that. Fine then, so pretend I'm talking to myself then. Now see, this here is the outer pole. This place has been forsaken by those gods Samana that you two worship or whatever. There aren't no monocrofters around here. Concentration of natural found mana is real low, so of course our culture here don't work with monocroft. We don't live like the other 70-80% of the other folk do have it. We ain't blessed with the land here, but that's exactly why we've gone and come up with power that anyone can use. Science. Even if the lands here barely got any mana, we use the power of science to squeeze out every little bit we can get. You get what I'm trying to say here? More or less the gist of it. Mana's part of living on this world. It's inside every one of us. You could say it's the source of all life. It has people in the outer pole ain't no different. Except, unlike you outsiders, we can't just pull out the mana that we got inside of us. Monocrofter trafficking and slave trade. Ha! That's right. Here in the outer pole, there ain't nothing more precious than purified mana. Especially humans' purified mana. Now that's why sediment stones are more valuable than precious metals, because they can store that mana. God, that was a struggle. Monocrofters can fill that sediment with purified mana. Just imagine a golden goose like that, walking all around town. I think y'all can get where I'm getting with this. That... Accidentally... Oh. Yeah, I think you can tell where I'm going with this. They'll be kidnapped in an instant to spend the rest of their lives in a dark sweatshop, forced to fill up sediment with mana. Watch yourself. Even if you are monocrafters, there ain't no short of people who don't take so kindly to outside folk like yourself. At the least, don't go mouthing off things like just class 4 sediment. That's just begging for a fight. Us people here in the outer pool, we're all just scrapping by, trying to make the most of the tiny bit of mana we got here. Thank you for your word of caution. Outsiders? I think I will do a quick little save here, just in case. Good grief. I can't believe this is happening. You put in so much effort just to stabilize that mana stream. Why has all this happened? What's the matter, milady? I just feel so disgusted at myself. What brought this on all of a sudden? I heard stories about them, about people who suffer because there isn't enough mana. My father told me those stories, like they were worlds away from us. When I heard about them, none of it felt real to me, and I didn't know what to think of it. But after hearing the shop owner tell us all this, all I thought was, good thing I wasn't born in a place like this. How do I put it? I wasn't thinking about how to solve the problem or how to lend a hand to them. The very first thing I thought of was myself. The fact that all I'm thinking of is myself. I know absolutely nothing about this world, and I'm the princess of an entire country? It's ridiculous. As humans, we're insensitive to suffering and misfortune that we ourselves have not experienced. And besides, in our current state, we don't have the luxury of extending a helping hand to anyone, even if they were right here beside us. I don't think you should burden yourself with too much thought. With a thought too much. Ah! I know, but I just can't shake this feeling of self-loathing. Say, Rotona. Yes? The world isn't so small, after all. Indeed. I, too, felt the same way. Excuse me? What? Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to surprise you. Ah, I messed up. What a scare. What in the... I can't sense her presence at all. Sorry if this is sudden, but would you two happen to be from an outside country? Well, oh no, they're looking at me really suspiciously right now. That's right, where are my manners? My name is... Is... Rune. Sorry for surprising you like that. As an apology, please let me show you around town. Rune? Rune? No. No, sorry, I stuttered. It's just Rune. Oh, I know, I'm just teasing. Teasing someone with such an old-fashioned joke. Trust me, I'm not anyone suspicious, really. You couldn't find anyone plainer and normaler. I'm like one of those extras in crowds and, what's up with this girl? Thanks, but no thanks. You clearly have some hidden agenda. What are you really after? I'm not after a single thing. I'm not going after you or anything at all, really. Just what the heck am I saying? Oh. Well, okay. Me not having a single ulterior motive might be just a little bit of a lie. I suppose I'm just making myself look even more suspicious, huh? That and you basically confessed to having an ulterior motive. I do, but it's nothing bad at all. Just that I was going to guide you around town and slowly get you to open up to me. Then I gently try to get some stories about the outside, or something. Really totally harmless plot. Is that it? There's daring daggers all over me. Just so you know, I'm not normally this awkward, really. So, if you could please stop staring at me so piteously, we can end this without my self-esteem taking a huge hit. I'd really appreciate that, huh? Could you give us one moment? Sure. Maybe we should take her up on her offer, Ratona. She doesn't look like a bad person. She certainly doesn't seem like she has any malicious intents, but that's not the only thing I can't sense. I can't even sense any life from her. Hmm? What do you propose, milady? Fidget, fidget. If she's just showing us around town, why not? There's some other stuff we need to get too. Understood. Let's see how it goes. If she starts getting too suspicious, we should depart from her as soon as possible. What if she asks for our names? Let's not use any pseudonyms to make sure that we don't end up being unable to respond when called. Rune baby, yes, Rune. As long as you don't reveal our family names, it should be alright. Got it. Have you, made your decision? Yeah, Rune, was it? Yes, but, you could please not say it out loud? It's a little embarrassing. Maybe, I guess. Would you like us to call you differently then? Oh, let's just go with Rune. Alright, nice to meet you, Rune. Please. Enough of that joke. Okay, let's get the tour started. Sure thing. Just ask me anything. Anything you'd like to. Wow, what a lovely smile. I wonder how old she is. Cute. Oh, your name's Selphine? What a wonderful name. Why, thank you. I really like the name myself, so feel free to call me that. People from other countries have such marvelous names. Could I have your name? It's Ratona. Sorry for staring you down so much earlier. I do apologize. No, not at all. There's no need to apologize to someone like me. Ooh, wow. Now that I have a better look at her, she's really pretty too. Did the audio freak out? Yeah, it did. God damn. There it goes. Hold through an A gently. Excellent. What is it? Nothing, just admiring how beautiful you two are. Wait, what the heck am I even mouthing off about now? Thank you. But you know, Rene, you're far prettier than I am, really. Huh? No way, you may say that, but you're way more beautiful than I could be, Selphine. Really? That's not true at all now, is it, Ratona? I prefer that you not put me on the spot and make me choose between only yes and no. By the way, sorry to spring this on you so suddenly, but we're in need of a few things. Ah, yes, you weren't able to find what you wanted at the pawn shop earlier, right? The pawn shop? Rune, don't tell me you were there. Yes, I, happened to overhear. I consider this a win for WLW, yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but there weren't any other customers, so I ended up hearing it all. Uwu. Hi, Uenigiri. Welcome. Good night, Sakyu. Eyes heavy, sleepy time for me. That's fair. Have good sleeps, Catman. And I hope I'll catch you tomorrow. She really does have no sense of life in her. This isn't exactly a good way to put it, but she's like a talking corpse. Dream of Katos. Yes, cat dreams. Have cat dreams, Catman. So, what exactly are you looking for? Right. We need to make preparations for a long journey back home. A map, some water, rations, a number of other things. Wow, you sure sound like travelers already. Alright then, I know quite a lot of great shops, so I'll do my best and show you around. Huh? Hey, wait, we need some sediment and clothes first. Hey, Ratona, hurry up, we're gonna go without you. How'd they... We sure got quite a lot, didn't we, Rotona? We kept well within our budget. We still have over 300 gala left. You know, actually, the townspeople here do me a lot of favors and stuff. So if there's anything else you need, feel free to let me know. You aren't pressed for time or anything, Rune? Oh, not at all. Today's my day off, so I'll be with you every step of the way. I'm the one who proposed the idea anyway. Please, don't hold back. What now, Rotona? We've just gotten about everything we need, right? No, we're missing some things. Huh? Have you forgotten our original plan? Oh. Sediment and clothes, right? Well, whatever. Rune. Yes? Are there any stores here that handle sediment? Sediment, you say? After having heard from the pawn shop owner, I think I have a fairly clear idea about how this whole area is like. Well, I do know a place that has them. But when it comes to something as precious as sediment, I don't think I can get you any VIP discounts. I'd probably set you back quite a lot. Ah, Tez, hello! You're making it rain as per your usual. Oh goodness. I will hydrate though, thank you, Tez. Hydrating, promise. How are you, by the way, Tez? I hope you're well. Hydrated. They don't think it'll be like this, but it do. I might. That's good. Not an issue. Just having just showing us the way would be more than enough. She's right. You've already helped us out so much. We'd feel bad asking for even more from you. But to get some water before playing some multiverses. I see. So it's your turn to hydrate as well. I hope you have fun playing multiverses, though. I've heard it's a lot of fun. Sadly, it's Windows only, so I can't even pretend to play. Is that so? Alright then. Well then, I guess I'll just help out a little bit. Please follow me. Question mark, question mark. Welcome. Oh my. Oh my, oh my. A trio of lovely ladies today. What a surprise. Hello. Good day to you. What may I do for you today? Is the manager here? The manager, you say? Sorry, but I need to know what your business here is. Oh, well, you know. Rune approached the salesperson and whispered in his ear, and suddenly... Mr. Zweist? No. Zevitz? Zevitz. I'm so sorry, I'll be right back. The salesperson's face turned pale and dashed into the back of the store. Forgive me for the delay. Even if that clerk didn't know any better, I apologize for his rudeness. No, he wasn't rude at all. Mr. Vods, my goodness, he should have contacted us earlier, that we could have prepared to welcome... Wait, aren't you... The manager inspects every detail on Rune's face. Oh, no, I'm here for a specific reason. A specific reason? Like a surprise inspection? The manager suddenly goes off on a tangent just by Rune mentioning a specific reason, but she quickly corrects him. No, I'm not here for that, not at all. Just what is with this conversation? I see now, so it's for your companions. We didn't mean to raise a ruckus here. I apologize if we caused you any trouble. Oh no, not at all. Any friend of Sir Veitz is as good as a business partner of ours. Business partner? Oh, Rotona, you wanted some class 4, right? Ah, yes, you're looking for sediment then. The class 4 sediment is somewhere in the storage. Please give me a moment. They've been fairly priced based on the current market value as well. Hey you, get the sediment. Have the guards open storage A. Understood. Well, ladies, instead of standing around here, why don't we head on inside to the VIP lounge? Eh? VIP lounge? Please, feel free to. Just pretend you're doing me a favor and letting me serve you to the fullest. Uh-huh. This sure turned into a pretty big deal, huh, Rotona? Yeah. I apologize for the long delay. Here were the cuts of Class 4 that you requested. I've also brought cuts of Class 3 to 1 as well. Please, take your time. Thank you. Such beautifully crafted cases. I'm sure the contents are even more valuable. Let's see about that. This is terrible. All the sediment looks like nothing but plain old rock. Sediment can be divided into two general categories. One kind has slowly absorbed the matter present in the ground over a long period of time. Natural sediment. It's practically just rock that's absorbed a mixture of all 5 kinds of mana: pyro, aqua, terra, aero, and void. The other kind is natural sediment, which has undergone a treatment process, allowing it to be filled with mana. These used in mana craft are referred to as crafter sediment. When referring to sediment, it's usually the latter. Once filled with mana, crafter sediment is ranked according to how much of the mana stored inside remains unchanged. For a low quality cut, such as class 3 or 4, mana put into the stone will change into another kind regardless of how pure it originally was. This is referred to as impurification. For example, even after filling a stone with 100% aqua mana, it might turn into an 80 to 20% mix of aqua and terra. Being exposed for a long time to the same type of mana will end up leaving it slightly aligned towards that type of mana. This makes achieving the required ratios for crafts harder, and no amount of processing will help, which is why the cost is lower. Hence, it's common practice that class 1 sediment is filled only with 100% purified mana when it's sold. Purified mana, not having any attribute, is the easiest to impurify. To prove that a cut of sediment is of a high level purity, filling it with purified mana is the fastest way to go about it. The sediment that the store managers refer to as Class 1 had some slight impurities in it. This normally would never be classified as Class 1. Probably closer to Class 2. Well, even putting all of that pretentious monologue aside. Not the best way to put it, but seeing the strange juxtaposition of exquisitely made cases like these stuffed with sediment with quality this poor, it's laughable. It's like stuffing a gold case full of a pile of acorns that some child picked off the ground. This one's the only one worth anything seems to be this class 3 cut. This appears to be the one most true to the given class. You have a keen eye for quality, miss. I'd expect nothing less from an acquaintance of Mr. Vods. Still, the commits on this cut are also strange. Just how did they process it for it to become like this? Sediment is processed in such a way that when filled with mana, the mana can be retained without seeping out. This process is referred to as a commit. The way it's tied off, so to speak, shows you the kind of character of whoever did the processing. Wow, that's amazing, Rotona. You can tell just by looking? Well, yes, to some extent. What's the price for this class 3? Oh, yes, here are our rates. Excuse me? That's a lot. This is on a totally different level. Huh? Really? I think the prices are pretty normal, though. I do believe these prices reflect the current market value. Now I see what the owner of the pawn shop meant. With prices like these, there's no way any normal shop could deal with this product. This class 2 here. What is with this strange commit? In the class 3 and this class 4, all their commits are just... Is there something wrong, ma'am? No, well, it seems like the same person formed the commits, but the way they're done is just... How should I explain it? It's complicated, I suppose. It's needlessly complex. Normally you wouldn't seal them up like this. You need to remove the commit in order to use them, so common practice is to tie them off as simply as possible. Exceptions do exist which are intentionally made complicated and difficult to use, however. Oh my, such an amazing insight. I'm truly in awe. Is something the matter? Those are prototypes formed by the latest compressor on the market. Their selling point is that their monocompression rate is double that of the previous models. But the commit ended up being incredibly complex. The seal being so complicated to remove makes it more difficult to operate. We have taken that into consideration and lowered the prices accordingly. However, these sediments will not be used for monocraft anyway. Most of our customers have mentioned that aspect does not need to be recreated so faithfully. Unless you mean to say you don't plan on simply admiring these, but you intend to use them. No, What's the matter? What exactly is a compressor? Huh? Well, it's a device that extracts mana from the mana stream and compresses it into sediment. A device? Do you mean say these commits were created by a machine? Well, yes. And what about it? So these sediments were not filled by actual humans? Ritona. Oh my. Oh, Ritona, that was a good one. Oh. What a provocative joke. Your delivery was just so realistic that I was completely taken aback. Real imported sediment for crofters' use is just far too great in value. And besides, in this day and age, you have all these rumors here and there. You're totally right on the money. Quite the avant-garde joke for a friend of the good sir, dear me. Good sir. Oh no! What? Yeep. Sorry, but we have to get going. Uh, what seems to be the matter? I'm so sorry, but I remembered we have an urgent errand to run. Anyway, if you'll excuse us. Hey, wait! What was that all of a sudden? What a scare. This is the second time today. Sorry, but the manager is pretty perceptive. Perceptive? Oh, it's nothing. Just talking to myself, please. Don't mind what I said at all. In any case, Renee, there must have been a better way to change the topic of the conversation. Well, yeah, but I'm just not really good when it comes to that kind of stuff. You're the type of person who can't tell a lie. You're a real enigma, you know that? Enigmatic? I sure hope you didn't mean enigmatic in a bad way. But really, that sentiment was just far too expensive. And how could we possibly buy some now? Uh, I apologize for that. I should have asked about your budget beforehand. Oh, no, sorry, I didn't mean it that way. There's nothing you need to apologize for at all. She's right, we're the ones imposing on you. But honestly, if that's expensive for you, then I don't think you'll be able to get any sentiment anywhere in town. When he said he studied the market for the prices, he was pretty right on the money. Is that so? This is a problem. I hope Selphine and I don't end up separated then. Anyway, putting that aside, Rune, do you mind if I ask you something? Yes. Wherever we go, everyone seems to know who you are. Are you some kind of celebrity in town or something? Huh? I noticed that too. That salesperson and manager immediately treated us differently after seeing you and hearing who you are. Are you from a well-to-do household here? Oh, no, not at all. Well, it's just that the work I do is a little special. Rather, it's not something I like to talk about, and it's a pretty unique way of making a living in this place. Special work that you'd rather not talk about with others. So I'm guessing you're a prostitute. Selphine. No, not even close. Heck, how did you even come to that conclusion in the first place? Huh? Well, it was just the first thing that came to mind. Ah, ahem. Hey, Rotona, are you okay? I'm choking on my own saliva. Good grief, the way you managed to make the connection just because the word unique makes you even more unique. Well, in any case, the sun's about to set. Oh, that's right, you wanted to hear about how it's like outside, didn't you? What, milady? Huh? Oh, but we still haven't finished all of your shopping. Once we get the last thing on the list, clothes, then we should go have some dinner. If you don't mind, then we can have it together. And I'll tell you all sorts of stories over that. Hey, you don't mind, do you, Ratona? Huh? No, I don't. Ugh. Are you serious? Really? I wouldn't want to intrude or anything. Of course, Sue, you aren't. It was a promise between us friends, right? Huh? Come on, Ratona, let's go. Huh? Okay. Friends? Uh, there's a signboard hung up at the front of the theater. It reads, Brooksfield Apparel, glad to be closed. They're glad to be closed, it seems. So they are. The sign sure gets on my nerves. So, it's a little too early to be closing up shop, isn't it? I'm sorry, we should have come here earlier. The stares from everyone around us as we were shopping were becoming too difficult to bear. We simply just stand out too much. There isn't a single person in town wearing a cloak. A black cloak is a necessity for a monocrafter, and is generally part of the most formal wear outfits. Furthermore, what I'm wearing now identifies me as a rural guardian, the most formal of such outfits. Delphine is wearing a peach-colored dress. It really sticks out. That I would not describe her dress as peach, but certainly what a princess would dress with. I should be alright for another night. Once we get into an inn, I could just scrub the clothes clean. Laundry is one thing, but I'd really like to take a nice hot bath. We did sleep outdoors last night after all. What should we do? Should we head into the inn first? No, there should be a lot of places to eat just nearby, right? It'll be a hassle to head back here anyway, so let's just have some food first. Yay! Yay, so she says. You sure are excited, Selphine. I'm so excited to try another country's cuisine. I was about to ask if she'd forgotten that we were swept away from our own country, but I restrained myself. We can just forget about everything that's happened, just for now. Why not? She'll end up remembering it all as we go to sleep anyway. About losing Hyde and her people. Had it just been Selphine and me today, I'm sure she wouldn't have been this bright and cheerful. I'm glad that Rene accompanied us today. Rene, your gelato looks delicious. Huh? Oh, it's very tasty. It's, cold and, red. What does the color have to do with the flavor? Now, you two, why are you spoiling your appetites just before dinner? On the way, the two were enjoying ice cream they purchased from a vendor who had a frozen treats stand. To be specific, Selphine's was milk-flavored, and Rune's was strawberry. 'Cause we're hungry. I suppose that's true. At least she has an appetite. Well then, I guess we should have some dinner. Yeah, I'm super hungry. Alright then, where would you like to eat? I want to eat something nice and hot. Something hot? If that's the case. Yune, eh? She's a real mystery. We only just met, but I can't help but feel totally relaxed around her. A person this free of malice is certainly a rarity. Ah, whoa. Oh no, I dropped my ice cream. I'm not gonna think about the way she's just slightly off that makes me suspicious of her motives. I'm not. Is something troubling you, Rotona? You've been making a pained expression. No, that's... sorry. Yeah? What's this all about all of a sudden? Ugh. Good evening, ladies. Just as we were conversing, a barker approached us. Aville's Tavern got discounts this whole week. Stop by and have a look if you like. Eifel's Tavern, huh? It's just a tavern at the edge of town. Pretty famous since a long while back. A tavern. Ergo, a bar. A place for drinks. And we just got some new ale up on tap. And to celebrate, we've got everything at 30% off. Ritona, did you hear that? 30%. 30 whole percent. 38%. She's something one would never expect to hear from a princess who lived in a royal palace all her life. Well, we can't buy any sentiment, but we have more than enough money to get food. Why don't we go to a more typical restaurant instead of a tavern? That is true. And that place has Quite the peculiar atmosphere. Well then, take this. He hands Rune a small slip of paper. A special coupon reserved only for lovely ladies such as yourself. Another 20% off. Half off everything. Tavern, forward march. What? You fall for it just because of a discount? She's never lived a life of wanting, so just where does the sense of chasing savings come from? You weren't raised to be like this. Haha, Ritana, you just sound like her mom. Tavern, forward, march. Something seems pretty up for it, so why don't we just take a look at least? Would you like me to show you the way? Well, it's a pain to think any further. I'll just let Selphine take the reins on this one. Oh boy. After a short walk, we emerge in a decidedly darker, dingier part of town. The ambience of this entire place contrasted starkly with the central district of town, where we stopped to earlier in the day. There was a slight air of danger that wafted around. I wouldn't even think of passing through an alleyway, even if it was a shortcut to some place. This place had that dark, desolate feel to it. Whoa, looks like things are getting pretty interesting. I wouldn't say interesting is the right word for this place. Rune suddenly walks ahead of us. Milady, are you sure you want to have your dinner in a place like this? What's wrong with it? What's wrong, you say? Doesn't anything come to mind just looking around? Scary, for one. Scary? I see. Not really, no. I mean, you're here with me. What's wrong, Ritona? It's nothing. Just, you might want to exercise a little more caution is all. It'll be fine. I doubt Rune will bring us anywhere dangerous. Besides, even if something does happen, you're right here by my side. We'll be alright. Goodness gracious. After 10 or so minutes, we arrive at an absurdly large building. Here we are. This is Ivel's Tavern. We follow after Rune, pushing the doors open and... Whoa, hey Ritona. Look, it's like super amazing. It certainly is. I'm awestruck. Ivel's Tavern. The huge wooden structure has an aroma of smoke and wood chips drifting through the air. It's just like one of those taverns you hear of in fairy tales. Whoa, Ritona, what is all this? Selphine squatted down and stared at what lay spread out all across the floor. The floor was covered in some kind of sawdust or shelves of some sort, leaving the original floor completely concealed. It sure is a pretty interesting place, right? Have a look at that. Rene pointed towards the middle of the building. What? That's enormous. The interior of the structure extended all the way to 3 whole stories, resembling a coliseum of sorts. A spiral staircase using a large tree as its motive extended all the way to the top floor. The stairs were used for delivering orders and such. Is that a real tree? Now that I look at it again, the large tree's canopy reaches all the way to the top and acts as the ceiling for the uppermost floor. You wouldn't notice it until you get a closer look, but you can see the night sky through the gaps between the leaves of the tree. It is indeed. This entire place is constructed around this tree. That's amazing. Marvelous. Truly marvelous, isn't it, Ritona? But what are they gonna do when it rains? I was just thinking about that too. The interior was lined with casks and casks of alcohol. This seemed to reach all the way to the 3rd floor. Did the casks serve as some kind of divider? Try befuddling architectural design. This place is one of Kadia's main attractions. The brewery of Ivel's is responsible for producing 60% of all liquor in Sector 3. Brewery, you say? Behind those casks is the brewery, separate from the tavern itself. Is that so? Suddenly. Hey, everyone, listen up! We hear a voice from above, resonating through the entire tavern, and the entire place falls silent. As we look up, we see a man standing on the railing of the second floor, a glass of beer in hand. Today I finally got myself canned from Merc. Now I don't ever have to see that damned boss man ever again. Time for a celebratory drink. All of you bastards in the tavern, your next drink's on me, good old Hertzwan. A flurry of cheering roars throughout. Hey, ain't that boss man of yours your old man? You're damn right he is, that stupid old coot. And I bet you're gonna be begging to head back tomorrow or the day after. Oh, bite me, like how I'm gonna do that. Keep it coming, Hertzvan. Here's to more free booze. Sure, more free booze for ya. Just give me a job first. Hey, if you got fired, just how the hell are you gonna pay for all the booze we're giving out? Well, of course I sure as hell can't, you numbskull. Looks like I'm washing dishes for ya for a month. Wow, Hertzman, you're such a generous gent. Oh, that's so? Then why don't you marry me? Over my dead body. Everyone laughed up a storm. Alright, bottoms up, everyone. Every single person in the tavern goes woohoo as they share a hearty toast. The cheers roared with intensity that shook you to your very core. This place sure is something. That's just how this place is. So I suppose for you two, it might be a little... Well, I'm already used to it, so I don't mind. But Selfie might not yet be ready for a place like this. We ought to find a quieter place. I love it. What? Oh no. She's got that sparkle in her eyes. Matilda, let's get here, okay? It looks so fun here. But if some kind of trouble popped up, Waiter, I'd like a table for 3, please. In an instant, Celphine vanishes from my sight. Oh yes, ma'am. I'm a little busy here, so you could just seat yourselves in a booth inside? Aye. Wait, Celphine. What, really? We're eating here? Good grief. A penchant for merrymaking must run in the Rusing Hide blood. Just what do you plan to do if something happens? I whispered to Celphine. Huh? We'll be fine. I mean, everyone's having so much fun. That doesn't even make any sense. I really love places like these. It's so fun, warm, and cozy. King Vala also had this side to him. He didn't place any distance between himself and his people. The king was close to his citizens. On the surface, you'd think it was a wonderful, charming thing. However, things weren't actually that simple. Royalty must always stand atop others. Without a strong charismatic presence, the citizenry will become uneasy. A king who's friendly with his citizens is nothing but the stuff of fantasy. From what I've heard, King Vala was quite troubled with this during his youth. There has to be an appropriate distance between a leader and his followers, otherwise that relationship will cease to be. Sooner or later, Celphine has to come to that realization as well. Should I caution her? I take a quick glance at Celphine besides me. Num. Celphine stuffed her mouth with walnuts, looking happy but oh so undignified. Yum, this stuff is pretty good. Retona, this stuff is pretty good. Num. Don't get so happy over a bunch of walnuts. A hamster is in our midst. A princess like her is enjoying something so pedestrian. Num. Celphine had such a carefree smile on her face, more so than usual. She sure is nuts for those. Celphine, your face looks so funny. Rune laughs. Delish. And Celphine laughs along with her. Oh, you can just toss the shells onto the floor. Whoa, I see. So all the stuff on the floor is those shells. That's pretty cool, isn't it, Rotona? Magnificent. Well, never mind. Just having fun anyway. Really, though, it's been so long since I've come here. Did you come here regularly before? Nope, just once a while back. Is that so? Well, I suppose that makes sense. These kind of places don't suit you at all either, Rune. Eh? You think so? This isn't the kind of place a girl all by herself would go to. Well, I suppose that is true. Oh, right. How do we even order food? Point taken. You look at the menu and choose from there. Everything that's being served here is written in there. Renee hands me a thick booklet placed on the edge of the table. Whoa, it's so thick. What is this? These drawings are pretty impressive. The menu had numerous drawings of some of the dishes. It's not watercolor. It looks somewhat like graphite lead, but there's color. This is the outer pole, so they couldn't have used Mana to make these either. Just what kind of drawing technique did they employ to come up with such realistic pictures? The level of detail present in these drawings is beyond what the human hand can achieve. Those aren't drawings, but what we call photographs. Photographs? Yes. Actually, do you not have menus where you come from? How do you order things then? Huh? Well, we, normally was set up such that whenever you enter the establishment, a craft line would be activated. From the line, a list of ingredients would flow into your conscious. Just by entering the shop, you would have already known everything they serve. There'd be no point in leaving these bundles of paper at every table. A menu, eh? Pretty inefficient way of doing things. But they have no choice. There's no mana here. That is, something similar to this. We have a lot of small establishments from where we are. There's usually a large display board hung just above the kitchen. Apparently that's how it was like before the advent of Comcraft. I've only ever seen mock-ups of it, though. Huh? These cultural differences sure are interesting, huh? Even with something as simple as this. Yeah, our countries definitely are different from each other. Now, what should we eat? I can't sense a single. I can. Blah, 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 blah. I can feel a strange aura from beside me. What in the. Something looks completely different. Her eyes are so fixed to the menu, with an expression more serious than I've ever seen. Could it be? I say those eyes are ones able to see things that no normal person could see. Stern, dignified, clear eyes. The eyes of royalty. Has she finally awakened? But why now? Why here? What's the matter, my lady? I feel her gaze pierce my very being. What's wrong, Selphine? Ritona. Rune. Yes? I... Gulp. I can't read this menu. Well, I suppose that much was obvious. We relied on Rune this entire time, so I didn't realize it until now. But we can't actually read the language. Ariel Rotom can only interpret what is audible, not written. Miss Selphine? If you just told me, then I would gladly help you read, so please, don't make such a scary face. Okay, thanks. Selphine doesn't even notice. Renee's gone totally pale from seeing her expression. I'll take everything. No, you won't. Absolutely not. Everything looks so delicious, I can't decide. Just how much do you plan to eat? You're gonna get fat. Ugh, I'll be fine. I'm already this hungry. That's no excuse. But we're telling to look. Everything just looks so tasty. That doesn't mean we can just order every single thing. Oh, then how about ordering this sampler then? It has many of the items in the menu, but in bite-sized portions. I'll take that then. I'd like something easy on the stomach. Is there anything like that? A dish that's easy to digest. Well, there's really just soup, I suppose. Then I'll go with that. A line of servers brought out each and every single dish on the menu to our table. Wow, this looks amazing. Selfing's order of samplers completely covers the entire table. This is quite a lot of food. Can she even finish all this? It looks delicious. Mind your manners, seriously. Oh, come on. Lighten up, Rotona. It's time to get some grub. Selphine is getting so excited that her persona is already giving way. You two are just too funny. Don't tell me. You're actually traveling entertainers? Funny? Absolutely not. Oh, Rotona, are you alright with just soup? Is that gonna be enough for you? Yes, I'd like something light for tonight. It might be because the flow of mana here is weak, but I have no appetite. Rotona, if you don't eat anything, you won't get any energy. I realize that, milady. But honestly, I just can't get rid of this feeling of languidness. I don't particularly feel bad, but it's like the chill you'll feel right before a strong fever sets in. The bones of your very bones weakening. Oh, right. They said the discounts were to celebrate the new ale, right? How about we try some of that? What? Rotona, are you alright with ale? That's a mighty fine question there, Rune. No need to hide anything now. Rotona here can match her drink with any man, even one bigger than he. I panic and cover Selphine's mouth. I'd rather she not say too much. Hermth? Rotona, are you a heavy drinker? No, not in the slightest. Indeed she is. Rotona's a real aficionado of alcohol. Selphine escapes my grasp and proclaims that in a loud voice. There's no need to shout. Well then, we really should order some. Here they say that the alcohol is the best medicine. I'm sure it'll help you feel better. And Ivel's Tavern's ale is really famous. I didn't mean to do that. I've always wanted to try it myself, too. Is it really alright for me to do something so imprudent? Excuse me, waiter. We'll take 2 steins of your new ale. Wait, since since when were you the one in charge of ordering? How sly. And I'll have a glass of pomegranate juice. You got it. Just a moment. Pomegranate juice is good. In less than 10 seconds, he casually pours beer into a couple of steins. Starting off with some ale, ladies. You all look pretty young, too. We heard that the new brews always sell out quickly, so we figured we ought to have a head start. You sure did. And they're nice and cold thanks to our new aqua box. Enjoy. Okay, let's toast to our new friendship. I drink to that. The 3 of us clink our glasses together. Oh, this is good. Really good. There are very few places where you can get brew this good in Rugenheid. Wonderful. It's the first time all day that I've seen you relax like this. It is? Have I been on edge all day? You were totally serious the whole day. Is that so? I must have been more tired than I realized. Phew, that was delicious. It sure was. Perhaps because of the ale, I was able to eat much more than I thought I could. Well then, let's settle the bell and head back to the... What the... That sounded like a lot of glassware shattering nearby. Eek. What's going on? Please wait here, you two. I'll leap out of my seat and head towards the sound. You better keep your word. That's what a real man does, right? Right? Don't give me that bull about being a man when you can't even pay for your own damn drink, you mooch. That hurt swan fellow from earlier was quarreling with a man much larger than him. The hell you say to me, you little smash? The man smashed a wooden table twice as thick as his arm in two, like it was nothing. What is with that man? A subject. Both of you, please stand back. Perfect timing. I always wanted to see how this body of mine is gonna work on a living, breathing person. What? What the heck? The man pulls out a cask from the packed wall using just one hand without breaking a sweat. And then... Hey, what are you up to? Hey! He lifts the cask up overhead. Its size even larger than his entire body. Is that a cask full of alcohol? It was a surreal scene. So surreal that the jeering bystanders were all silenced. Don't tell me you're gonna hurl that thing at me. Are you gonna kill a man over some lousy tab? Yeah, I will. I'll teach you to just run your mouths off. Hey you, what the hell are you do- Shut up! He flung an empty stool in the air as he was shouting in response. The heavy bar stool zoomed through the air in a straight line. The waiter just barely managed to dodge the stool, which quickly smashed into the wall behind him, breaking apart into pieces. If y'all don't want to die, then back the hell off. Retona, I am working on it. Damn, the band of the air is too thin, and I can't get the synergy right. I just have to do this with my own mana. Please, make it in time. I'm making to refine any internal purified mana into Terra and Pyro. The right ratio, the right timing, the right synergy. Terra, Pyro, materialization, polishing, cooling. Stop screwing around. You can still stop this. Calm the hell down. Finished. I leap off the ground. Please, let me get there in time. Then suddenly, running your mouth got you into this mess, you little piece of... A shadow flies through the corner of my eye. Warg. Crash. For a moment, I couldn't tell what exactly happened. Hertzman had vanished from in front of me. In his place was... Rune! Rune's body, flying from the impact of being struck by the cask. Huh? What the heck just... You bastard! I use a nearby table as a launching pad and jump. Using all of my strength, I swing my sword downwards. And the sword met no resistance. It was a clean slice. The cask was cleaved in two, spilling ale all over the tavern. What the... Oh, just what? I can read, so goods. The man loses his balance and falls flat on his rear. What the hell, you what? His eyes are fixated on the strange object pointed at his throat. A transparent sword? This glass sword can cut through even metal. Your neck is nothing in comparison. It'll cut easily through it like a hot knife through butter. Listen, I'm only gonna say this once. Don't move. Why, you little... He screams at me with hate, but our match is already over. As I've got his neck pinned to the ground, the chattering of his boots against the floor tells me all I need to know. Rune! Milady, how's Rune? Oh. A reaction. Allie? Rune, are you okay? I'll patch you up in a sec, okay? Wait, what? Oh, sorry, I must have tripped. You tripped? What's wrong? There isn't a single scratch on her. What? Are you sure you're fine? Rune just rose to her feet without a single mark or bruise. I'm fine, really. I just tripped a little. Oop, I'm alive. I'm glad you're alive. No, that's impossible. I'm 100% A-okay. Just look at me, perfectly healthy. Hey, you three, wait a minute. Dang, really, thanks for the help back there. If you girls weren't around, I'd be pushing up daisies by now. No, I didn't do a thing. Save your gratitude for this girl. Oh no, I didn't do anything either. I just happened to be around and then I accidentally tripped. Thank you for the head pat, Sufumichu. This girl, she's still terrible at lying. Wait, aren't you? He takes a close look at Rune. Nah, that can't be. It's nothing. Never mind. Well, anyway, seriously, thanks. Please, could y'all let me do something to return the favor? Oh my, you don't need to, really. Wait, On your shirt, does that read Grokvil's Apparel? Heck yeah, it does. The name's Hertzman of Grokvils, second generation owner of Grokvils Apparel. So you are. Then that's perfect timing. Huh? What do you mean? Well, actually, Rina explained our predicament to Hertzvan. So as you can see, these two girls really stand out, so we've been looking for a new set of clothes. Oh, is that it? Then leave it to me. I'll stitch up some clothes even nicer than what my old man could ever put out. Come with me. Wait, we're going right this moment? It's fine, right? The night's still young. Let me do this much, okay? Besides, you'd rather have this done as soon as you can, right? Well, that is true. which is how he's gonna tailor while drunk. Gotta strike while the iron's hot, and I'm in the mood. You let me do this tonight, I'm not even gonna ask you what these are for. Once tomorrow hits, and I'll be all sobered up, and my curiosity's just gonna get the better of me, you know? That's just ridiculous. Wow, you'll make clothes for us? I sure as hell I am. You girls are my saviors. These outfits are gonna be the best I make yet. Cute. Oh, wow, Ratona, look! This fabric feels really good. Oh, this is quite... Wow, you two look fantastic. Of course they do. What do you think I am? I was totally taken unawares. Hertz Van Sterling was second to none. Anyways, I made him nice and simple like you asked me to, but... These models using the clothes are just too beautiful that they stand out anyway. Hertzman keeps looking back at Selphine as he tilts his head. Yay, he said I'm a great model. Well, of course. She was born to a king said to be the most handsome of the land, and a queen blessed with both looks and intelligence. If she weren't beautiful, I'd be filing a complaint to Mother Nature herself. Still, though, miss. Do you mean me? How do you like your outfit? I can't say it's the most original color palette I've ever tailored up. Black on black with a shade of gray. But you're quite the looker yourself. Don't you want to put on a little more color? I think it'll look great on you. No, I'm fine with this. The color black has a tendency to absorb mana. As mana is absorbed into your clothing, it becomes easier to feel the levers of mana around you. Levers? I can read good. For battle crafters who can start and finish a craft in a split second, it isn't rare that wearing black can tip the outcome of a battle. Mana crafters always have to keep that function in mind for their clothing. Putting on cloaks, though, that sounds pretty 30 years old, you two. Do you think so? I think they look really cute. No, I see. Thanks for letting me know then. Well, pretty young ladies like yourselves really are the best for modeling this stuff. Modeling for what? Trends, fashion, it's always a changin'. The fact that you girls like this kind of look... Wait. The fact that you girls like this kind of look is proof that it'll be the in thing again soon. You got a point there. Boy, oh boy, it's been a long time since I've done up outfits this pretty. It feels great. Thank you so much, Mr. Hertzfahn. Anytime. Wait, weren't you fired? Can we just waltz in here and do all this? Yeah, it's fine. The old coot just says whatever he wants to. She's gotta learn to let it go, otherwise he ain't gonna last. What happened between you two? He's not something real crazy to me. Insane. Absurd. Totally not something you'd ever say to your own flesh and blood son. Family business, huh? It's not something that will always go smoothly. What did he say to you? He told me not to drink while I'm on the job. That's a reasonable request. That sounds perfectly rational to me. You were clearly in the wrong there. I was sailing up some suits for a bro's wedding. It's like the rule that you drink to celebrate good times. There is no such rule. Yo, Hertzman, you okay from earlier? Sorry, ladies, just give me a moment here. Hertzman sets aside and begins to converse with the couple who passed by. The fabric here makes it so easy to move. Indeed. You two look really great in these outfits. Those outfits. He really wasn't joking. The materials he used are fantastic. The qualities of the cloth is just as good, maybe even better than my normal wear outfit. I wonder how much this would have cost us if we were gonna pay. What's with that dry laugh? I took a look at the store's price list earlier. How much would have this been? You know what they say, ignorance is bliss. Was it that expensive? Just who is this Hertzfahn fellow? Sorry about that, ladies. Was that your friend? Yeah, well, he's just a guy I bump into sometimes in Iceville. Hey, Hertzfahn, I heard you picked a fight in the tavern. Is that true? Huh? It wasn't a big deal. Don't put too much worry on my fragile little heart now, okay? Worry you? Me? Again, Hertzfahn heads over to converse with the lady who passes it by. Aw, Rune, yeah. I actually don't know entirely what you're responding to. Whoops. Oh well. Oh, if you say so then. Come on, no need to pout like that. We'll just sit over there sometime for dinner next time. Just the two of us. What do you say? Not a chance. Not even a chance? Well, if you insist. Heck yeah, I do. I'm up for it any time. After they finish talking, the lady leaves. Sorry for bailing again. You sure know a lot of people. We're the only place here that tailors up formal outfits. When you've been doing it for this thing, you and your customers are practically best buddies. Hertzvan takes out a flask of alcohol and swirls it around, inhaling the vapors. Don't you think you've been drinking too much? You should slow your pace a little. It's fine, I gotta do this. This is part of my job, too. Drinking is a part of your job? Yeah, for sure it is. The city needs a village idiot, a class act, someone to bring on the laughter. What do you mean by that? Everyone in the city's tired, exhausted. There are these here parts every day there's news about how mana-related sicknesses are spreading, or how the outer poles borders are shrinking. It just gets to you. Everyone's on edge. The borders of the outer pole are shrinking? Never heard of that phenomenon before. Actually, now that you mention it, we haven't heard any good information about that in a while. But ladies, it's times like these, tough times, that people have to laugh, to smile. We gotta enjoy every single day we're on this planet. Mr. Hartzvan? What? I don't think... I think that you're a fantastic person. This ain't nothing. I just love my booze. Hartzvan laughed up a storm. Anyways. Thanks. No way, really? It's pretty interesting, isn't it? Oh, and food. Farming and agriculture are just booming back in my country. That's incredible. I know, right? Just amazing, really. Exactly. Your homeland seems like such a fun place. I'm so envious. You're from such a wonderful place. Why would you want to leave just to travel? Well... oh, did I say something I shouldn't have? Let's just say we have some things to deal with. To put it another way, we're not so much traveling as we were making our way back home. We didn't intend for this to happen. Oh, I'm sorry for bringing that all up. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I've never even been to San Drizda myself, but from what I hear, the continent's pretty far away, isn't it? Yes, it is. It's on the complete opposite side of the planet. There isn't a place farther than that. Curses. It's the age of exploration right now. While it may sound like the perfect time to adventure, the truth is that all the other nations are busy trying to protect and expand their own territories. It's utter chaos. Honestly, we need to get back home as soon as we can, but we're in a bind. We're absolute novices at traveling, so we don't even know how long the journey will take. Does that mean I've done nothing but get in your way as I was dragging you all over town? Not at all. It's nothing to be concerned about at all, Rune. We're only able to gather this much in supplies with the amount of money we had thanks to Rune, after all. She's right. We're really grateful to you, Rune. So hold your head up high, okay? Okay. Cutes. Well, thanks very much for everything today. No, the gratitude is all ours. Thanks so much for helping us out today, Rune. I share her sentiments. You have my gratitude, Rune. Oh, I know. Hey, Rune. Well, what is it? Vilsirol. Huh? Okay, you do this. Sylphine sticks her hand out with her thumb and pinky spread out, while the other three fingers are kept together. Rune mimics Sylphine's gesture, and they do a rough and Shiles Rugsian Hyde style handshake. Good job, Rune. What was that? Vilsiriol. I don't know. It's a greeting we say in our country's native language. It means luck be with you. Ritona. With every encounter, luck is part of the beginning and of the end. It's one of the traditional sayings we have from our country. Whenever you meet or say goodbye to someone, you tell them, Vilsirol. Selphine. This has been the best, funnest day I've ever had in my entire life. Your kindness brings me to tears. Oh, don't exaggerate. Ritona. visceral to you too. Yeah, visceral. I shake her hand. Very wholesome. She sure cries easily. Well, the sun's totally set now. We can walk you back. Yeah? Did you just say yeah? It's alright. I'm fine. No need to worry about me. I don't think anyone in the city would even think of doing stuff to me, like kidnapping or whatever. Anyway, moving on. Yes? Will you two be leaving town by tomorrow? That's the plan, tomorrow morning. Is that so? Why do you ask? What about evening? No, noon. Could you please wait for me until noon? Hey, Ritona, you awake? I am. What do we do tomorrow? Do you mean about Rune? There's something I'd like to give you. I don't think she has any hidden intentions. I've kept an eye on her behavior all day today, and she seems to be genuinely doing this out of kindness. Of course she is. Ritona, you've always been so suspicious of everyone. I'm your guardian, after all. She's treated like an occupational disease. I know. We've been together for so long, right? I wonder what she wants to give us, though. Well, shall we extend our stay to just noontime tomorrow, then? Of course. We've managed to make a friend. Who knows what the next time we'll meet will be. I can understand what you're feeling exactly. She certainly had her peculiarities, but I've grown rather fond of Rune as well. Who wouldn't? Even though we need to get back to Rugzenheide as soon as we can, I can figure another few hours wouldn't hurt. There's another reason why we need to leave this place as soon as we can, however. This place, the Outer Pole, is called that because it's beyond the reach of the mana streams emanating from the 4 mana poles. Yeah, I know that much. And it's because there's so little mana that sediment costs so much, right? Indeed. By the way, how are you feeling right now? Huh? Well, I guess I'm pretty tired. We did do quite a lot of walking and all. And that's not what I meant. It's true that we expended quite a lot of our stamina. However, the exhaustion you're feeling stems primarily from the lack of mana. What? Our bodies are not accustomed to land with this little mana. It's akin to a place that doesn't have enough oxygen. Eh? Is that dangerous? It'll be quite taxing on your body, but it's nothing life-threatening. What is dangerous, however, is that your body will acclimatize to the lack of mana. Is like a bad thing? Don't you think it's rather strange? Apart from special areas like these, mana is present all throughout the planet. If the mana present in the area is so lacking that it's obstructing your way of life, then you can just move somewhere else. So why don't the people of the Outer Pool do the same? Oh. The reason is simple. Even if they wanted to, they can't leave. Hi, welcome, Spooky. How's it going? How was work? Why not? Being raised in a land rich with mana, staying for a short while in a place that has much less of it isn't too difficult. Ugh. Meh. That's fair. Our bodies will eventually get used to the small amount of mana, and we can continue with our lives as normal. However, the opposite of that is not possible. Why not? A person's mana system develops in the first 6 to 9 months of their life, based on the concentration of mana of their surroundings. This process determines their eternal absolute limit for storing mana. For the rest of that person's life, their body will continue to take in mana from the atmosphere according to this limit. However, for people who were born and raised in the Outer Pole, this limit is as good as 0. Their bodies cannot metabolize mana. For someone like that were to go to a place with an incredibly high concentration of mana, there's a phenomena where the mana present in the air forces itself into the body. Seeing as this mana cannot be metabolized by the body, do you know what it is to the body? It's poison. Yes. In other words, mana shock occurs. Oh no. But maybe they could just slowly get used to more and more mana. Even if they weaken their mana consumption rate, it's said that it's something that can't be trained up. The fact that there are no people leaving this Outer Pole is proof of this. For those who've grown up with mana, there's no resource more valuable. But for those who have no connection to it, there isn't anything there isn't a thing more dangerous. It's similar to taking a fish that can only live in fresh water and suddenly tossing it into salt water. And that is the other reason as to why we need to leave as soon as possible. This is only based on what I've heard, but our bodies can only last for 5 days. We absolutely cannot spend any longer than that in the outer pole. If we don't take care, then we may be forever confined to this place. Knowing all this, do you still intend to wait till noon tomorrow? I'll wait. Very well then. Once we've gotten back to Riesenheid, I was gonna send Rune an invitation and ask her to come over and visit us. But with Mana shock and all, that's not possible, is it? No, it's not. Then that means our meeting tomorrow with her is our last. We've only known each other for a really short time, but that doesn't change the fact that Rune is my friend. Because if I can't even treasure my friends, then being able to treasure the people of my country would be impossible for me. Sorry, Ritona. I know I'm being selfish and that I'm dragging you along into more danger. Nonsense, milady. Your will is mine. Really, I'm so sorry. Don't be. I think your sentiment is truly, truly admirable. Please, trust your discernment. I'll stand by your decision, no matter what. Okay, it's on to the next day, so I'm going to make a nice little save. And we are going to take a nice little break. Yeah. Oh, the music stopped. Y'all. At least the music isn't too important. But it'll be kind of weird for random pauses in music in the VOD. Whatever. Okay, it is break time. Let me pull up my timer thingy. Indeed. My stream timer. There it goes. But yes, it shall be a breaky time. I will break for 10 minutes. Then we'll be right back and maybe complete the rest of the game. I don't know. We'll just have to see how far we get. I don't know how long we'll be. I feel like this could stand to be a smidge louder. Well, a little, no. It was fine the way it was. Okay, anyways, I am back. Hope you guys stood up and stretched a little bit, especially if you've been here since the beginning, or more or less the beginning. It's been almost 3 total hours, damn. But, let's get right back into it then. She's late. It's 12:20. Well, let's wait a little longer. Just a little longer. And if she still doesn't come... Are you two selfing in Retona? We turn around to find a tall man standing behind us. My full attention focuses straight on his eyes. They were sharp, almost combative, and weren't the kind to just let anyone get close to him. Maybe he was born with them? Maybe it's Maybelline. Just what kind of life would one have lived to get such a sad gaze like that? Oh, I can think of plenty of things, but, And you are? My name is Rudos Weitz, CEO of this Vice No. I suppose that title means nothing to the likes of you two. Long story short, I'm Sarah's owner. Sarah? Owner of Sarah? Is that some kind of store? And that's the thing that was accompanying you the night before. Last night? Do you mean the girl we were with yesterday? Rune? What? Upon hearing the name, his face stiffens up. Calling itself Rune now, is that right? Yes she was. Rita lets out an exasperated sigh. Let's get one thing straight. I don't know what lies that thing has told you, but what you spent the entirety of yesterday with is without a doubt Sarah. Could you please stop addressing Rune as if she were a thing? What's wrong with referring to an object as an object? Oh god, it's about slavery? I'm not sure that's exactly where that's going. But I guess still slavery, cause sentient being, but eh. Why you? I glared at him with intent to intimidate. Just what do you want with us? Oh, is that so? Rita seems to have come to a conclusion of sorts as he suddenly approaches me straight on. As we stand right across each other, the difference in height becomes glaringly obvious. I only just came up to his chin. I don't know about that. Like his chin is here. That's nose level for you. Owning a sentient being is kind of slavery. Listen. You know damn well what I mean. I instinctively got myself into a defensive stance. And then... Your eyes are absolutely exquisite. Time stops. My body is frozen still. I break out in cold sweat all over my body. Their lush brilliance, the deep colors of your irises, such splendid eyes, as if they were radiant to a faint glow of light. There was nothing more than cringe-worthy cliched lines, one after another. Or it should have, had the gaze in his eyes started staring at me. Or it should have, had the gaze in his eyes staring straight at me not been swirling full of hatred and anger. Retona. I see. I heard you were travelers, but for you to have been outsiders... Excuse me. What do you want from us? So be it. Rito distanced himself again from us. Just who is this man? There has to be a limit to how far you can take xenophobia. Ritona, are you okay? I'm fine. That just caught me by surprise, that's all. Back to the topic at hand. What on earth did you tell Sarah? I can't imagine what could inspire her to take such unexplainable actions. Now, just a moment here. I'm telling you that girl we were with yesterday was Rune. If you're gonna keep insisting she's Sarah, then we'd like to see some proof. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to explain everything just for you. Let's put it this way. I'm just her overseer. You're Rune's overseer? You haven't been making sense at all this entire time. This morning, we found Sarah leaving my company's mines with sediment on its person. What? Mine? We're currently evacuating it. Sarah must have thought we wouldn't notice it taking some Class 4 sediment. Stealing from the mines, just to give it to people like you, outsiders. What is it thinking, I swear? Evacuating. Well, it's just that the work I do is a little special. It's a pretty unique way of making a living in this place. Don't tell me. No way. Rune is a mine worker? Just how slow do you have to be? Look, Rune does not exist. Okay, look, whatever we were with yesterday, Sarah, was it? Is she a laborer in the monomine? She is, and what of it? This is an outrage. Are you insane? Working in a monomine with that frail, dainty body, she can possibly be doing this of her own will. Own will? There's no such thing. I gave it orders and it carries them out. That's all there is to it. Do you mean to say she's a slave? What? Are you treating Rune as a slave? Does this country still practice slavery? This is just too much. You say that you made friends with Sarah, but for her to not have told you something so important, considering you're friends, you ought to be exasperated. Please answer me. Is Rune a slave under your position? Selphine. That's a preposterous question. My time isn't worth having to educate people who misconstructed this entire situation, like you, from the very beginning. And I have little to gain once you do understand. So you got out of your way to meet us, but you won't even tell us anything? Now, don't you look so disappointed. I came here to pay you back for your time. As he speaks to us, he takes out a finely shaped sediment from his pocket. The sediment was as clear as glass, without a single impurity. Class 1 sediment. Considering how much sediment costs in the outer pole, one has to wonder how much this would cost. You two wanted some sediment, am I right? Here, I kept you waiting, so take this. No, thank you. Rather than that, we'd like to hear the full story behind all this. That's too much trouble, so I'll just skip to the end. Rune is not a slave. The two weren't even remotely comparable. To make things clear and simple, it broke the company's rules. As we've taken the best steps possible to make sure that this doesn't happen again, if you want any more information beyond that, then conduct your own investigation. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? What happened to Rune? No, Sarah. And why do you have to concern yourselves with that? Because she's our friend. Selphine immediately responds in a loud voice, her patience seeming to have run dry. Rune stole some sediment. That's the issue here, right? Then I'll just pay you back for it. Don't do anything to Rune. And here I was wondering what you had to say. You do realize this entire incident happened because you don't have the money to actually pay for sediment, right? Well, that may be the case for us right now, but once we return home... You're telling me to trust someone who I've only just met? This isn't something you can solve with just your emotions. Ruto once again begins to walk away. Wait! I'm a monocrafter. Ritona. If you give me any empty sediment, I can fill it with purified mana. With stones the size that you're holding, I can easily top up 10, even 20 of them. Well, how about that? Will we still have a problem? You're a rather desperate girl, especially for you to make such remarks in a public place like this. And here I thought you had your head on straight. I suppose I overestimated you. Well, come on. Purified matter from a human. That's an extremely valuable resource in these parts, right? I'd say it's quite a good deal. Good grief. How utterly naive. Look, let me share some insight with you. When it comes to crime and punishment, the system does not exist simply to fix the crime. It must be a system that can reform the behavior and psyche of whoever committed the crime. Apologies and reparations are just a byproduct. A formality, in other words, nothing more. Isn't there anything? Anything at all we can do? Nothing. The fact that I, the victim of this matter, haven't demanded anything from you means that the matter's already been solved. I simply came here so I could hear your side of things, but it doesn't look like there's any point in that. But, more importantly, both of you had better not forget about this mana shock. Idle around here long enough, you won't be able to leave the outer pole. Especially you with red eyes. Based on the glow in your eyes, I'd say you have 3 days left here. Excuse me? I'm talking about mana shock. You're from the outside, right? There's no way you don't know about it. You can find out that much just by looking into someone's eyes? Who is this man? Leave. That is the best course of action for you right now. Well, if you want to end up being unable to leave the outer pole for the rest of your life, then that's a different story. Rita finally parts from us, leaving behind that final sardonic remark. What do you think, Rotona? Rotona? I don't know. Selfing continues to stare in the direction that Rudo left, her face showing her refusal to accept the outcome. It's natural. Even I can't accept this. So, Rune is a slave? I'm not sure. Rita's explanation was extremely vague, as if he was intentionally speaking in circles to obscure something. Rotona. Yes? I was wondering what my father would have done if he were in our place, but I'm struggling to find an answer. Slavery. I've only ever heard about it in stories. If King Bavala were here. Ooh, boy. Options! Fuck yeah. I'm gonna make use of my poll system, cause fuck making decisions myself. I'll make it last for only 2 minutes. There we go. Poll time, you guys. The very exciting polls. Honestly, I don't think we've really come across any visual novels yet with, like, real choices. Like, there was no choices in Higurashi. There were no choices in well, there were, like, dialogue. Yeah, there were plenty of choices in Vampire's Melody. I just remembered about that. I don't see a poll. Refresh your page, then it should be at the top of chat. Or open and close the mobile app. I don't know what you're using. This isn't the first time this has happened to you, so I don't know what you expect. But yes, vote in the poll, you guys. It's a little drop down. Yeah, at the top of chat. Okay, he would intervene. I'm sure he would intervene, one way or another. Perhaps now, or at a later opportunity. Yes, you're right. Rune, or Saro, was it? Her safety is certainly a concern. But more importantly, he would have found out whether or not slavery is still being practiced here. Probe and investigate. That was one of King Vala's favorite phrases. While other countries often took issue straight to the battlefield, Rungsenheid uh, Rungsenheid has always prioritized conducting a thorough investigation first to determine the proper course of action on their culture, their character as a nation, their values, the maintenance of the path down, taking all of it into consideration to find true justice. However, if slavery really was being practiced here, well, that simply isn't an issue of differing cultures. In this world, there are things that are absolutely evil, and I believe it is part of Rungsenheid's duty as representative of the Alliance to stamp out these evils. There's no justice in allowing the exploitation of people for the selfish desires of others. Hydrate. Ah! Okay, okay. You got me. I will hydrate. All of you in chat, you should also hydrate as well, to be honest. But, yeah. It's no justice in allowing the exploitation of people for the selfish desires of others. Yes. Violence is certainly out of the question. Fuck. But we can get a little rough. In this day and age, lines between good and evil are blurred. I just grabbed a bottle of water, funny enough. Excellent. Makes it even all the easy words. Anyways. That's why, as people who can extend a hand to others, we must take more aggressive action. Even if we can't effect any change this instant, we must at least take action. At the very least, I'd like to confirm Rune's safety. Selphine's clouded, dissatisfied expression brightened considerably, but still, I don't think I can come to a decision. Her expression once again clouds up. Mana shock, right? Yeah. Shit. What did I click? Ah. I didn't realize I was out of the game window. Such travesty. Okay, yeah. This isn't something for me to decide on my own. However, there's no need to worry about anything. I've already come to a decision of my own. Let's set a time limit. What? That man, Rudo. He told us 3 days, but I feel like that's cutting it too close. Let's pin it at 2 days. No matter what the outcome, we leave the outer pole the day after tomorrow. Until then, we do our best to help. Is that alright for you? Yeah. Well then, your orders? Utona. Yes. Let's help Brune out. It shall be done, milady. We begin our investigations by asking the residents of the town what that we met. Goodness. I recall the route we took as we did our shopping. This is the central district. The person closest here should be probably the lady at the general store. We come across the well-rounded lady whom we purchased a map from yesterday as she was cleaning her storefront. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Oh, welcome back. Is there anything I can help you with today? Actually, we have a few questions about Rune. Do you mind sharing a bit of your time with us? Rune? Oh my, what could that be? Huh? What do you mean? You don't remember us? What are you talking about? Don't play jokes on me. Of course I remember what happened just one day ago. She's the girl who was with us. The girl who was with you was Sarah, right? Looks like we'll have to use Sarah from here on. What's wrong? Your faces look pale. Yesterday she introduced herself to us as Rune. Oh my, I wonder why she would do that. I apologize for my rudeness earlier, but I'd just like to clarify things. The girl who was with us yesterday, the other day, is named Sarah, yes? Yep, that's right. The lady shakes her head. Sarah's been assigned to maintenance work on the power grid here, so I see her maybe once a month. Power grid? You see that box-looking thing over there? She points to a box sitting in the corner of her store. There are a number of long cylinders jutting out of the box, extending down into the ground. What is that? You don't know about the grid? You sure are behind the times for someone so young. You know about the mana mine outside of town? They extract mana from there and send it through the pipes to every household in here. So there's some kind of filter or something on or other in that box that has to be replaced once every month. And the one who does that every month for us is Sarah. So her work isn't just excavating in the mines? That's why I'm sure of it. Maybe you just heard wrong? That can't be it. She was very particular about her name when she was talking with Selphine, so I remember it very clearly. Now, why did she use a pseudonym? A reason to intentionally use a false name. Perhaps she was she was part of some kind of scam? No, if this were a scam, then Rudo should have taken me up when I offered the mana. If they were both accomplices, then that would have made much more sense. However, Rudo refused my offer without a second thought. So if this isn't a scam, then what could it be? Alright then, does anything come to mind when we mention the name Rune? Rune, yeah. Well, it's just a normal girl's name. She stops talking mid-sentence. Her expression darkens as well, or so it seems to me. Now that you mention it, I remember one particular girl named Rune, but the story isn't a pleasant one. What do you mean by that? At the Zevites? There was a girl who was named that. Oh, I mean the family, not the company. But apparently, she died about 6 years ago. She died? I don't really know the details myself. It's all just old rumors, so I don't know what is and isn't truth. But it's a fact that the Zvites family had a daughter named Rune. Well, I've never seen her since, so maybe the rumor of her dying really is true. Could we have the details of that story? That girl was the devil in disguise. Some people believed that and others didn't, but I'm sure she was. That damned girl should never have been born in the first place. But please calm down. We're talking about a mere child here. Was she a little naughty? Regardless of what happened, she was still a child. Referring to her that way isn't very fitting. If we're talking about any normal child, I'd agree with you there. But you just don't know who she was. That's why you can still think it that way. Are you that certain? I'll have you know, I have 3 kids of my own. I've experienced more than my fair share of bratty little kids. No. But that Rune, she was just worlds apart. Everywhere she went, you can bet disaster soon followed. It's hard to imagine her lying about all this. But she was still just a child, right? How do I put it? She'd make your hair stand on end. I heard rumors that she would be violent when out of sight. But when you meet her in person, she would just be so prim and proper, it was almost sickening. She acted very mature, even though she was just a little child. Every time you spoke with her, it felt like she was planning something. At the age of 7, she managed to put that kind of pressure on an adult many times her size. You'd understand that I meant if you'd met with her too. Well, not that you can though, now that she's dead. Say, Ritona. Yes? She met some Zvites. Do you think they have anything to do with that Rudo person? Wait, don't tell me. Did you actually meet Rudo? Yeah, just just a while ago at the Central District. Oh my word, that's just unheard of. What do you mean? I've never heard of him ever just walking around town like that. Say, was that Rune related to Rudo somehow? She was his little sister. Poor Rudo. He's still so young, but both his parents and his little sister passed away one after the other. Now he has to manage the entire company all by himself. Excuse me. Oh, well, I'll be right there. Sorry, girls. Looks like story time is over. I've got a customer. Sorry for coming during business hours. We appreciate the information. Thank you. His little sister. Looks like we've gotten more questions than we have answers, eh? Is the girl we met yesterday Rudo's little sister? The Romaji of Schweiz is Zewitz, so I imagine it's supposed to be pronounced Zewitz. We'll see if I remember that. I probably won't. I just realized you put Romanji. It's Romaji. You know, without the N. Anyways. Well, I wouldn't bet on it. What makes you say that? Maybe the rumors said that she died were all wrong. She did say it was a long time ago, and that she doesn't remember so well. If that is true, then that means Rudo treats his little sister as an object and forces her to work in the mana mines like a slave, wouldn't it? I always add an N to Romaji, I don't know why. I don't know why either. Maybe something that isn't out of the ordinary for this country? I certainly don't want to imagine that kind of scenario, though. Huh? Ritona? What is it? Are you alright? You're looking a little pale. I'm feeling slightly lethargic. There's also a heat, I feel. It's quite unpleasant. It's strange. Like every muscle in my body is slowly losing tension. The mana inside my body seems to be diffusing outwards, thanks to the osmotic pressure from the difference in the mana construction. Yeah, concentrations. Ugh, words. I'm fine. But more importantly, how are you feeling, Selphine? I'm feeling perfectly fine. Alright. You must be feeling mana shock, right? I wonder why I feel perfectly fine. This is just a theory. I said that the use of mana has an effect on shortening one's lifespan. Royalty need to be able to live as long as they possibly can as well. That being the case, they don't use craft in their day-to-day lives. Using craft that they can instead have an attendant perform is actually considered taboo. They mustn't trouble themselves with the hassles of a daily routine. There are far too many things for them to concern themselves with. Naturally, Selphine is no exception to this. It's probably because, unlike me, you don't use any monocraft on a daily basis, which means the onset of symptoms takes longer. A small relief. If my symptoms worsen, I can use that as a basis to determine when the onset of monoshock will occur for Selphine. Ritona. Milady. This is another order. Selphine looks at me straight in the eyes as she continues. Take care of yourself. If you feel that you're in danger, then I want you to leave the outer pole immediately. So please, if it comes sooner than the 3-day limit, then let me know as soon as you can. I understand. For the time being, I truly do feel fine. This is probably just my own familiarity with the sensation I'm experiencing for the very first time. Okay. However, we don't have any concrete plan for while we're here in the outer pole. That's not exactly very good. Just asking around isn't very efficient either. Is there someone who knows the ins and outs of the city we could speak with? Say, Ritona. Yes? How about we ask Hartzvan? Grook's Apparel. Glad to be closed. What? Again? Closed right in the middle of the day? Is he at the tavern again? The tavern at this time of day? No, I think is inside. Huh? I gently push against the door, and it opens. I knew it. Can we just go in like this? Most likely. So you're not 100% sure? Wait for me. Hey, Hertzvon, you in here? I intentionally call out for him in a loud voice. If my hunch is right. Whoa, there's someone over there. Looks like I was spot on. Selfing quickly hides herself behind my back. Hertzvon, sorry to intrude, but we need to talk with you. Close in the middle of the day. Must have went to Spain during siesta? I don't get it. There's something there, Vertona. I can hear some creepy creature's voice. It's alright. The creature's pretty weakened right now. The voice I hear from behind the shop sounds like the distillation of all the hatred in this world in a single audible groan. I was joking, game. I still don't get what you were saying, but that's fine, I guess. That hit the spot. Hertzvan smacks his lips at the food that Selfing cooked up to help him recover from his hangover. If you want seconds, just let me know. This man just experienced the greatest luxury of his life. A country's princess just cooked him up a meal to help him through his hangover. You'd better be grateful for that meal. Are you mad, Rotona? Should I cook you up something too? Words? I'm not angry, no. Not of the slightest. Oh, this stuff just brings you back to life. Hey, Missy, how old are you? You sure know how to cook up a meal to sober up an old drunk like me. I just love cooking. And I've been cooking up stuff like this every time Rotona gets Siesta means nap in Spanish. In Spain in particular, it's a tradition to take one after lunch. Yeah, no, that's not quite the case here. Just a hangover. I prefer Selfine's mouth at the speed of light. Selfine, now that's settled down, why don't we move on to the reason why we're here? Oh, right. Please don't share information that doesn't need to be shared. No idea what's going on, but looks like I owe you one again. You got a question? Shoot. Thank you. Before we get into that, tourists tend to bitch about it because they aren't familiar with the tradition and want to shop during the afternoon. Sucks to be a tourist. A toast for us meeting again. As he declares it, he takes out a flask from inside his pockets. We're speechless. Sarah. Nope, can't say I heard of her before. She was the other girl who was with us yesterday. Well, I've never met her since yesterday then. Basically, the only people know are the customers of my shop and the regulars at the tavern. Is that so? I suppose she doesn't come to this part of town all too often. He does have a point, but did you say that it was a long time since she did say that it was a long time since she last had a meal at the tavern. Which means it's very rare for her to come here. Does this store, also use that power grid? You girls from a different era or something? Of course we're using the power grid. Apologies, we're rather behind on information about this place. This ain't just this place. There's not a single place on this entire island that doesn't make use of the grid. You've got your own issues to deal with, right? You're gonna need to look into that stuff, or else you're not gonna be able to follow the conversation. If you don't do your research beforehand, everyone's gonna give you the evil eye, got it? Thank you for the warning. Damn, how many times have we been warned about this already? Anyway, so about Sarah. She's apparently working with, what did he say? Zavitz Enterprise. She handles changing the filters on the grid. Wouldn't she come here every so often for that? Nope. And if she's with Zavitz, then all the more reason for her to not come here. How come? Man on this side of town doesn't come from Zavitz. Ours comes from Hiviz. Hiviz? That's right, we're the one and only rival of Zavitz. Instead of siphoning mana from the ground or mines from Zavitz, extracts it straight from the air and purifies it. From the air? The air here has no mana. We're in the outer pole, right? But the border between this place and the inner pole is just full of it. I don't really get all the details myself, but that's mana from the air. What's it, colored mana or something? See, colored mana isn't like purified mana that you get from the ground. You can't just use it as is. Purifying that mana and then distributing is what High-Vis does. Well, anyway, I don't know about their free time, but Zavite's employees aren't going to be coming here on company time, that's for sure. Then, do you know anything about a girl named Rune? Suddenly. Hertzvon freezes. PG&E versus SDG&E. Oh dear. The moment he heard the name, he acted just like the lady from the general store. Phew. Hertzvon took a large swig from his flask and breathed a small sigh. That's a pretty heavy name to bring out. So was Rune really that much of a problem child? Problem child? That's way too light. She was the devil's spawn. Another comparison to the devil. She took out my nephew's right eye, really. Words. Huh? What? What do you mean? Sorry, but I don't want to talk about this. And I want to spit on the grave of a kid who's kicked the bucket. No, what's the matter? I figured I shouldn't really stick my neck in where it doesn't belong, but you two did save my life and all. There's a man called Albus in Zavite's Enterprise. If there's anyone who can answer your question, then it's gotta be him. For the meantime, head to the tavern tomorrow. I'm sure you'll meet him there. Tomorrow. In an ostentatious boardroom, 4 men wearing suits were exchanging arguments. They were positioned distantly from each other, as if they all had specified seats, leaving empty seats between all of them. One man stood at the edge of the room, while the other 3 were seated. He had a gentle expression on his face as he argued with the others, with Sarah huddled close by him. Like I said, the original rule is that they must have one rest day, as well as proper compensation for their work. Please stop dragging this old topic back up. I know, but that wasn't the old rule. This entire discussion is pointless. It's already been ages since Sid's regulations were abolished. None of the other sisters have taken issue with it either. Sarah, what do you think about all of this? I apologize for my actions. See? You're the only one who's being selfish here, trying to make issue of it. Sarah, your actions here make me think you've somehow misunderstood your very reason to exist. You're the property of Zavite's Enterprise. You do understand that, right? Yes. Choking on saliva. Help. I'm just gonna drink some more. I'm not saying that we simply let this entire incident slide. Just we need to reconsider who's responsible here. Good grief. Apples, just how many times do you want us to repeat ourselves? The point is, we don't even want to touch on the subject of the sisters altogether. You understand that, right? What's all this now? This was something we all decided on together. You're right. The go-ahead was given by each and every one of us. That is because on paper, the numbers all looked good, and most of the sisters are working well as minors. But the main reason why we allowed the project to continue is because Sid would take full responsibility for it. That was all in the contract, and you better not forget that. But we, the board of directors, decided that something happened to Sid. We did, all of us, decide that Ruda would shoulder the responsibility. He's the CEO of such a large corporation, and that position comes with obligations to match. Just how long are you gonna keep that attitude up, Grok feels? In terms of sheer workload, he's handling far more than Sid ever has. Just look at how many people have come to the meeting and maybe you'll understand. It's sickening. This is why we keep warning you. Look, just look at the sad face on it. It just makes things even worse. I swear, why did Sid even use that expression? She's obviously doing this just to spite us. If there's a problem, fix it. Even better if we can just get rid of it altogether. Simple as that. You know why we can't do that, right? That's why we're here talking about it. Sooner or later, more problems like these were gonna bound to crop up. I'm sure we already knew that much. The way you talk is proof that you've lost sight of the real issues, and the only thing you care about is the numbers, the bottom line. Ha, morals, don't kid yourself. Numbers are everything. The bottom line is everything. This company isn't going to survive on charity. The numbers are what put food on your table, Albus. Calm down, you two. No need to get so worked up. Heck, I'd like you to explain to me why we have to waste our time on something like this. He makes a good point. While the arrangement is somewhat different from before, it is rather unfair that we continue to push all the responsibilities to Rudo. Gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. Rudo. Chief, thank goodness. Rudo, now that you're here, I need to get something off my chest. Every single one of the directors acknowledges your management skills. They're top-notch. We have no problems with your qualities as a leader. But look at the attendance for this meeting. Out of 12 directors, only 4 are here. Not a single person from Lab 9 except Albus has shown up. Vothal and the others have other matters to deal with. They would have been here otherwise. Except it's only the 4 of you from Lab 9 that just won't shut up about this whole issue. Most of us on the board of directors don't even want to concern themselves with this anymore. Honestly, all the trouble caused by this issue is nothing but creating unnecessary friction between us, and I want no part of it. I see now. The top 4 of Zavite's Enterprise spent nearly an hour debating, with absolutely no real results to show for it. Am I right? Why you? This incident notwithstanding, I'm sure everyone has personally felt the monetary benefits generated by the Sisters Project. Am I mistaken? Well, that is true. Sarah. Sir, I've already told you this. This silly compensatory pretend salary system has been annulled. Have you forgotten? No, I do remember. Rudo, we've already gone through this. Sid's condition was that the sisters are supposed to receive payment in cash or in any kind for their work rendered. The system allows them to choose either. In this case, as long as their on-site overseer gave their approval for the use of this element as her payment, then that still falls within the agreement. Sarah did just as she was told. I see. So basically you're saying that I'm simply trying to pin some kind of blame on Sarah, is that it? What? When I say compensation has been annulled, normally you would take that to mean that payment for your work has been scrapped, yes? The fact of the matter is that not a single sister has interpreted it to mean payment in cash is no longer allowed. There wasn't a single one that came asking for the conditions about payment in kind. I believe this is proof that the sisters, Sarah aside, have understood the intentions of the board of directors and myself. But, also, I'd rather not bring this up in public. You aren't in the lab, Albus. Outside of Lab 9, at the very least, I'm your superior. You'll have to You'll have to respect that. I apologize. I'll keep that in mind from here on. Moving on. Regarding this incident with Sarah, this will be discussed in votation tomorrow. I believe this matter is heavy enough to merit discussion. Huh. Then that means this whole incident is your fault. However, everyone, you all seem to be making a very basic misunderstanding. Not once have I asked the board of directors about how to deal with the situation. All I've done is to sound the alarm. Perhaps some of you might have some kind of hidden agenda, or maybe it's simply a mistake on your part. I've given considerable thought regarding Sarah's actions. In any case, consider this act to be a tantamount to treason against the company. Okay. Rudo. I simply wanted to hear your thoughts on the matter. For it to have turned into some chaotic blame game, I'm not sure what to think. The entire board of directors may leave. I've noted your intentions and will keep them in my mind. Sarah. Yes? Do you understand why I find a problem with the actions you took? Oh, boy. I do. So you do then? Then why don't you tell me, right here and now, what exactly is the problem? It, it's because... It's because I tried to take cinnamon without getting permission first. Rudo resembles Yuzuru and it keeps throwing me off. Does he? He just has short blue hair. It's not even the same style. Wrong. It isn't? You don't actually understand the problem then. But I... The issue at hand is that despite your understanding of the concept of the crime, you willingly committed the crime regardless. Man, Hatsune Miku sure has acting chops. Yeah. I honestly can't unsee Hatsune Miku from her as well. Which honestly makes me think more of Kaido with Rudo. Just Vocaloids out here. Hi. Sarah. Yes? I will contact you once the board of directors has reached a consensus. I too thought off Kaido. Maybe you should start proofreading before you hit enter, my boy. Until then, return to your usual duties. Work harder to make up for the time wasted here. Understood. You're not allowed to leave your quarters outside of your shift. Yes, sir. Now pay attention to what I'm about to tell you now. Your room will not be locked, nor will there be anyone monitoring you. You are free to obey or disobey my orders. You can just throw everything away and escape. You can even fight back and kill Albus and I if you so desire. Think hard about what exactly you want to do from now on. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I do. Good. You may resume your duties. Yes, sir. One more thing. Your emotions are an eyesore. Stop showing them to us. Don't ever smile in front of me again. That's an order. Understood. Damn. I wonder what Hertzvon meant by that. I can't say either. Nune. She has quite a history. Not the emotional suppression. We may have sunk our teeth into something much, much larger than we expected. Well, there's nothing we can do but head to the tavern at the time Hertzvon gave us. Do you think we could head to the tavern before that and ask around? I don't see why not. Sorry, I just can't sit still like this. Alright, I understand. Let's head over and ask the people there a few questions. We may run into someone who knows this Albus person. Yeah. My goodness. It's this early in the day and this place is already bustling. But I think bustling is a good thing. Oh, ladies, you're back. I'm so glad you've come back. You're like two beautiful flowers gracing this little tavern of ours. Huh? You remember us too? You have quite the memory. But of course, lovely ladies like you are such a rarity here. How could I ever forget? Hey, y'all better listen up. We've just taken our last orders for now. Oh. We ain't taking any more new orders. Got it? Oh dear, sorry you two. Even though you've come all this way, looks like they're going to start prep for the dinner service. No, actually, we didn't come here for a meal. Oh. There's something we'd like to ask. Would you happen to know a person named Albus? Albus? You mean Albus Folster? Of course I do. He's one of our regulars here. Can you describe what he looks like? Well, he's a quiet, middle-aged looking gentleman. But he's got a real sharp mind. He's got a pretty high up position over at if I remember. He really doesn't come as often as he used to, but when he does, he sits on the table over there in the back to have his dinner. The waiter points out a specific table as he tells us. Alright, you have my gratitude for the information. Man, that guy. So that's how it is. So that personality of his was just an act? Real smooth operator getting two pretty girls? Damn. What is this man even thinking? Just to make it clear, it's nothing like what you imagine. I swear, we're only looking for someone. The side comments are truly unwarranted. Okay. Huh. Retona, your face is scaring me. Well then, what should we do now? Our schedules are completely open until tonight. Retona, look over there. Rune. Good afternoon, Miss Selphine and Miss Retona. My hair stands on end. Your face, it looks so lifeless. It's not like she has a lack of expression. It's as if there was no life in her in the first place. I can't explain it well. As if she's just a moving doll. It just feels eerie. Is she really alive? I have been looking for you two. I sincerely apologize for being unable to meet with you both at the appointed time. Rune's head seemed to be just hanging there, not even a single hint of emotion showing. Rune, what happens? This is the sediment that Master Rudo was trying to hand to you earlier today. Originally, I was supposed to have presented it to you myself. The Higurashi stare. Stop! How dare. I would be more than delighted if you accepted it. Who cares about the stone? Just what happened to you? Just who is that Rudo anyway? Master Rudo is my owner. As she speaks, Rune smiles very slightly. Despite it being a smile, the way she does it without a trace of emotion, it's nothing but eerie. Owner, why are you treating yourself as an object? People aren't meant to be treated that way. I'm not a person, I'm a thing. He's a Rudo man. Stop! Y'all. Rene replies instantly, without a trace of hesitation in her voice. What in the world are you saying? Is that Rudo blackmailing you to do this? Master Rudo has done nothing wrong, nor is he blackmailing me with anything. I am willingly in the employ of Master Rudo, as I am willingly here, meeting with you both. What was that? It's as if a slight hint of emotion had returned to her. No way. No matter how I look at it, you couldn't possibly doing this of your own free will. M'lady. Come on, tell us please. We might be able to help you out here. We're friends, aren't we? I do not have the authorization to become friends with anyone. And my name is Sarah. I sincerely apologize for giving you both the incorrect name during our first encounter. Although inconvenient, I request that you refer to me by that name from here on. Well, I doubt we'll meet again after this. Sarah then bows once again after telling us that, and forms another artificial smile. No, that's just... artificial. Yes, that's the right word. It had always bothered me since we first met. Ever so often, she performed these strange, unnatural actions. Like every single movement of hers was calculated. All of her actions are artificial, manufactured. Like she was thinking of the proper response, the proper expression for each and every interaction. I must attend to other business now, so unless there is anything else, I bid you both a good day. Wait a second. Rune, no, Sarah, was it? Let me just say this much. No matter what you yourself think, Selphine and I consider you a friend. Sarah had started walking away from us until my statement stopped her. If you need us to help you, then we will do everything in our power. So let me ask you again. Are you being held against your will and being forced to work? Or is this all because you hold that man, Rudo, in such high regard? Perhaps she has her reasons, ones she can't disclose to others, or possibly ones that people won't understand. She's here for her own free will, supposedly. But as Selphine said, that couldn't possibly be true. However, people have the right to reject associating with others as well. If she insists that much, then we ourselves are limited on what we can do. If you no longer want us to get involved, then... Miss Retona. She cut me off. I believe you are misunderstanding something. When a hammer is used, does it question its role as a tool? Does it curse its own destiny? I'm not being made to work against my will. What's more, I'll explain thoroughly so as to clear up any further misunderstandings. People are the ones who have rights, the ones who are given rights, and the ones who benefit from rights. For someone like me, who has no authority, I do not have the right to reject people, as you so say. Likewise, I do not have the right to hold Master Rudo in high regard. That is because I am an object, a thing. Sarah continued to speak as if she were mindlessly dictating. How could anyone possibly say something that sad, that tragic, without a trace of emotion? This girl is no longer the Rune that we met yesterday. Now, have a pleasant day. Just what could have happened? How could someone change so drastically? Selphine's eyes lost focus. Milady? I think I'm a little angry right now. Now that it's gotten this far, it makes me want to keep on meddling in this, even if she wants to hate us. Starts to hate us. Still, she just told us her stand on the matter. If you continue to get involved with her, all you may end up doing is getting her to despise you. It's not just that. Well, you did mention it before as well. Is she Rune or is she Sarah? Was her kind, cheerful behavior from yesterday all just an act? What I'm sure of is that I want to know the truth. But at the same time, I want to know more about this country and the Outer Pole just as much. I want to know if they really do practice slavery here, or if there's any other discrimination taking place. And I want to understand why I suddenly want to know about all of these things. Selphine, do you think we could accept any kind of discrimination? Bigotry, poverty, war. I'm sitting here like, after they did the special handshake and everything. Yeah. These are things that have been eradicated from Rugzinhide for the most part. When it comes to slavery, even if we understand the reasons for it, our mentality refuses to accept it, no matter what. That doesn't matter, Rotona. Even if we can't change anything, we have to first understand the situation, or else nothing will ever happen. Selphine's eyes were filled with the level of dignity I'd yet to see in her as she gazed toward the direction that Rune had departed. Night. After Selphine had fallen asleep, I snuck away from the inn and headed for a certain place. I got a hold of some interesting information. From what I heard, there's a cemetery near the monomine on the outskirts of town. It's not too far from where Selphine and I were carried to by the stray effect. About 10 or so minutes after making my way out of the forest, I came across something that looks like to be a cemetery. The place seemed to be fairly well maintained. None of it seemed to be in particular disrepair. A cemetery in the middle of a forested area on the dead of night. Awfully creepy indeed. The thick fog added to the unwanted sinister atmosphere of the situation. Well now. I pushed the gate open and take out the note that the innkeeper passed to me. Rune Zivitz. The note was Rune's name, written in their language. Now I just have to search the place from top to bottom to find an engraving that matches. At the very least, I can be sure as to whether or not Rune, the little sister, had actually moved on to the next world. 20 minutes have passed. This cemetery sure is large. Thanks to the fog, I can't tell how far I am from the entrance, but this is quite a large cemetery. Damn. What terrible timing. Just at a glance, it seems like I haven't even explored a third of the cemetery. Really, this cemetery is ludicrously large. Do all of Cadio City's deceased end up buried here? In any case, I can't have the weather turn even worse on me. Need to hurry up checking the area out. Ugh. Not even 5 minutes have passed and already the drizzle has turned into a downpour. The rain's penetrated my cloak and coat, getting straight to my skin. Not a good idea to keep on looking around now. as if I was looking for a place to shelter myself from the rain. Oop. Jump scare. I'm paralyzed. Are you searching for Mistress Rune's gravestone? I couldn't even speak. My hairs were all standing on end. I was keeping my guard up this whole time. I was prepared to cast Monocroft in case worst came to worst. And despite that, no, more importantly, she had no presence, just like when we'd first met. And on top of that, her eyes. This girl. Just what are you? Sarah's face remained expressionless as the rain battered against her relentlessly. It took everything in me just to keep my eyes open, but Sarah's eyes didn't even blink. You will not find Mrs. Rune's headstone here. Oh no, it's an actual Higurashi stare this time. Shut up. Why? Are you Rune herself? Who can say? Who can say? You're not making any sense. This property area is under the Zavitz group of companies. Trespassing is not allowed. Mr. Tona, I hope you understand the situation you're in. She speaks softly, but firmly. Please, do not trouble Master Rudo or Zavitz Enterprise. Leave the city as soon as you can. Well then, if you will excuse me. And with those parting words, Rune disappeared into the forest. It might have just been me, but it felt like I saw loneliness creep into her expression for just a moment. Just who was it that I encountered last night? And Rune doesn't have a gravestone? Why? Does that mean Sarah is Rune? No, the townsfolk all said that Rune had died. Damn it, the more I think about it, the less it makes sense. So all of that happened, huh? I see. I wish I could have been there too. Sylphie made her displeasure quite clear for me to hear as she spoke out loud. I wanted to have a good talk with Sarah too. My apologies, but it was already so late, and if you don't get enough sleep, the mana shock might. I really wanted to have a talk with Sarah too. Forgive me. I won't act on my own from now on. Please accept my apology. What should I do? Sylphie continues to glare right at me. Ugh. I don't expect her to be this upset. Alright then, I'll have you make up for this sometime, okay? Understood. You know, Ritona, I know I'm not really all that useful. Not at all. No, it's fine. I'm not trying to put myself down or anything. It's just a fact. I'm not as smart as you are, and I can't use Battlecraft either. And if something were to happen to you, I might end up just being a burden on you. But you know, it's times like these that I really have to be with you. What do you mean by that? Ritona, you're always putting yourself in danger just to protect me. Just telling you to stop isn't gonna help us either. If this was Ringsen's hide, you would simply appoint someone else to take your place. But right now, it's just us two. In a place so far away, it's like a different planet. We're travelers just trying to get back home. Your duty right now is to make sure I get back to Rugzenhide safe and sound, right? It is. But if something happened to you, there's no way I could possibly make my way back all by myself. So let's put the risk between us two, okay? So even if something happens, there's no hard feelings between either of us. If not, then I want us to be on equal footing. This is an order, but a request as your friend. I'm such a fool. Right now in this situation, the two of us need to act as one. So patently simple. I'm so sorry. I promise you, we're equals from here on. Right. Even though I said I held her opinion in high regard, I ended up treating her like a child. It feels as if a haze clouding up my mind has lifted. Now I'd like to propose something. By all means. See, I also want to try using Monocroft. What? Oh dear. Rudo awakened in the boardroom, having spent the entire time looking at documents prior. He had a terrible dream. Why did I have that dream after all this time? A thought occurred to Rudo, but the answer came just as quickly. Sarah. Truly abhorrent. Those memories from childhood that he didn't want to remember. This is absolutely the worst. He recalled the deep resentment he had harbored towards his father, and the feelings of pity and compassion he had for his mother. With no one to receive those feelings, they continued to plague him endlessly. All this stemmed from 12 years ago. Rune was a truly violent girl since her youth. Not once would she take to heart everything said to her. Anything said to her, rather. She would have a way of just getting on anyone's nerves. No matter how hard people tried to understand her, they just couldn't find any reason. And Rune continued to be the source of grief. She would generate hostility and strife with others, and in the meantime, slip away into gaps as she laughed her head off. Maybe that's why she was someone who loved being violent. She was so intent on rebelling against something. It was like she was missing something important inside of her. She was that kind of girl. That day, her left eye was swollen red, perhaps having been stung by an insect. Concerned for Rune, our mother forced her frail, weak body as she tried to bring Rune to a hospital on the outskirts of town. Mom's waiting for you, Rune. No. Look, I'll just give you my dessert tonight, okay? Just listen to what she has to say for today. I don't want it. Go away. Doesn't your eye hurt, Rune? If you don't get a doctor to look at it, you might never get to see with that eye anymore. If you don't want that to happen, do you? I don't care. This eye can go die. Oh, come on. Don't say something so silly. Rune, are you ready to go? Come on. Mom even pushed herself today and got out of bed for this. Whatever. Mom can go die. The hospital can go die. Dad can go die too. Rudo, you go die. Everyone should just die. Hello, fellow nerd. Hello, Adam. Welcome. How's it going? Don't say something so sad. Well, the truth is, I didn't particularly find what she said sad. Go die. I couldn't keep track of how many times she said that to me. Rune seems to have figured that, with her limited vocabulary, saying that would inflict the greatest emotional harm. Go in fine. That's good. Rune, I don't really mind you telling me that, but please don't tell Mom that. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Yet another meaningless endeavor. She was the little devil who would do the complete opposite of what you wanted her to do. On the other hand, if you tell her the exact opposite of what you want done, then she'd do it without question. Maybe she just took pleasure in causing people distress. A conversation with Rune really amounted to nothing more than a one-way assault on you. Just surviving my family reunion? Oh boy. Oh, Rune, you haven't changed yet? Sorry, Mom. She just wouldn't listen to me. How is you? I am okay. Having a time with this visual novel. I forgot how dark the dark parts got. I haven't played this myself before, but I did watch like a playthrough of it many years ago, so I forgot most everything, so it's alright. Sorry for making you deal with her. Come on, Rune. Let's have the doctor take a look at your eye now. No. I won't take no for an answer. We have to have that looked at right away. I found you a really good doctor. I'm sure he'll make it all better, just like that. No. Rune knew there was no winning an argument with her mother, so... I don't want to go! She would just whine. That is the greatest form of resistance a child possesses. Wah! When she started screaming, she would continue until her vocal cords were worn out. That's how it was for me when I played Valiant Hearts. I still cried for both, though. Oh yeah, I don't think I've actually ended up watching any playthroughs of Valiant Hearts, but I've heard it's really good. I know that much for sure. I should check it out sometime. Hopefully it's available for Mac. Ugh. Rune, please stop crying, okay? Once we finished out the doctors, I'll get you some ice cream from the Central Plaza. I don't wanna go. She would do anything as she was told, so we had to force her to come along with us. 30 minutes after, Rene finally stopped screaming. While she was getting checked up at the medical facility, Rene kept trying to bite her lunch at the doctor in charge of her. I highly recommend it. It's a wonderful game, but you will cry. We'll see. The doctor silently continued the checkup, and I didn't mean to click again. But it was written all over his face that he was already at his wit's end. If this hadn't been a hospital under our family, he probably would have told us to never come back again. On the way back, we stopped by the central square for a breather. Goodness, whatever am I gonna do with Rune? I'll try harder to deal with her. I'm sure if I'm just a little more patient with her, I can talk with her and she'll understand. I could stand to learn a thing or two from your patience with her. I swear, if you weren't here for me, I wouldn't know what to do. I'm sure Rune doesn't mean bad. I had to believe that, otherwise I couldn't possibly continue. Maybe when she grows a little older, then I'm sure. Continue considering her as my little sister. I'm sure this is just a phase. It's just for a while, it won't last. I'll put it this way, if you play the whole game and don't cry at the end, you're a monster. I mean, I don't know. Which studio is it by? I don't remember who makes Valiant Hearts. Actually, I do have Steam open. I can do a quick check. Store. Load store, I believe in you. Apparently the developer and publisher is Ubisoft. Huh. But unfortunately it is, Windows. I can check later if it happens to be on GeForce Now, though. But so far, it's seeming quite likely that I won't be able to play it, unfortunately. Anyways. Once Rene grows a little older, even she will. We'll be fine. Yeah, Ubisoft Montpellier. I think Valiant Hearts is on iOS too? Huh. I'll have to explore that later though. I'll be fine. So don't worry about a thing, Mom. What do you play on? I use a Mac. I'm one of those. Renee came back with a broken stick. Who knows where she found that? Yeah, Spooky just said that. Android, Switch, iOS, PS4, Xbox, PS3, Windows 360, and Google Stadia. It's available on all of those, but not Mac natively. I see how it is. Nah, it's fine. Yeah, I'll have to check it out later. Hey, don't play with that. It's dangerous. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Dangerous, dangerous. She continued to run around, screaming, as she kicked up dirt with a stick, then dashed off to who knows where. Ugh. Oh boy, an ad. Oh boy. Oh god, 5 ads? I don't know how many... You know what, I'll wait for you to come back and then I'll explain how the ads work. Because I know I've explained it before. You mid-roll ads. If only I had a capture card for Switch. I know, that's money that I don't have though. Open the App Store. Okay. Not a Taco Bell ad make me want iced coffee. A Taco Bell ad is making you want iced coffee? That's special. Don't say Taco Bell now, I want Taco Bell. I honestly kind of want Taco Bell too. Not gonna lie. It's cheap. I'm kind of hungry. Are you guys back from your ad break, by the way? Photoshop's current ad campaign is a time. Okay, that sounds like you're not back from your ad break yet, then. Finally free from ad prison. Welcome back. Oh yeah, so the reason why you got 5... So much to get any ads on special, yes, you are very special, Nigiri. But, so the reason why you got, like, 5 ads is because, like, the way the ad blocks work is a set amount of time rather than quantity of ads. So if someone gets 2 really long ads in the same, like, block of time, they'll only get the 2 ads, but someone else can get a lot of little ads. So that's why it's like that. It's 2 mins. I got 4 ads. I think I have it set for a minute and 30 seconds, but close. Blanking. Yeah. 1 min, 30 seconds. That's what I set it at. Though Twitch is now having a thing with, like, mid-roll ads. If you set it to be 3 minutes, like, the payout will be, like, 55% instead of the normal 50. So, I don't know if I should do that or not, because it's, like, only 5 extra percent, but I don't know. Something to think about a little more, even though it's now August. Huh. I've never gotten 5, but I've gotten 4. Yeah. Anyways, continuing on with the story. Goodness gracious. We need to get her back here. Who knows what sort of trouble she may cause? I'll go and get her. Just wait here and rest, Mom. No, I'll go with you. If she causes problems outside, I need to scold her properly. If only that could have prevented what came next. Oh dear. I'm not putting that much. I was like, oh shit, it's August. Yeah, it's past midnight for us now. We're in August territory now, baby. Just moments later. It took us a moment to even realize that the blood-curdling sound we heard was a scream. What was that? I ran toward the source, and I see a boy convulsing on the ground while being straddled by someone. I don't think we're in July anymore, Toto. Now, thinking about Taco Bell, it's too good and cheap. I would DoorDash, but honestly, yeah. Taco Bell does sound kind of nice. That someone was Rune. She continued to stab a stick from earlier into the boy's face over and over while laughing hysterically, as if she completely lost it. What? The whole area was just stained red. I half have a mind to Keurig a cup of coffee and slap some ice in there. I mean, if you want to. It is past midnight, though, I say, before drinking some more Red Bull. Anyways. But F DoorDash, yeah. Just have Spooky go pick you up, and you guys go get Taco Bell together that way. And bring back some for me. With how unreal, how unbelievable the scene was, my mind was just completely zoned out. I thought to myself, is this what I thought what it would look like if I splashed a whole bucket of red paint here? Hey, answer me. The boy wasn't even trying to dodge the stick that kept coming to bear down upon him. I was joking about the Higurashi stare game. Yeah. Here we are, anyways. The boy wasn't even trying to dodge the stick that kept coming to bear down upon him. He was clearly unconscious. Rune! Die. Just die already, you stupid. I'll take some. Nearest Taco Bell to me right now is about 40 minutes away. Oh, oof. The Taco Bell closest to us is like literally just a hop over an overpass. What the fuck, hello, boy, it takes a turn. Yeah! Rune's voice, already hoarse and raspy, kept screaming at the child to die. It no longer sounded like a child's. Die! 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 Wait, does Taco Bell close at 1 a.m.? Now I have to look this up, because, like, I didn't realize late hours was just, 1 a.m. You are wrong, Nigiri. The Taco Bell closest to us actually closes at 2 a.m. So, Anyways, die, die, die! Nor did it even sound remotely human. Yep, glad I fly home in 2 days. That's good. Last I checked. Yeah, ha 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 ha. The next moment, my body just lunged forward unconsciously. When I came to, my clothes were drenched and dyed with various shades of crimson blood. I'm fairly sure I managed to pull Rune away from the boy, but I don't have any clear memory of doing so. The body was immediately brought to Zivits Medica General Hospital. I'm too tired from work to bother going either way. Boo. Patient name, Marcus Grickfields, age 8. Damn, maybe tomorrow. I mean, it's technically already tomorrow, Nigiri. It's August 1st. Anyways. The doctors performed the appropriate surgical measures, thankfully managing to save the boy's life. Oh, I think it means lurched. Lurched makes sense. I was thinking lunged, I don't know why. However, they weren't able to save his left eye because of the extreme lacerations inflicted. The stick had pierced through his eyeball and created a large fissure in the sphenoid bone of his skull. Wow. Or later today. Yeah. Oh, go during happier hour, because $1 drinks. This caused a huge mana imbalance in his body. Marcus would have to suffer chronic migraines for the remainder of his life. Oof. The reason for why Rune attacked him was discovered later. According to her, he made fun of me because of my eye patch. This incident occurred when Rune was 6 years of age. The doctors remarked that the entire incident was quite bizarre. How resilient the child's eyeball was, its position, size, the durability and sharpness of the stick Rune used. All the factors had to have been just perfect for this whole incident to have happened. Apparently, it was practically impossible for a girl 6 years of age to have inflicted such serious wounds on a boy 2 years older. There must have been some element of surprise for her to have been able to stab at such a small vital point. One of the doctors say the incident was truly bad luck. Or so he said. But it's wrong. There's no way that was just sheer bad luck. This wasn't just some incident where Rune simply lashed out due to emotion. Somewhere deep inside her, she must have had clear intentions to harm and destroy from the very beginning. This little incident was just an excuse to exercise that malicious intent. After the incident, Rune received the absolute worst scolding of her life. She apologized to every single person involved, bawling all the while. The peacekeepers, police in other words, gave a direct order to place her under indefinite house arrest. For some time, Rune simply stopped talking altogether. Of course, the responsibility of dealing with the aftermath fell solely on my mother's and father's shoulders. The Zvites did everything in their power to make things right for the Brookfields family. We had Zvites Medica provide the latest of medical technologies. The extravagant costs of treatment were all paid for by Zvites. Marcus Brookfield's education was fully paid for. Even his parents, who were experiencing troubles with work, were promised a livelihood as well. It all added up to be a very generous offer to the Brooksfield family. At first, the Brooksfield turned it down. However, as time went by, the family began to quarrel amongst themselves, arguing that it was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. At the end, Marcus's parents divorced. He and his mother left the city soon after. A day, a week, a month, a year, time had passed. The Zvites conglomerate continued to grow in power. Although deep, the scar left in Zvites' family slowly began to heal. With the passage of time, Rune slowly began to learn how to interact with other people. She began to speak more politely. It was as if the violent menace that was her, had completely been overridden, instead turning into a proper lady. She was much more considerate of other people, disturbingly so. In reaction to her indescribable behavior, I harbored doubts. Did Rune truly learn anything from the incident? While I was initially doubtful, the skepticism eventually faded away. More time passed since the Brooksfield incident, another 5 years. Mom, where's Dad? He should be home soon. You should get ready too, Rudo. It's been a while since we've gone out to eat dinner as a family. That day, my mother's voice had a distinctly cheerful tone to it. Get ready. We're just going to the Yields, right? I don't think I need to dress that nice, do I? No, can do. We're going out in public, so you need to dress properly. Rune, are you all dressed yet? Yes, Mother. My dearest brother, you still haven't changed? Yeah, Mom and I were talking about it just now. Oh, brother. Well then, shall I help you? Help me with what exactly? Why, with a change of clothes, of course. Don't be silly. It's fine, Rudo. Just let Rune help you out, why don't you? Come on, brother, from the top. Don't joke around, I'll head back to my room. I'm going to change. That's coming home soon, right? Well, if it ain't my 2 favorite runs, Daddy's home, kids. Welcome home, Dad. Hello, Father. Welcome home. Why, hello to you too, my wonderful son and daughter. Wait, huh? What's with that outfit, Rune? Nay. It's a dress for going out. Mom said it's because we're going out to eat. Are you crazy? Jeez, who needs to dress up all fancy like that? We're eating at a tavern, you know. I was telling them the exact same thing. Sid, where's your necktie? Well, I'm asleep. Peace out, you nerds. Thank you so much again for popping by, Adam. I hope to catch you another time. Have some good sleeps. Ulp. Come on. Work's already over. Why can't I take it off? You do realize you're still the president of the Zvites Enterprise, right? If you dress that way, none of your business partners are gonna take you seriously. Come on now, put your necktie back on. We're about to leave. We won't get back early if we don't. My mother continued to yell at my father as she hurried him on, storming up the stairs to the 2nd floor. I finally come home early for once, and now your mom's giving me the 3rd degree. Maybe she's mad because you don't come home like this. We've got an important announcement to make. To hit? Goodness gracious, Mother, Father, you both look overjoyed. Oh, daughter of mine, starting next week you'll become a prisoner of society. I'm gonna be real with y'all, Zvites family. I do not say the discrepancy or formality with your clothes. Yeah. A prisoner of society? You betcha. You're gonna have to play by the... Youch! Okay, the dad definitely looks like Kaido. Yep. Just be quiet for a moment. Yowie, 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 stop squeezing my cheekies. Rune, we formally enrolled you into an academy. You'll be going to school starting next week. Really? That's awesome. Congrats, Rune. You mean it? Oh, we're serious. Hella serious. Oh, no one ever mentioned the word hella. So next week, I will be going to an academy with other kids. You made a really good impression on them in last week's orientation, they said. Even the principal said they'd love to have you on board. I'm so happy. I can't believe it. I'm going to the academy? I must be dreaming. The word hella? You're in California. What are you questioning hella for? I'm happy for you, Rune. I hope you can make a lot of friends. Yo, if it ain't Sid. Hurts. If you were here, you could have at least given me a heads up, you son of a gun. I like that he has not aged a day, and his clothes has not changed. Did he just say hello? Yes. And now he just said son of a gun, so... Took the words right out of my mouth. Just what we were doing here, just stuffing your face full. You come here to get smashed. Hurts. Don't make Sid drink too much. He can't even take a little bit of alcohol, you know? Oh, come on, Ellen. Don't be such a hard ass. You almost never get to meet these days. Oh, and you two are? Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Hertzvan. If I remember right, it's Rudo and... Rune, I don't believe my eyes, Sid. I can't take my eyes off you two for just a moment. And now you've grown up this big? Rudo, come here for a second. Yes? Boy, you sure got real tall, eh? At this rate, you might end up growing past your dad. Yo, Hertz, you pulled me out over here and now you're gonna keep me waiting? You're doing a chugging contest, right? Hey, looks like the Vice President and Hertzvan are gonna do a speed drinking contest. Huh? The president is a Vice? He's way too damn rich to be gracing the likes of this here tavern. Then who the hell is that? What? Don't be stupid. Just because I got money doesn't mean I can't go to a tavern. I ain't one bit more special than anyone else here. I came here to take down the king of the tavern. Hey Hertz, let's do this. Chug, chug. I swear, we finally have dinner out as a family. Don't worry, I'll send him back to you in a jiffy. I haven't seen this guy in so long either. Let me just do a little catching up with him, okay? Jeez, fine. Sid, if you're doing this, then you better beat him. Take that damned Hertz down. Mother? You got it. You can make the deal giving the judges some incentives, too. Hey, everyone. If Sid wins, then everyone at the tavern gets a free drink as a present from us. For real? Hey, guys, you better keep Hertz from chugging. Hey, no cheating. I thought this match was fair and square. Even with all this going on, you seem to be enjoying yourself, Mother. Phew. Is something wrong, Mom? No, it's just... This time is really amazing, isn't it? It heals wounds, no matter how deep the wounds are. Even when you've given up, it gives you the strength to keep going once more. There was time that I thought we'd never be able to speak with Hertz again. I apologize for what I've done, Mother. No matter how young I was, I brought shame and disgrace to our family. I'm truly sorry for what I've done. It's fine, Rune. It's all in the past. Rudo, Rune, as long as you two grow up well and happy, that's all I need. Mother. I hope you two can work side by side, leading the Zavitz company together. And for that to happen, you need to study as hard as you can. Yes, absolutely. What? Rune's gonna go to an academy? Academy's sigmattery. Even if people don't go to school, they turn out perfectly fine. I hear you, Hertz. You hear that, Rune? Even if you don't go to school, you're a perfectly upstanding citizen, just like me. You're just saying that because the alcohol's getting to your head. Yowie, 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 stop squeezing me cheekies. I was just joking. Listen, Rune. It's true that your father or Albus didn't go to school and still managed to become greatly successful. But don't forget, there are exemptions to the rule. You may get fired up like that, especially when you two are around. Blizzard's been sponsoring a compulsory education company for the entire outer pole through the government for years now. Compulsory education? It's a system that makes sure children have the right to education. A society where kids have that right? You two need to keep this in mind. The people of the outer pool can't use cravats. Craft. He wants to bet on the mom dying tragically. I mean, we already know that the parents die. She's got the anime mom hair and everything. No, she doesn't have the ponytail off to the side, like the low ponytail on the side. That's the dead mom hair. So you need to study as hard as you can, or you won't have anything to help you survive. Aw, don't be silly, Eileen. What? A person's worth ain't determined by how much crap they shove in their heads from school. It's the sense of how they can change themselves with the knowledge they learned through experience. Hell yeah, Hurts. You sure know the right things to say for a drunkard. Ah, for heaven's sake, stop ruining the whole point of my story. Look, Rune, you're going to school next week, okay? Understood, mother dearest. Ha ha ha. Okay, bup. Okay, we're gonna have another break, because it's past hour 4, so... But then from there, we should be able to get straight to the end, no further breaks, depending. Yeah. Back from break early because I can. Okay, not that I was too much earlier, but Ow. Sid. Oh, you brought Rudo with you? Hello, Mr. Albus. Sorry, looks like I left a few papers and stuff. I see. Sorry, Rudo. I need to speak with your father in private if you don't mind. Huh? Okay. I guess you can go do something to kill time. You have a bit of work I still need to do. Gotcha. Alright, I'll see you later. Okay, what's going on? You're looking pretty grim. And you're not looking too good yourself. Did you have that much to drink yourself? To dope up? I sure did. Ended up having a drinking contest with Hertz. Remember I told you that we'd be enrolling Renee in the school again? I figure it's already been a while since that incident, so it should be alright now. Have you already told Renee this? Yeah, we celebrated it yesterday. She felt overjoyed. You should have been there, Albus. Is that so? Hey, what's wrong? You've been making a real scary face the whole time. It's quite the issue, Sid. Here's the cross-sections of Renee's brain from her MRI the other day. This is the cross-section where she gets mad. Here's when she's happy. Is the music supposed to still be playing? Yeah, the music's from the game. Did you not realize that? Like, the music started before I went to the break. But yeah, the music is supposed to still be playing. Good job, buddy. I do not have dedicated break music. Anyways. This is... And she's sad, and this... Huh? Did the scans get mucked up or something? No. Those are perfectly accurate. Even I wasn't sure at first. Well, that's exactly what was captured, without a doubt. The scan shows Renee's entire range of human emotions. Then that makes even less sense. There's no change here at all. These are all just copies of the same thing. Sid, I need you to calm down and listen to me. Renee has no emotions. Huh? Unlike you, or me, or Rudo, her brain lacks the portion that controls emotion. I think it's a kind of congenital disorder. No. That's just not possible. What? I mean, I've seen her laugh. She's even... She was even sulking when Rudo was ignoring her just the other day. Just what do you call all that? I can't say. But look at the results of this MRI. Don't mess with me. If it weren't you, Albus, I'd be punching the living daylights out of you. I'm being perfectly serious, Sid. This is no laughing matter. So my daughter isn't human? Is that what you're saying? What? You are, aren't you? A person who just has no heart, no emotion. Who are you kidding? We're human precisely because we have hearts. Look, I'm not trying to pull your leg here, okay? And I'm telling you this has to be an error. The MRI is still pretty new technology. How can I be sure how accurate that thing is? And this thing is coming from the mouth of the person who invented it? Oh. Didn't realize it was Albus. You of all people should just know how accurate the MRI is. Do you have any idea how many advances in the medical science were made just blah 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 were made possible just these last few years because of your creation? Renee not having any emotions. No, that can't be true. In the whole incident where she was a kid, there must have been some kind of mistake. Is that all true? Rudo. A few months after that, Renee was able to mingle with her peers in the academy without incident. Despite all that Albus had said, nothing out of the ordinary took place, and we continued to live peaceful lives. We were still worried about the Brookfields incident, but most seemed to have already forgotten about it. Convenient. Ever since the incident, Renee had always been homeschooled, so there were many who didn't even know the Zvites had a daughter. With Renee's sociable behavior, she quickly became a popular student in the academy. She made many friends there. Perhaps because her home tutor had been very strict, it seemed as if her classes were a little too easy. I gasped when Rudo spoke up. Oh dear. Our anxieties that were born from Albus's conjecture also ceased. Our peaceful life went on as usual. Until one day, I came across Renee on her way back home from the academy, heading down into an area of the park where most people normally don't enter. Just wondering what could she be doing going that far in, I wondered. Curiosity getting the better of me, I snuck inside. As I got closer, Mirag. What? I was able to hear the dying cries of an animal. What animal exactly? I wasn't sure. That's how wretched its last screams were. No, it can't be. I ran towards where Rune was. What the? Oh no, it looks like I've been found. Since when have you been following me? Could you be stalking me, perhaps? You. Why you? What are you doing? Well, I suppose whether I've been found out or otherwise doesn't really matter. But you know, when people know, it's such a pain. Right, Rudo? The tone of her voice suddenly changed. Answer me, Rune, what have you... No, it didn't change. What? It occurred to me how cunning she was, and that she didn't change one bit. What are you? Who knows? But seeing as I have no emotions, then I suppose I'm not human at least. She knew? That there was only no between Father Albus and myself. How did she find out? When did she find out? Here's your reward for finding my secret out. And that's explanation for my dear oblivious big brother who cannot seem to grasp the situation. The only time I feel emotion is when something which had been so full of life meets its demise. When I take away the happiness of anyone, when a person dies, when years of precious memories and love all crumble away in a single moment. Do you understand? I take pleasure in observing the loss of others. That day, seeing the hideous twitching and spasming, the unsightly way something clings to life desperately. The very moment something turns into a mere lump of flesh. It truly resonates with the emptiness inside me. Psychopath Rune out here, indeed. The moment I saw Rune's fake smile, I thought to myself with conviction, living beings are truly well-oiled machines. I simply could not let this thing grow into maturity. That night, I spoke to our parents about Rune. They did not take me seriously. I needed some concrete evidence to shatter the illusion that she built up those past 6 years. Please, just get along with her, Rudo. You're her older brother, so look after her. So my mother said. Every single day didn't even feel like living. My doubts weren't wrong in the slightest. If I took my eyes off of her just a moment, who knows what she could do? Rune's grown in wisdom. I doubted there would be any more sudden outbursts like with the Brooksfield incident. I forget. Why have we been in this flashback? A great question. I don't remember too much either. Whatever she was going to do next, it was going to be a planned and calculated incident. I lived from day to day, constantly preparing myself for the worst. For a while, I started to probe into her actions and routine. I even asked the local peacekeepers. When I asked about any particular incidents, I couldn't believe what they told me. Dead animals? That ain't news anymore. These past few years, there have been numerous reports of corpses of small animals spotted, murdered. Because they all involve some kind of bladed implement used to mutilate the bodies, it is clearly a human who was responsible. These disgusting acts continue to increase. I was told to report anything suspicious as soon as possible. I was at a loss of what to do. Do I turn Rune in? Right now? Without a single shred of proof? Merely claiming to have seen her doing it as paper-thin evidence. No, more than that. When I imagined my mother's face, I just couldn't bring myself to report Rune. I had to stop Rune. I can't allow my mother to experience any more pain or suffering. From that day onward, I had to do something about it, myself. Whenever possible, I always kept Rune on a tight leash. I noticed you've been paying extra special attention to me recently, brother. I'm so happy. As each and every day went by, hearing Rune's emotionless words, I was more and more convinced. Rune had convinced to observe everyone around her, creating facade in order to gain her freedom and her trust. And that... But you know, I'm getting tired of this. She truly was planning something. Several weeks later, my mother had collapsed. The tea my mother drank was discovered to have contained a poisonous mana-infused substance called Process 1. However, luckily due to her weak body, her body had rejected the mana before her body had taken in a lethal amount. She managed to escape with her life, at least for the time being. Upon being informed, the peacekeepers conducted a formal investigation. At the same time, Rune disappeared from the residence. A few days later, it came to light that Rune had snuck into Vods Medica's drug stockroom. She had stolen enough Process 1 to kill over 10 people, damn. Several days after that, several top executives of companies beyond the outer pole with whom Vods was to form partnerships were found dead, poisoned by Process 1. The negotiations between the outer pole and the second sector were immediately cut. The plans for expansion that my father had been working on for 4 years were all scrapped. It was a huge blow to the Vods companies. The next day, a cargo ship docked at the port nearby and unloaded Rune's corpse. An autopsy was conducted. The results showed a huge amount of colored mana inside her body. Her cause of death was acute mana shock. Anyone from the outer pole who goes beyond its borders will die of mana shock. Even a child would know this. Hence, it was hard to believe that Rune could have tried to leave of her own intent. Eventually, it was declared a cold case. That's just what was Rune trying to accomplish? Was her death an accident? It hadn't dawned on me at the time, but I would eventually realize, or something like that. My mother's spirit finally broke and she refused to eat anything. Several months later, she passed away due to wasting away. My father could no longer speak right and confined himself to his laboratory. The Zavite's family was ruined. No, it had long been ruined. The very moment that Rune was born into this world. Yes, those 6 years of peace since the Krogsvikes incident were all nothing but a sham. Rune's death was not an accident. It was just like destroying a carefully stacked house of cards in an instant for her. Her suicide was a calculated move in order to deal with the greatest possible blow to the Zavites. There must have been no other reason. In order to destroy, she had to destroy herself. That was Rune in a nutshell. Alright. Excuse me, would you happen to be Albus? And you are? We're Sarah's, friends. Friends? Unfortunately, I have to inform you that Sarah doesn't have any friends. Perhaps you've misunderstood? Again with this. Beating around the bush isn't going to help. Let's just get straight to the point. We're travelers. When we arrived at the city, we were completely clueless. Sarah was extremely hospitable and accommodating to us. We're incredibly grateful to her. However, it seems her goodwill worked against her, as I hear she's now being punished for her actions. The leader of the Shivites organization that you work for is apparently going to take measures against her. I had heard about this from Rudo, so it was you that... Please, could we speak with you, even for just a moment? Sorry, but we have our own issues to deal with as well. Even if you come to me with all that in mind, this isn't a matter that can be taken lightly. About Sarah. When we first met, she had introduced herself to us as Rune. What? What did you just say? Alba's brusque expression changed in an instant. It seems that anyone deeply connected will have quite the reaction to the name Rune, and we just need one more push. I promise you, if this matter is not of your concern, then we will not press you any further. I understand that this is greatly presumptuous of me, but I simply want to confirm a few things. I seek to have a discussion with you. Shall we take this elsewhere then? Yes. Shit. Our lodging is just on the outskirts of town. Is that alright with you? Just the two of you? Yes, what of it? Don't you feel that bringing a man back to your lodging at this time of night is rather careless? Careless? What makes you say that? And what does being a man or woman have to do with anything? I suppose this can be chalked up to cultural differences. Regardless, the answer is no. If you want to talk, then let's do so in the park in the central square. At this time of day, there are still people around, and it should be much quieter than this place. Please, go ahead. I'll leave as soon as I settle the bill. Well, just what was with his attitude? Selphine? What's the matter? Brusque is an adjective meaning abrupt or offhand in speech or manner. I mean, I kinda figured. New word for me too. Fair enough. What's the matter? I have a feeling that, in this place's culture, men are still predominantly in a position of power. Huh? That can't be. Considering how much their civilization has progressed, this is rather hard to believe. You never know. Without any craft, the normal girl can't really beat a bad guy in a fight. Ruskin Hyde was like this before too, right? A male-centered society where brute force means everything. Just how long ago was that? Still, that does explain his initial demeanor. I can't quite tell whether the city is progressing or regressing. Is something on your mind? No, it's just... I just thought that it's kind of scary if that was the case. Violent crimes through seldom still do occur in Ruxenheid, but ones born from sexism are just about non-existent. That is true, but when things are as simple as this have to be explained to be understood, do you think we could ever understand each other? You do have a point. However, if you become fearful from just that, the name of Ruxenheid will be tarnished. As long as there are no major obstacles between us, I'm sure we can talk and reach a mutual understanding. Yeah, I know. Sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us. By the way, who advised you to talk to me about all this? Oh. It gave Albus a short rundown of the events till this point. I see. So it's Hertz, eh? Is he doing well? Doing well. I suppose he is. If he weren't, he couldn't possibly be able to down that much alcohol. I see. That's just like him. If I may presume, does this mean that it's been a while since you've last met? Yes, it has been quite a while. Let's just say things happened. In any case, why don't we introduce ourselves properly? My name is Albus Folster. I serve as the CTO of Zavite's Enterprise. I'm Ratona, a traveler. I'm Selphine, Ratona's fellow travel companion. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Excuse me, I have an unrelated question that I was hoping you could answer. It's been bothering me since yesterday. You mentioned some sort of title, but I don't quite understand what it means. Rito also mentioned something similar. CTO is short for Chief Technological Officer. You can think of it as the person in charge of the technical side of things. I see. I think. Rudo is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer. In other words, he's the topmost position of Zavite's Enterprise. Whoa. That's a lot easier to understand. It seems that these titles serve as positions when introducing oneself. Chief Executive. So basically like the president? Well, technically not quite, but well, the nuance is the same. I see. I take it your home country doesn't have entities such as corporations? Wait a minute. Do forgive me for commenting, but if I'm not mistaken, you appear much older than Rudos fights. So, how is it that he's allowed to wield absolute authority? You sure are straight to the point, aren't you? Well, you have a point. Rudo is a mere 22 years of age after all. I am older than him. Damn, okay. 22? Just 3 years apart from me? He's just 3 years away from Rotona. With that expression of his? Amazing, isn't he? He's so much younger than I am, but he's been able to keep a company this huge running so well. So do you mean he's the leader of a really huge organization? That he is. In terms of sheer scale, Javite's is the largest on the entire outer pole. Well then, is there some kind of ceremony for them to become leaders? Ceremony? I was 22 once. Same. Yes, a ceremony. Well, it's not quite a ceremony. Unless you're referring to promotion parties. Party? It's a celebratory event. Well, during our travels, we've heard of this country. Whenever they choose their next ruler, using a ceremony called the Path Down, they inherit all their predecessors' memories, experience, and knowledge. It's been 84 years. Stop. It's a kind of culture wherein the descendants of the next generation will be able to gain the qualifications they need to be the next ruler. A path down that continues across many generations bolsters the country's strength and also shows a strong unity with the citizens. Is that true? For someone so young to inherit such a large kingdom, well, company in this case, he has to be qualified to be. So you would need a ceremony like that, right? By inheriting knowledge, I can take that to mean that they're also educated and groomed by their predecessors? Educated, well, that is part of it, but it's not something as indirect. The experiences and knowledge are directly transmitted. Albus tilts his head. Directly transmitted? Not via speaking, writing, or teaching, eh? There's no such thing, then. Us folk in the outer pole have to use words, speech, more concrete forms of communication to convey what we're thinking and feeling. There's no other way for us to do so. It's impossible for us to do directly transmit knowledge, as you say. I see. We magic, bitch. Yes. So I suppose that in that outer pole's culture, there is no such ceremony to install leaders, as you mentioned. Install? I guess that's a fair way to put that. Why do you ask? Well, that's because we're wandering around different countries, traveling to learn and study more about the world, you see. By experiencing all sorts of cultures, we'd like to expand our knowledge on the vastness of this world. That sounds like quite the undertaking, especially concerning the world's state of affairs lately. I envy you both. If I weren't from the outer pole, I would have loved to travel the world as well. Oh, but I digress. Let's get back to the heart of the matter. For confirmation's sake, you said that Sarah introduced herself as Rune, correct? Yes. You knew about Rune, didn't you, Albus? Did I know her? We were like family up until she died. Rune and Rudo's father, Sid, we had been very good friends. Sid and I built Zavite's enterprise from the ground up. Impressive. He's quite the influential individual. Her knows all sorts of people. Had been? Does that mean Sid is... He passed away about 3 years ago. But Rudo is 22 years old. He must have been still awfully young. There's quite a long story behind that. Well then, could you please tell us about the relationship between Rune and Sarah? Are they one and the same? Yes. We're completely in the dark about what's going on. Please, tell us more about Sarah. Just who is she? Is that her real name? Her real name, eh? That name was the term we used in order to pertain to Sarah. As for whether it qualifies as a name, well, I suppose that depends on your definition of what a name is. Judging by how you're referring to her, should we take that to mean that she really is being treated as a slave? Excuse me? We're merely travelers and know nothing of the customs of this land. However, from where we come from, treating people like belongings is something that should not ever be tolerated. So right now, we cannot even hide our astonishment regarding this state of affairs. I see. You two were born and raised in a very good country. But just to clear up any misunderstandings, I have to inform you that she is no slave. It's just a few decades ago that slavery was outlawed in this country. Although there are still some wretched folks out there who still practice it in absolute secrecy, then that makes even less sense. Why do you refer to her as if she were an object? Precisely because she is an object. You asked me about her name earlier, yes? The word Sarah is just a term we use to refer to her. It means Synapse Architectural Review and Assessment. We took the first letters of each word from the title and the report written up when she was first constructed. That's why it technically isn't a name, it's an acronym. What? Constructed? That doesn't make sense. Sarah was made? Sarah is a product of the Vods Enterprise last president Sid Vods, created to handle mana-related tasks in the outer pole. Sarah is a machine. You must be joking. A machine? Although our company's Vods Enterprise is well known for mana to energy conversion and energy supply services. I saw this coming from a mile away, but is well known for mana to energy conversion and energy supply services. Okay. Wait just a minute here. A machine? By machine, do you mean something like a clock? I was joking about the Hatsune Miku thing game. Well, it's certainly on a completely different dimension of complexity, but yes, in a sense, I suppose I do. I did remember more or less about, like, her not being, like, her being, like, a robot of sorts, so that's why I said, like, it's not exactly slavery. Like, I guess you still can interpret it as such, because she is at least somewhat sentient, but, like, you know. Anyways. Well, it's certainly on a completely different dimension of complexity, but yes, in a sense, I suppose I do. With all due respect, I just cannot believe that. Well, I suppose most people wouldn't. Machines do not possess sentience, do they? Whoever was with us yesterday was clearly sentient and had a strong sense of self. She was aware of her surroundings, knew right from wrong, exercised judgment, and was able to display compassion for others. Intriguing. Would you happen to be acquainted with philosophy? Not really. I wouldn't say that I'm on that level of familiarity. When asked on the difference between what is and isn't human, being able to go straight to questions about perception ability is proof that one has been thoroughly educated in these matters. Your homeland truly must be rich in a variety of aspects. I'm envious. Wait just a moment. Do mana automatons dream of magical sheep? Stop. In regards to your assertion that Sarah is a machine, all I can see is an excuse for you to treat her as you do now. Oop, ad break? Oh dear. I'll wait then. I'll be nice to you. How long have you been streaming? 5 hours, 3 minutes, and counting. Yep, 5 hours now. Yeah, 5 hours, 3 minutes. I've been popping in and out. That's fair. But yeah, for future reference, for curiosity with that, you can just do the command uptime, so exclamation mark uptime, and then you'll find out. Just got an ad for Wolverine. Today I learned their main spiel is their boots, which is hilarious because that's my least favorite product of theirs. When you said Wolverine, I was not thinking of the brand, I was thinking of, like, X-Man Wolverine, so... But welcome back. In regards to your assertion that Sarah is a machine, all I can see is an excuse for you to treat her as you do now. Yeah, I thought of X-Men too. Okay, glad we're all on the same page, Fumichu. I'm answering your questions, fully aware that you most likely would be in disbelief. You are free to believe me or otherwise. In fact, if I were in your place, I probably wouldn't believe it myself. We all thought it amazing. Realistically speaking, there's no way to verify your... Rotona, let him speak, okay? In any case, we're both at a dead end anyway. It was like X-Men makes boots. In this way, we can see if he's telling the truth or not, okay? So she means to use that, then. Very well. The younger-looking girl seems to hold the power in the relationship. Quite intriguing. Regardless, we still find it difficult to swallow your claim that Rune is indeed a machine. Perfectly sensible. To be honest, much of it remains a mystery to myself as well. Albus? Yes. If you don't mind, we'd like to show you a kind of cravat, if you so please. Monocraft, you say? Are you two monocrafters? Yes, we are monocrafters who come from a country far away from here. You said you were travelers, but to think you were from the Interpol. Are you sure about this? Consider where you are right now. What about Monoshock? According to Ruda, we had 3 or 4 days remaining. We are shouldering that risk by voluntarily being here. I see. I think I now have to have a grasp on how gravely you two view this matter. Seeing as you're willing to divulge all of this, should I take it to mean that you're deadly serious about all of this? It wouldn't be fair to keep one-sidedly asking you for information after all. I do appreciate the sentiment, but unfortunately I don't have the time. I'll essentially be trapped up in the office from tomorrow until next week or so, with little to no free time to spare. I still will have some matters to attend to after this as well. That won't be an issue. This craft will be over in the blink of an eye. Just as she says, this craft won't take much of your time. I'm not quite sure I follow. What should I do, exactly? For the meantime, all we need is your trust in us. All we wish to do is exchange information with you. If there's any information or knowledge you'd like us to impart, then we can share it directly with you at the same time. Sharing information directly? Before we go any further, this means you won't have any reservations with talking with us, right? Yes. Though I do have my limits. This just is... It's just that I don't have the time to explain everything in full. It's alright, you'll understand in a few minutes. Will you trust us? I didn't mean to do that. Okay. I trust you. Thank you very much. Alright, Rotona. Could I have a little mana? Your wish is my command. Good grief, this sure is quite the turn of events. I can't believe I get to see Monocraft performed in the flesh. I'm a little anxious. I'll explain further on the other side. Now. Other side? Selphine? Selphine to that? Selphine? Selphine had already begun converting mana. She's so concentrated on the test that she doesn't even notice my speaking anymore. There's no naturally present mana, so my internal mana isn't stabilizing. I didn't expect conversation to need this much concentration and stamina. Just how did Rotona make her sword so quickly? Alright, this should do it. Selphine opens her eyes wide. It seems she's finished preparations. Is it just me, or are her eyes more radiant than before? The sheen of her hair, too. Even her skin seems to be radiating a weak light. Shall we begin? Yes. Excuse me for a moment. Reminds me of when the inverse happened to me. I saw a Facebook ad for some kind of Marvel Venom merchandise, and for some reason my brain processed it as being a promo item for the energy drink of the same name. Did you, type all of that like a granny? Because I feel like that is really late. That's okay, though. You can be a granny spooky. No judgment. Excuse me for a moment. Selphine pressed her right index and middle fingers together and lightly touched Alba's temples. Are you alright? It seems to be taking longer than usual, perhaps because we're in the outer pole. Yeah, it's been a while, so I'm a little nervous. No need to tense up so much. This craft isn't going to be of any harm. Ugh. Your body will warm up a little, as if you're doing some light jogging. I see. Now, if you please. Bless. Understood. Whoa. What the? What a strange sensation. I can feel my physical body, but my consciousness is sinking, like it's getting sucked into a deep darkness. Okay, I've established a link with you, Albus. Next is Ratona. Ratona as well. Selphine reserves as an intermediary, connecting the three of us. This allows us to share our consciousness. Is that even... What we will now conduct is referred to as a mind dive. It's a type of calm craft which is mainly used to establish links between the consciousness of one or more parties. How do you feel, Albus? This all feels very strange. The sounds around us are slowly fading away, and then my consciousness is becoming trapped inside. Inside, there's a girl, Selphine, whose existence is growing more and more pronounced. You're just about ready too, Ratona. Could you bless, please? Understood. Suddenly, now Ratona's joining my consciousness. All of this, truly, there's no words I can use to describe this. Let's begin. This place is... Lab 9? How did we get in this place? This place is called media storage. It's a space serving as a materialized form of your subconscious. The manifestation of my subconscious? The manifestation of my subconscious? Did my thoughts just flow out without my knowing it? We're currently in the realm of your subconscious. My subconscious. All the things you wish to ask us and anything, any information that you will allow us to know is conveyed to us purely as is. In that sense, you ought to be able to hear my own thoughts as well. Her mouth isn't moving, but I still can hear her voice. I'm sure it comes as quite a surprise to you, but I'm sure you will quickly get used to it. I see. How do I put it? It's as if I've wandered straight into a fairy tale. Normally, this craft, a mind dive, is supposed to last but a moment or two. A conversation that normally lasts a full hour will take a split second, though sometimes circumstances can make it take longer. Most of the time, when there are multiple people like this, it does take quite a bit longer. This time, since there's 3 of us, and so that it's less alienating to Albus, I've structured it as more of a conversation between us. I'm grateful for that, I suppose. Should I? Now I'm the one who can't follow the conversation. Yeah, indeed. I can tell you're pretty nervous about all of this, so I'll try to explain it a little better. As Artona said earlier, media storage is a space manifested from your subconscious. In here, there's no distinction between truth and lies. The only thing here is the mana within your body and mind. It contains your pure, unadulterated memories, and the unconscious mind that allows you to convey them. Conveying my memories, both my conscious and subconscious? Humans do have some memories which they'd rather not let others know of. Your consciousness and unconscious self have the right to choose what to show to us and what not to. There are things you feel you must tell us and things you feel that you mustn't. For these sealed off memories, even someone like me can freely use a mind dive, cannot peek into those. Essentially, except for those things you choose to tell or show us, the rest will not be conveyed to us. I can't believe such amazing technology actually exists in this world. The mind dive is quite a peculiar craft. Only those who can use the Pathdown are able to utilize it. Basically, it's a craft only royalty can use. It's not something that needs to be shared, so I'm keeping these thoughts and memories closed off. Is that so? I don't fully understand. But that means we could take our time here and discuss whatever we wish to at our own pace. No, we don't need to go about it in such a roundabout manner. You should be able to communicate via senses as well. Once you open up the information we need to exchange, whatever you'd like to share with us should freely flow out. Huh? Nothing's happening. It looks like we need a little more time. I suppose this is what we're dealing with someone from the outer pole. The flow of eternal mana is a little stagnant. It'll take time for it to reach. Why don't you relax for a little until you get used to it? Sooner or later you will have to speak. Instead, our consciousness will just freely share information. Alright. So this is really quite a strange experience. It's like I could see straight into the two of you. Your personalities, your humanity, I can perceive directly. And we could say the same to you, Albus. This room represents who you are as a person. The space is clean and well organized. The lighting is just right, and the entire area is stable. It's a sign that your thoughts are coexisting amicably with ours. If the compatibility is off, then incongruities as one's personality would either reject a mind dive entirely, or the space of the media storage would be dark and warped. I see. I appreciate the compliments, but I'm not exactly the nicest person there is. The truth is, I've had some doubts about you two. That you may be industry spies. For all I know, you may have been sent by hives. We've known. Rather, we'd felt that from him some time back. But now, I see it so clearly now. Like the anxieties in my heart are being cleansed. The two of you truly simply want to talk with me. And more than that, the two of you truly are that worried about Sarah. Uh-huh. It's begun. When discussing the Zweit's siblings with Sarah, there's another vital person we must discuss. Sid Zweitz. He is the founder of Zweit's Enterprise and the author of Rito and Rene. The Zweitz family was never an affluent one. Born the eldest son of the family ever since he was a child, he was different from his peers. I've been with him since I was young, and we were practically brothers. Of all the people I've grown up with in the slums, he was the only one who I had remained friends with till the very end. Sid's father was Repsible, a worthless man, an alcoholic who had become violent with his own family, truly savage. He wouldn't lift a finger to do any honest work, instead using his shady connections for get-rich-quick schemes to smuggle large amounts of purified mana into the outer pole. When Sid was 9, that man said that he would leave to find work elsewhere and promptly disappeared from Cadia. Sid had to take care of his weak mother all by himself. At that time, the idea of using mana for energy hadn't existed in Cadia. Instead, we had to use coal or kerosene to make it through winter. The winter cold was so harsh that there were numerous casualties every year. It was where we lived, the slums, that was always hit the hardest. If only we had some kerosene. Until he had lost his mother, Sid had often repeated this phrase. He and I did our damnedest, working with everything we had to keep his mother in good health. But of course we were still only 9 years of age. Whatever we made never amounted to much. After 2 years of painful struggle, Sid's mother passed away when we were 11 years old. That year, something inside Sid changed. He had always been prejudiced against the world, cursing it every chance he got, but that changed completely. Perhaps he came to an epiphany. Unless he changes, the world will swallow him up whole. That if he goes on like this, his life will have amounted to nothing but him crawling in the dirt. He accepted the unjustness and brutality of the world. With his mother's passing, Sid was alone and free to do what he wanted. Whenever he had time, he would talk about mana. At the time, it was so completely beyond me. Sid's father, whom he so hated, was obsessed with mana. Although he hated it, he continued to pursue it, which wasn't something one would expect. Unlike his father, however, he wasn't interested in short-term get-rich-quick schemes. While he was continuing working in the coal mines, he would pilfer sediment that had trace amounts of colored mana in them, bringing them back as research material. Owie. Phew, the foreman's in a pretty bad mood today, too. I knew this was gonna be some hard work, but I'll tell you, being a coal mine worker ain't something a human ought to do. Barely pays enough just to put food on the table, too. God, my joints are all screaming in pain. Still, we ought to consider ourselves lucky to even have work. Looks like this year's winter is gonna be incredibly cold as well. Well, at least it's freaking hot while working. I'd rather be moving around or working than just sitting around in school all day. It's way more fulfilling. Who the heck would want to waste their childhood in a dump like that? Not me, that's for sure. You have a point there. Oh right, Albus, let me show you something real cool. What? Is that? That's right, it's sediment. There's not a lot of it, but there's definitely a little bit of colored manna inside. Where did you even... While we were mining, the coal mine might actually be a mana mine. What have you done, Sid? Don't tell me, you're gonna sell that. No way, that's dirty money. They'll find you and throw you in prison. No, don't be stupid. Like I could sell such a valuable sample. Sample? Actually, this isn't the first sample I found. The first one I found was smaller than a pea. But the deeper I dug, the sediment just kept getting bigger and bigger. You've been sneaking out sediment for that long? Look, listen to just what I have to say first, okay? I made a pretty interesting discovery. Come by my laboratory. Laboratory? You mean your house, right? Oh, come on, the name's pretty important, okay? If I said my place, it wouldn't get you fired up. Struggling to understand your logic here. Well, just pay me a visit, alright? Besides, we could just head straight there, couldn't we? Oh, well, I suppose we could, but... Today's the day when my mom, you know... I thought I'd leave her a flower or two. I see. It's already been that long, huh? Anyway, it's just me and my laboratory. See you there. Fast forward to a few years later. We began to immerse ourselves in colored mana purification research. We conducted all sorts of absurd experiments. Sid loved high-risk experiments, a trait he may have inherited from his father. On one occasion, he suffered mana shock and ended up being unable to move his left arm. As I conducted to support Sid, we both spent our adolescent years in mana research. Every day, every single day of it. We toiled as if possessed by the gods of mana themselves. After countless failures, we finally succeeded. But finally, we were able to purify colored mana. This isn't self-praise or exaggeration, it was truly the discovery of the century. The news quickly spread throughout the entire outer pole. Then one day, we began to look for investors who were willing to commercialize the mana system. Why? Tell me, just what was that hard work for then? What exactly are we gonna do if we don't look for investors? This conversion efficiency with just this filter isn't good enough. If the sediment has low mana concentration, then that means there isn't gonna be enough energy. Just how much time do you think it takes to convert enough energy to match a candle that lasts burning for 2-3 hours? At this point, mining coals is still more efficient. Well, of course our research is just in its initial stages, but if we continue our line of research then... By the way, have you heard of electricity before? Electricity? Oh, are you talking about that one person in the third sector who's trying to control the energy from lightning? That's right. But from what I hear, that technology is still in infancy. And not only that, it's quite dangerous. According to the opinion of the Board of Science, it probably won't see any widespread use anytime soon. The opinion of those idiots over at the board ain't worth their salt. If mana didn't actually exist, then I sure as heck to be looking into electricity too. Besides, if we're talking danger here, mana's just as guilty. Heck. It might be that mana's way more dangerous than electricity. What would make you say that? My left arm's been acting up again lately. Does it still hurt? Nah, not exactly. It feels like it's, I don't know. It's weird, like it's been slowing eating away by something. What in the... Has it been that way since you were able to move it? No, just recently. I didn't say anything at first because it didn't really get in the way of work, but it's been hard to ignore lately. I wonder what's causing it. No clue, but one thing's for sure. There's still a whole lot of unknowns we've yet to discover about mana. As a result of further research, we succeeded in generating a stable, usable amount of mana. In the meantime, we managed to meet willing investors who were interested in our work despite our youth. We sure got lucky, I commented, but Sid said, no, we made this happen in response. He was the type who hated any fatalistic mindsets. A few years later, everything was going smoothly. Thanks to the investors, Vice Enterprise was established without a hitch. At the time of the founding, Sid married the girl from a neighboring town who had entered the company. Her name was Aline Crossrose. She had unnaturally beautiful emerald eyes and pearly white skin. Outspoken and imbued with a strong sense of justice. However, she had been born with a weak constitution, much like Sid's mother. Aline's wish was to benefit other people in the world. She was the type of person who could exchange the atmosphere just by being there. No matter how rebellious or contrarian someone is, they would immediately become docile and obedient when faced with her. One couldn't help but think of her as blah blah, regardless of logic or reason. She was simple, truly lovable human being. There wasn't anyone who wouldn't be inspired by her zeal. As a Jevite, grew in power, so did the profits and efficiency, as it continued to devote itself to the greater good. It didn't reach its peak efficiency, but when winter came, it managed to cut casualties down to less than half. The company continued to gain influence. As it continued to grow in fame and fortune, Ruta was born. Ruta was truly a brilliant child. Having inherited both Aline's kindness and his father's wisdom, Ruta was truly a good person. We lived our days in happiness. At the time, we hadn't realized, somewhere unbeknownst to us, we had created a great and powerful enemy. Hey, Sid, Aline, have you heard about Hives? That's the company of that idiot who tried to control lightning, right? Of course I have. I have too, and none of it is any good. The filter they're using, that's the one that Sid designed. Shouldn't we do something about them? Who cares? Honestly, I don't even know what they're trying to do with those old relics of filters. But that clearly means just painting a target on your back. He must be bitter that you ruined his plans for electricity. That bastard can do whatever the hell he wants to. He failed to make electricity succeed. He's got a grudge against us, and now he's sticking to his neck into the mana industry. And to top it all off, he uses the product that his rival designed to start his own company. I'm sure he has guts. He sure has guts, I'll give him that. This kind of audacity sure reminds me of a certain someone. Don't be stupid. I won't do anything like that. He's got no vision. Touché. But you have a point. What does he hope to accomplish by using those filters? That's a losing strategy when going up against us. Well, who knows? We're up against someone who's trying to use his enemy's ideas against him and live. You'd be surprised how tough a nut job like that is to take down. What's wrong, Aline? You seem pretty pale. I have a bad feeling about all of this. How come? It's just, everything's been going too smoothly for all of us. Something's got to happen sooner or later. Hey now, you're talking about karma? I ain't done a single awful thing to anyone. Whoops. Why do you think we need to pay back for all the happiness we've been experiencing so far? I suppose so. A few years later, Rene was born. With almost an inexplicable timing, Hive experienced an explosion of growth. Despite being of no competition in terms of both experience with mana and underlying technologies, they managed to one-up us in terms of business acumen. Their expansion was absolutely unprecedented. No one was able to anticipate that Hives could gain enough power to complete with fights in such short years. Mana is likely to become a highly dangerous substance to us residents of the Outer Pole, just as it happened to Sid when his left arm was affected. Make no mistake and you could lose your life. Sid knew that well. Because enough investors for the company were secured, Sid was able to prioritize development of medical treatments when Svite's enterprise was first established. Elaine and spearheaded the charge, but having Svites assemble every skilled doctor around and founded Svites Medica. People had to undergo proper training to handle mana as part of their work in Svites. Svites dedicated its resources to educating and training its employees. It's Zevitz, I don't know why I keep whatever. However, it takes time to develop competent mana miners and sediment handlers. Regardless, developing skilled, educated personnel and providing a safe work environment were top priority. On the other hand, Hive's strategy was to completely ignore all such safety protocols and exploit the poor economic situation. Hive strategy, process 1. It's a drug extracted from mana, creating humans who could continue to work without sleep or rest, and who could produce antibodies that could combat mana. Furthermore, the subjects of the drug were promised lifetime employment, immunity to low-level mana shock, and superhuman strength. Hive poured its efforts into marketing itself as an entity that could grant these kinds of abilities, serving to excite its subjects all the more. The masses ate up Hive's hyperbole-filled slogans. It was a devious strategy that resonated with everyone at the time when employment was at an all-time low. Hey, that was just too much. Yeah, the after effects on subjects, I can't believe they're all that horrible. Completely losing it because of insomnia, turning into nothing but skin and bones, bodies rotting away due to partial mana shock. The abbey was filled with the victims of Hive's operations. Some patients even had to be carried off to a church in the neighboring town. I know. It said, "We have another problem." I brought Ellen to the Medica's chief over to Freres to propose the construction of a general hospital over Schweiz, but they gave you the stink eye? Yes, or rather we were assailed with some rather unbecoming speech. It was because of people like us that the god in the mana was angered, causing these victims in the first place. This was the divine retribution for being blinded by our greed and desire for convenience. Damn. I can't exactly say whether or not the priest was right. But this isn't the time for that. I believe we need to pursue the Medica project even more now. Why doesn't the government just outlaw the human testing of Process 1? That would solve the problem altogether. I'm sure that if the Board of Science would do something, the government would. I doubt that. Why? People are dying here. Technology to create Process 1 for mana was developed on the outer pole. Only those who have been trained can make it. And of course you need to use machinery that's only available on the outer pole. So here's my take on the whole situation. The government, the Board of Science, and Hives are all in all cahoots, secretly exporting Process 1. What? Why would they do that? First possible use for it that comes to mind is the same thing that Hives does for their workers, drugs to dope up crafters, performance enhancement for armies, or maybe they found ways to weaponize the stuff. Well, it's still pretty new substance, depending on where the research goes. They could find all sorts of uses for it. No. Well, not that I have any proof or anything, it's just a guess. Sid, the worse your predictions get, the more likely they are to be true. Anyway, putting that aside, let's get back on track. Like Albus said, I don't plan to give up on getting that hospital set up. But Sid, a vast majority of those patients would rather seek salvation from the church than medical attention from a hospital. I'm sure they'd try to get into an overcrowded abbey and a newly built hospital. And if that isn't possible, they just resign themselves to death. Do people hate us that much? That can't be. We didn't do anything for people to hate us that much, right? I suppose to the average layman, there isn't much difference between Hives and us. In any case, I don't see any real point in constructing a hospital with the way things are going now. Damn, what do we do then? Well, Sid, I have a plan. What you said about the government and Hives earlier got me thinking. Why don't we just make the church allies with Schweiz? Huh? Financial backing is a given. We renovate their facilities, get them new equipment, maybe we can build a new abbey together. But we name the hospital after the church, put under their management. But in exchange, the actual hospital's operations will remain under Schweiz Medica. What about that? What? As they say, Rex regnant et non gubart. They will reign, but not govern. Wait, just a minute here. The entire thing's gotten so huge, I don't know where to begin. Besides, they clearly hate us. It makes you think they'd even want to work with us. I have a good idea. An idea? I heard that a number of sisters passed away from the blah 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 blah. Man, this game gets deep into topics you wouldn't expect. Yeah, I heard that quite a number of sisters passed away from the other day due to a contagious form of mana shock. There were some who put their life on the line, trying to subdue the patients who had grown violent and unstable. They tried to quell some men who were many times stronger than they were, muscles swollen from the doping effects, with love as their only weapon. Anyway, they all did everything in their power to provide the utmost care for their patients. Sid, we should dedicate our next project on absolute obedience of Automata to the sisters. Automata. And rather than models specifically made for the mana mines, we should focus on creating humanoid models to help support the sisters. That way they can protect the sisters from any contagious forms of mana shock or any patients who get too violent. Lynn. That's quite an ambitious plan, but it might actually work out. I'll pass the proposal to our mechanical engineering partners about this. There's a sort of poetic justice to all this. For people like us who make a living of science, perhaps the least theistic thing here is to be saved by religion. Like, we have to pay attention to the little details like that. We just have to focus on caring for patients and minimizing the victims. A few days later, we headed to the church. Father, we are indebted for being allowed an audience today. But of course, anything for the famous president of Vods Enterprise, whom the church so despises. Now, what is it? Mr. Sid Vods, what is that you and your organization need of us? My wife told me about your circumstances here the other day. I heard that many of the sisters here had become victims of the subjects they were trying to save. That is the unfortunate truth. The state of affairs was brought about by the competition between you and Hives. By playing with mana, you treat the blessings of God like mere toys. Do you understand that is blasphemy? Do you have anything to say as a fool who chose to ignore their faith and blindly pursue science until its bitter end? Oh dear. I have no words to offer in my defense, but we at Spites have no intention for just giving up. Even if Spites Enterprise were to abandon this mana race and let Hives win, we won't put a stop to the victims. I could confidently say that we were on the side of the good here. We conduct our business with the highest morale and ethical standards. To me, the nature of your business and Hives is one and the same. I am well aware of that. However, I want you to understand we will not back down against Hives. We have our own beliefs to adhere to. Why do you continue to rebel against God like this? It is God's will that we must simply accept, so we can carry out His divine plan. Is it that difficult to simply accept what has been given to you, and live a life within your means? Science is nothing but the height of folly. It is proof that you're ungrateful to the blessings and the life you have received. Sure, that might be the case for you, but let me tell you this, Father. As so long as we humans have this thing called curiosity, the march of science will never stop. We just had to find out about the hidden possibilities of mana. No, it's not just about mana. You tell a human being to live in this world without trying to satisfy the curiosity? That's just plain impossible. And curiosity is another one of those gifts that your God gave us humans, isn't it? Blasphemy. Do you want to meet with me face to face simply to lecture me on God and human nature? No, we came here because we'd like to pitch something. Pitch? What could this be now? We're currently developing machines to assist with work on the mines. They'll be powered by mana to help understand what we have to do and carry out those commands. What in the... However, we decided to stop work on that. Instead, we have decided to devote our time to creating machines to provide support to the sisters of the church. And why exactly would you do that? Father, do you want to work with us at Spy... I beg your pardon? Right now, even if we built a general hospital in town, there'd be far more people who would seek help from the church. But Father, that just isn't going to work out. Sorry to say, but what you're doing isn't going to save a single life. The only way to save people who are dying from mana is with mana itself. We have completely different values, but I'm sure that we share the same fundamental desire to save as many people as we possibly can. Please, let us work with you. I'm sure patients wouldn't have any problems if you gave them If you have them go to a hospital that has your blessing. I see. And there, we're gonna have our machines take the place of sisters instead. We've already partnered with an engineering company to make sure they look perfectly human. We'll have they'll have as much humanity as we do. If you let the machines deal with any dangerous patients, I'm sure you can prevent any sisters from losing their lives. The Sisters Project is our way of showing our sincerity in this proposition. Please, won't you consider? I see how it is. Truly a suggestion that could only have been put forth by someone so entrapped in worldly desires such as yourself. A suggestion that completely and utterly ignores the demands of our church. Well, No, that's enough. This is no longer something we can discuss. However, you wish to save as many as you can, correct? Your sentiment reeks of arrogance and a lack of concern for the souls of the deceased, but very well. I can understand your reasoning. We're very grateful for. However, we cannot accept those machines of yours. Why not? Don't you want to prevent any more of the Abbey sisters from becoming victims? Of course I want to put a stop to the victims, and I wish to save as many people as we can. However, those patients have all come here seeking salvation from God, although I suppose you atheist heathens won't understand. No matter how well they can mimic human behavior, like how a hymn sung without a heart won't heal, prayer from something without a soul will not save anyone. Was Sid just silenced by a member of the clergy? Still, from such non-believers to save lives in the name of the church, your convictions have come through. I will need some time. Oh my. My mind sync was cut? Ugh, the connection just... Oh no. Sorry, I'll get it patched up now. Milady. More importantly, how's your condition? Well... Oh, I mean, how do you feel? Yeah. No, what I mean is, this is such a pain. This is the first time I've had so much difficulty connecting a dive right. Is that the... blah, blah, blah. Is this case that much different than usual? There has to be just the right amount of pressure from external mana so that internal mana can stabilize. Being able to refine mana consistently is quite a difficult feat. Even though we look to be the same people, it's amazing how differently our bodies can function. It's like we're completely different species. I beg to differ. It all boils down to the presence or absence of mana. If we were able to stay here too long, then our mana systems would end up deteriorating. It would end up with the same physicality as you. Albus, you and we are all just the same human beings. I see. If I may, about that memory just now, you referred to this to a church. Does that mean there are also mana-related religions in the Outer Pole? There certainly are. In fact, that is why a company like ours was able to grow so much despite being anything but religious. It's thanks to Olene's idea that we partner with the church. Even in the Outer Pole, there are plenty of people who seek help from the god of mana. I never knew. The power of a pawn shop said, the owner of a pawn shop said that the god of mana had forsaken this land, which is what led to the development of science. And that's pretty accurate. Even though our principles and religion contradict each other, they can still coexist with each other. When it all boils down to it, us humans need something to believe in, even if it's a god who abandoned us. I had thought this was a land with nothing but self-serving individuals, but that wasn't the case. Sid and Olin were such a strong sense of duty and concern. Those two were truly amazing. There's so much I could learn... blah, blah, blah. There's so much I could learn from such wonderful people. Agreed. I was fixated on working on simply conducting research, but those two... They were always wholeheartedly directing their efforts into making the Outer Pole a better place. It was often a reminder of the differences in our personalities when they were still around. What do you mean? I heard that Sid had already moved on to the next world, but has his wife, Ellen, also passed on as well? Yes, several weeks after Rune died, she had also passed away. You see, Ellen was killed by Rune. She laced the tea Ellen had always drank with Process 1 before it was refined into a drug. She was killed by her own flesh and blood daughter? I can't believe it. Rune also frequented Zevit's labs that actually snuck in and stole Process 1 that was kept for research purposes. She had taken enough to kill 10 adults. Directors and executives of companies from outer pole regions who were also supposed to merge with Zevitz were later found dead, poisoned. Rene then committed suicide after. Thanks to that one incident, our dream, Sid's, Ellen's, and mine, our dream to expand Zevitz throughout the outer pole was completely scrapped. I was at a sincere loss for words. Just what could possibly have driven Rune to do all of that? At just 10 years of age, I heard that she was a problem child of sorts. No, this is far beyond that. The devil's spawn. She certainly does live up to that nickname. What was her motive? There must have been something that pushed her to do that, right? We couldn't find anything like that. Rune had a abnormality in her brain, you see. A portion of her brain wasn't working. Even if she was able to understand emotions like happiness, sadness, and anger, she couldn't feel them herself. She didn't feel fear or guilt, nor was she able to develop a sense of compassion. But could someone have developed such destructive tendencies just simply because of a lack of emotion? I don't know. Maybe Rune was special, but at this point there's no way for us to find out. Sorry to interrupt, but I finished the connection. Are you alright, Selphine? You're looking a little pale there. Yes. Do we continue from earlier? Yes. Alright, hang on. We'll be about the Sevitz siblings. Now, I have to warn you, it's gonna be rather disturbing. Are you sure you want to keep going? We are. Oh dear. A few years have passed since Sid spoke with the priest. The number of hives Sid victims continued to multiply drastically. Then one day someone from within the church came across evidence exposing the collision between the government, hives, and the Board of Science. That was the clincher. A fissure formed in the long-standing relationship of the church and the government, leading to an agreement between Sevitz and the church. The industry versus the government versus the church. The level of discord among the three parties was truly unprecedented. In the midst of all that, Ruda was immersed in his studies daily, both in the academy and at home, in preparation for becoming Sevitz Enterprises' next president. Just like his father, he also had a strong interest in mana, and didn't have any difficulty studying. Ruda simply loved to learn. I remember him often telling Ellen that he was bored by the lessons at the academy. However, Rudo, intelligent as he is, had one big concern: his little sister, Rune. At the time, Rune had behavioral issues. She always had a frown on her face, and the only time she ever smiled was when people got hurt. Everything she did had some trace of malintent to it. Whatever her actions were, they were always to cause people problems. One day, Rune finally did something that put the final nail on the coffin. Rune stabbed the family's son's eye with a stick, causing him to lose it. The whole incident with the Grovefields was a mess. No kidding. I wonder what caused Rene to do that. Was she not satisfied with something? I don't know. Ellen, she's just heartbroken. On the outside, she puts a smile on and says she's fine, but she's starving herself and her body's just... That's terrible. And I feel sorry for Rudo as well. I hope he isn't getting shamed or mistreated in school. This might be a good opportunity for him. Maybe it's about time. Age-wise too, sounds about right. He's lost in his own thoughts, huh? After the Grokfields incident, Rita had to stop attending school. The reason was never said out loud, but it was obvious. Rita was just around 10 years old when he began to work as a trainee in Sevitz. He studied daily in Lab 9, saying to be the very best in the industry for producing top researchers, and started becoming more and more introverted. Now that I think about it, it must have been tough for him. As a child, Ruda was somewhat lacking in imagination. To be blunt, he wasn't fit to be a researcher. Both I and the other members of the lab thought so. Ruda truly had a talent for learning. However, he had difficulties coming up with anything new that was outside of what was taught to him. They were expecting him to have an eccentric imagination, just as Sid did when he was young, but unfortunately it was all for naught. On the other hand, he was very careful not to offend people with his words or actions, and was very considerate of others. As time passed, everyone around him slowly came to see him as someone who couldn't succeed Sid. A few years after Ruta began working in Lab 9, Rune's house arrest, the consequences of the Grokfields incident, was lifted. Rune was often brought by her home tutor to visit the lab. As time passed, it became clear. Though Ruta was said to be a prodigy in his aptitude for learning, Rune greatly exceeded his capabilities. Just a few months after Rune started to take trips into Lab 9, she was able to answer the unsolvable battery problems that had been plaguing the sisters' machines for years. Everyone was speechless. It was then that I saw a glimpse of Sid's inventiveness and creativity. No, she truly solved a problem that Sid himself couldn't. Probably everyone in the lab thought that she would surpass Sid as a researcher someday. Ruto began to slowly lose confidence in himself. Even after things calmed down from the Brookfields incident, and he began to get along with Rune, Ruto was lost and didn't know what to do, and it was written all over his face. Eventually, Ruto only did administrative work in the lab. It seemed to have dawned on him that he couldn't compete with Rune. And even then, Rune joined in the administrative work, just as an assistant, and took his job away from him. Sometimes it looked as if Rune was deliberately driving Ruto up the wall psychologically. There was a slight air of hostility to it. No, hostility isn't the right word. There didn't seem to be any motive to it. From an outsider's perspective, it was just a little sister helping out her older brother, nothing more. Whether it was intentional or not, a normal person wouldn't have noticed. One day, Sid and Ellen came to me for advice. Look, I'm not against sending her off to school, but I just don't see the point. I've heard you already, Sid. I don't want to hear I want to hear what Albus has to say about the matter. Hey Albus, what do you think? Could I have your honest opinion? Should Rene go to school, or... I don't see any problem with that. 6 whole years have passed since the incident with the Brookfields boy. That's not the point. She's been studying at Lab 9 all this time. What do you expect her to pick up at school? I think it's a waste of time. I'm not referring to her studies. We need to introduce her to society. She doesn't have anyone her age that she can call a friend. We need to at least try to let her live a normal life. And just who exactly determines what's normal and what isn't? I agree with Albus. Rather than holding her up in the dimly lit laboratory, I'd rather she live and behave more like the young lady that she is. Pretty surprising to hear that from Ellen, considering how insistent you were about her education. Well, of course she still has to maintain her studies. However, I think we're pushing Rene far too hard in that direction. She may look perfectly comfortable with how she is now, but I think she needs time to interact with other children her age as well. You really don't share that opinion, Sid? If you're asking me for my personal opinion, I don't think people's skills are all that cracked out to be. If she keeps at that work, she's gonna end up picking them up, whether she likes it or not. I swear, why is this man just so... Sid, you really should think about your abilities a little more. Your standards are well and far removed from what is considered as normal. Well, all that aside, my final decision is to let Rune choose whatever she wants to do. I don't plan to rob her of her ability to choose. She's got the right to. I knew it. Do you agree with him then, Albus? I do. Considering Rune's age, it should be the both of you making the final decision. But I certainly agree with respecting her opinion as well. I have to have Rune undergo physical examination. I'll let the hospital know too. Thank you, Albus, really. I hope Rune appreciates the sentiment. It was a few weeks after that. Just before Rune was about to be enrolled in the academy, she had a physical exam done in the lab. Using the MRI device that Sid developed, I examined Rune's brain. What the? Is the machine malfunctioning? No, that's impossible. We just conducted maintenance on it yesterday, and it's calibrated just right too. It can't be a problem with the machine. Albus, these are Rune's scans, right? Is this even possible? This means that she can't feel any emotion. That's absurd. A human like this couldn't exist. don't tell anyone about this news, Volthal. Ellen's in an especially sensitive time right now. When the timing's right, I'll make sure to tell Sid. The portion of Rune's brain which controlled human emotions was non-functional. What exactly this meant, none of the members of the lab nor I knew at the time. While concealing Rune's name, we asked other staff in the Medica, but not a single person even knew of the condition. But it was obvious that it was something wrong. MRI itself was still a new young technology. However, the very first person to respond to this was Rudo. Rudo clearly knew something that we didn't. It was a few months after Rune admitted into the academy when he revealed it to us. What's this book? Lie Spotting. It's a book about the psychological nature of lies and how to detect them. Oh, Albus. Good evening, Rudo. I have to talk with you. What's the matter? Rudo's story came out of nowhere. Rene is killing small animals at a park nearby. Honestly, it sounded so absurd that I couldn't believe what he told us. Ever since the Grovuk Seals incident, Rene had grown up to be a good girl. Deep in my heart, I harbored a small doubt. What if Rudo was using that brain scan as a pretense so he could get revenge on Rune? He had more than enough reason and motive to do so. Against the gentle Rune, Rudo must have felt desperate given their positions. I don't expect you to believe it, though. How do I even react? Have you told Sid and Ellen? No, well, not directly. I kind of played it off, saying that Rune might be up to something bad again. If I didn't, I'm sure Mom would get hurt again. I see. Yes, the only other person I could think to talk about this is you, Albus. Sorry, Rudo, but I think the only thing you can do for now is keep an eye on the situation. If I can do anything to help, I'd be more than happy to. But right now, even if something you've told me is true, it's still not enough justification to take action right now. If I brought it up the topic saying that I heard everything from you, if they decide to ignore it, then that'll be the end of it. You're right. By the way, what is this book for? Is this for taking measures against Rune? Yes. Rune, do you think Rune is a chronic liar? I'm not sure. But Rune displays far too many tendencies that are described in that book. Such as, for example, people who lie habitually are very capricious by nature. They hate staying in a single place. Once they get bored of things, they head elsewhere. Now that you mention it, she does say that she wanted to see the outside world. It's not just that. They're always smiling, but it's only their mouth that's in a smile while their eyes remain expressionless. Whenever you talk with them, they end up looking at you straight in the eye too much. There's a lot of people in and around town who haven't accepted Rune. When I asked them why, they told me they couldn't on a biological level. I think it's an instinctive repulsion to her behavior. It doesn't matter whether the person in question is an adult or a child. When they have something that feels foreign to us, that they become the target of fear and alienation. I think Rune already knows that she's causing people to feel disgusted at her, and is intentionally behaving that way. More than that. Rudo? I'm sure that Rune is planning something. She's building up her knowledge so she can trick us. There's got to be something that she's planned. Something much worse than Brookfield's incident. Wait a moment there, Rudo. Aren't you jumping to conclusions there? She's been such a good girl this whole time. Now, I'm not going to completely ignore what you're saying, but as an adult, I have the obligation to look at everything fairly and impartially. I'm sorry. Hey, the game audio has been working. Hopefully that hasn't been for long. Okay, it's working. Cool. I think. Yeah, okay. I may have said too much. I wasn't exaggerating. Even I still remember that conversation clear as day. I paid no attention to Ruda's warning. That was the greatest mistake I'd ever made in my entire life. A few weeks after that, Ellen collapsed. And several days after that, 12 of the top brass from Zivit's business partners all died from process 1 poisoning. Renee disappears from the mansion. Another few days after that, a transport ship arrives at Outer Pole. Renee's body is found on board. A few weeks later, Ellen breathes her last Wellens Vides Medica. Those events constantly play themselves back in my mind over and over and over. From that point forward, Zevitz began to collapse in on itself. Sid, having faced no greater calamity than this, was broken. Even though he had endured all the trials and difficulties of his past, Sid just completely broke down. He wouldn't even listen to me or Rudo. His work at the company went practically untouched. Instead, he holed up inside Lab 9 and barred anyone anyone else from entry. Happy 6 hours, Jesus fucking Christ. We go onward. It was on one of these days rather. It was just as the Sisters project was approaching completion. In the end, the church refused to make use of the Sisters, but the frames that were built were repurposed to work in the mana mines instead. During a meeting to discuss where the Sisters were to be deployed, Sid suddenly showed up. What? You want to pay the Sisters for their work? That's right, I want their service compensated. What brought this on? Why? We're just barely scraping by as is. Why should we pay machines of all things? Huh? Because that's an order. Anyone who objects is fired. End of story. Sir Sid. Are you serious, sir? Well, you guys deal with that then. Wait a minute, Sid. This is an abuse of power. Just tell us why. We'll listen to you. Why the hell do I have to explain every single damn thing I have to say? Even if I took the time to explain it, you're all a bunch of idiots who wouldn't understand, so I don't even bother. All you need to do is just follow what I say like the servants you are. What's the matter with you, Sid? If these people weren't here with you, Zevitz might as well never existed. Who's the one who holds the power? Me. I don't need to take any smack from people without any vision. What the hell? You have just abandoned your job just like that? Do you have an idea how deep in danger the company is in right now? What do you say, boy? Open your damn eyes, you senile old man. Your job as the CEO of this company is to reassure everyone working here. Did you forget that? What the hell happened to your sense of right and wrong? Your morals? Were you this weak that you can't even stick to them now that your wife is gone? You're spouting some pretty big words for someone who is even half a man, eh, Rudo? Get a grip, Dad. With how things are right now, I don't need sympathy from the likes of you, freaking kid. Yeah, that was right. The audio did goofy. Come at you. Y'all can pretend to run the company for all I care, but this is my company. I built it from the ground up, and I can raise it to the ground if I damn well please. Now you better follow my orders, and anyone who gets in the way of my research no my. Urk. Sir. His vomiting blood? Hey Sid, are you alright? Don't touch me. Ugh. That glug. Sir Sid. Damn it. That night, I was called by Rudo. Rudo. Just who exactly is Rudo Zevitz? Come again? This morning, when I looked at the mirror, I saw a man I don't even know. That man didn't have a shred of sadness in him when his little sister passed away. In fact, I'm feeling nothing but relief. Rudo. My little sister should have never been born. She just hit her head against something and died when she was young. Now I'm finally free. Such were the man's sad, heartless thoughts. Now, Albus, is the Rudo Zevitz, the kind of young man who would harbor those thoughts? Was he a person with such a warped heart that he would instead rejoice in his sister's death rather than mourn it? However, there's still something I owe my gratitude to that thing for. That devil in disguise taught me one thing and one thing only. That people are always controlled by their emotions. In this era, what we need are logic and rationality. Well, damn indeed. This is a time. A timey time. The only people who have the right to talk about emotions or sympathy are those who have thoroughly pursued logic and rationality. My father was unable to do that. He's a weak man who tried to devote himself to some starry excuse for philanthropy, but couldn't even follow through all the way. Rudo. There are far too many barriers in this world. Sid Zevitz have been taken over by madness. His time is over. From now on, I shall lead Zevitz. I have the power to. That day, the dam had been holding Rudo back finally broke. His growth since then was incredible. That kind, warm Rudo was nowhere to be found. He had truly changed as a person. Although he was mediocre in terms of research, his track record in management easily dwarfed Sid's. Rudo put forward an avant-garde plan to save Zevitz. In order to deal with the mass murder that Rune committed, he established the corporate system. By taking in outside investors as members of the company's board of directors, he succeeded in changing the company's image from a family business to a corporation. Rudo, why wasn't I prepared a seat here? Well, now your seat certainly has been prepared, Mr. Crookfields. Because I demanded for one, that's why. Don't tell me you've forgotten what your sister has done. Thanks to that girl, I lost my family and my life has been ruined. Your father seems to have understood the circumstances, but what about you? Don't tell me that just because you've taken his place, you consider that the past all water under the bridge, do you? For the love of. The father that has gone completely insane. The son feels really abuses his position, and the daughter is a damned murderer. Just what is wrong with your family, huh? I've been working in this company for 10 years, and if you don't treat me accordingly, you better watch out, you little punk. Crooksfield, did you just... I see. If I don't treat you accordingly, I had better watch out, is it? My, you sure have quite a head on those shoulders. What do you just say? You little kid, just try saying that again. Mr. Crookfields, do you understand the situation you're in? Right now, you're dancing on the stage, front and center. Listen, to this company, you're nothing but a persistent little stain on a glass window. Leaving you on or wiping you off, there's no real difference. However, the more it stands out, the more of an eyesore it becomes. Gah. Don't worse than Crookfields. No need to flounder about like that. Having gotten remunerations for both your one-eyed son and your wife, you could surely consider yourself a success in life. You can relax and let that fat belly of yours hang out as you enjoy your life to the fullest. Why, you son of a... If the talentless burden like you even thinks of trying something, I'll have you swept out like the garbage that you are. Ugh. Why you... Who do you think you are, you son of a bitch? I don't have to take abuse from a little shit like you. Son of a bitch. Don't think I'm gonna take this lying down. I'm gonna whittle you down to your goddamn bones, mark my words. Mild. Rudo, I can see what you're getting at, but do you think you went a little too far back there? Too far? What do you mean? Buck Rook feels. It's nothing to do with that. It's nothing to concern yourself over, Albus. More importantly, now that we've become a publicly traded company, there are far bigger things to worry about, beyond Brookfields. The problems are only about to start. Just as Rudo said, we had lost a great number of excellent employees. However, we also gained as many talented young employees. With the passage of each year, Rudo continued to rescue Zevitz from the brink of closure. The company full of warmth that Sid and Ellen had once protected now changed into an efficient system. Vods grew to many times its size, so yeah, since Sid had first established it. It had recovered to the point where it could trade blows with hives. Rito's system of corporations and stocks planted the idea of investing even among the common layman and created an interest in business as a whole. Thanks to that, hives found it difficult to get by on just marketing alone. Since then, hives and Sevets have been competing primarily on a technological front. Sisters, subjects, medica, energy, pharmaceuticals, information technology. A new era of man had dawned on the outer pole. The people of the inner pole could no longer look down upon us. I believe we were able to build up an equally respectable level of technology. It was then. An appointment? What do you mean I need an appointment? Well, that is, it's company policy. Aw, come on, miss, don't be such a hard ass. I didn't talk with him for a couple of minutes. Well, hurts. Yo, Albus, perfect timing. Well, you can forget about him, I'll deal with this. Yes, sir. Jeez, what the heck happened? Everything's gone in all by the book here now. The direction of the company's changed and all. Time's changing. Changing? I hate it. I hate it, I tell you. Everyone's trying to be goody two-shoes now. What's the point of following the times over and over like that? Haha. Kurtzman, you never change, do you? But really, why don't you just tell her your name? You'd have to say Gorkfield, so she would have easily passed you through to your uncle. Stop it, man. Just thinking about how me and that guy are actually related is depressing. Duly noted. Has your dad still not reconciled with? You mean with me or my uncle? Your uncle. Can't say. I suppose when one of them kicks the bucket, then the other will show up to the funeral. My dad, he took Marcos in and cared for him like he was his own son. Whatever happened in their place is none of my own business, but my uncle's let the money get to his head a little too much. He got filthy rich, but he doesn't give us a cent to help raise the kid. Hurts. Well, what's all in the past now? As long as he doesn't show his mug around me, then I ain't gonna do anything. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. This really has been a while. Just hearing that laugh of yours puts me at ease. That's because for someone like me, my laugh's my only selling point. And how are you doing lately, Albus? Looking more and more like the old fogey, I see. You would too if you had to deal with this much work. You guys should just stop playing businessman and drop by the tavern once in a while. I'm sure Sid and Ruto's got a lot on their plates, but you need a breather once in a while too. That is true. By the way, what brings you here today? Oh yeah, that's right. See, Sid stopped putting in orders for clothes all of a sudden. He's always had me working on something at least once every half a year, but we haven't met for a whole year now. Decided to just drop by and pay a visit. What's with that lurk of yours? Something happened? Hurts. Sid's not doing very well right now. It's been like that ever since Ellen and Rune passed away. He'd hole up in the lab, working on who knows what, like a man possessed. Who knows what, so it's not work? He isn't even in the right condition to do any work now. Sid just refuses to listen to anyone, and when he talks, he either gives some nonsense order or says something outrageous. Ruto's taking the reins and is now leading fights now. Ruto is? That's amazing. Why is the little kid taking over? You may not even recognize who he is if you met him, Hurts. Ruto's completely changed. Actually, ever since the incident with Rune, everything's changed. Is that so? Hey, let me chat with Sid. Meet with Sid. Yeah? He said you should just leave him alone for now. Aw, come on. It's fine. If he's busy with work, then I think twice. But if he's just twiddling his thumbs, then it's a different story. It's a lot more serious than that. Seriously? That's just what you think. Hurts, that's just what you think. But you haven't seen what Sid's like now. And what do you think? And how do you think I'm gonna see if you won't let me? Hurts. Look here, Albus. In my whole entire life, Sid's the toughest son of a bitch I've ever met. He's always stuck to his guns, no matter what life threw at him. You're telling me he's broken down? Just means he needs a little tune-up is all. Slap some sense into him. Alright. But you better not regret this. Is that you, Albus? Only people who could have mana signatures to open that door lock are you and Ellen. I told you not to come in here, didn't I? Hey, Albus, answer me. Hey, good old Hertzman is here too. Sorry, Sid. I just had to talk Albus into letting me drop in. Hertzman. What do you want? What do I want? What don't I want, Sid? You've been my regular for over 15 years now, and you suddenly just stopped showing up. Then of course I'm gonna worry. Which is why I'm here paying you a visit. That's so. Albus, Hertzman. Anything. Get out. I'm busy. Hey now, what's with the greeting? I'm telling you to get the hell out of here. I don't have time to waste on either of you. Cough, cough. Ugh. Sid. Don't touch him, Albus. What? We need to get him to a doctor. Sid, just how long have you been hocking your lungs up? Oh, that ain't none of your damn business, cough. I'm getting a doctor now. Don't you even dare call a doctor, Albus. What? Why? He's bleeding profusely here. If we just leave him like that, then... Don't make me repeat myself. You call a doctor and I'm gonna beat the hell out of you. Why? Speak up, Sid. When did these symptoms start showing up? Damn it, answer me. Can't even watch this. I see, you can't even speak straight. Look me straight in the eye and nod or shake your head. You damn sure you don't need a doctor. Ha ha, cough. No. Ugh. Face off. Cough. Alright. So if that's how you want it, Sid. Albus, we're taking off. Yeah? But... Just shut up and get over here. Come on, we're leaving. Ha, ugh. Why didn't we call for a Dr. Hertz? You could stay calm out. How could you stay calm after seeing Sid like that? Calm down for... How could I possibly calm down? He looked like he was on the verge of dying. If we leave him be, then... You don't get it, do you, Albus? Get? What is there to get? You've been with him for too long. So you don't see the big picture anymore. Relax. Once you calm down, you'll figure it out. What are you talking about? At this rate, he'll... Look, if you really care about Sid, then you'll just need to leave him be. Let him do what he wants. Albus, I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up. The best thing you could do for Sid right now is let the man die doing what his heart desires. Yeah. Well, I've said my piece. Whether you decide to listen or not is all on you. That stubborn son of a bitch. But I can rest easy now. See you around, Sid. Entry number 9. No, just a little, just a little longer. I'm almost. This is so sad. Yeah? Oh god. Ha ha ha. It was a week later. I simply could not let Sid be and decided to walk back into Lab 9. It was then... Albus. Sir Albus, we have an emergency. Bothell, Nijik, what's wrong? You look aghast. Sid activated Lab 9's emergency protocol. He what? All the backup mana lines have been cut. That's absurd. The emergency protocol fills the entire lab with colored mana. If a living human being was in here, he'd... Do you think Sid's trying to commit suicide? Voltha, get Rudo here, now! Kirky, come with me. We need to find a way to stop the protocol. Yes, sir. Of all interruptions. So how much time has passed since activation? Rudo, I hear the backup mana lines have all been severed. Is there any valuable equipment inside? Who cares? Sid is still in there. He is? So he is. Oh well. Let's get a doctor on standby just in case. I assume I'm already pressed for time as is, and I don't have time to deal with funeral arrangements. How dare you? Why do you look so exasperated, Albus? Sid Zevitz died a long, long time ago. All that's left there is a deranged hollow shell that's remained of him. Enough, Rudo. If he died doing whatever it is he wanted doing, then good for him. Enough! How dare you speak like that about your father? Is that how you address the person who gave you life? Sir Rudo, Albus, the door's opening. It seems the cleansing's finished. I found Sid's body inside the lab. He died from acute mana shock due to the sudden influx of colored mana, just as Rune had. Sid, what were you trying to accomplish here? The entire company, Lab 9, was packed with the most expensive equipment. Amongst the equipment there were some sensitive instruments that constantly had to have mana flowing through them, otherwise they would break down. Kirky, lend me a hand. We need to restore the lines. We can't see a thing in this darkness. Understood. It was when Kirky and Volthal reconnected the backup mana lines which Sid had disconnected that we discovered. What? Time froze. What lay beside Sid's corpse was... Oh. I don't believe it. What is this? Is that a new sister prototype? No, that's impossible. She's gotta be human, right? Clearly? There's no mistaking it. There doesn't seem to be a pulse, and I can see the irises and the cameras in its eyes. Oh my. It moved. Alright, who activated it? We didn't even touch it. It just started moving on its own. Oh my. I'm gonna check something real quick fast. Do it. Oh, there it is. Trying to check how many chapters there are. Let's see. Okay, there seems to be about 4 more chapters left. I think might not be too long for each chapter. We'll just have to see. Can you talk? Do you have a voice feature? Hello, world. It seems to be the type that can speak. Do you have a name? Name? What is the name? It looks like there wasn't any basic information loaded in. A name is a term that serves as an identifier for oneself. My name is Lothal. This guy is Kirky. His Albus, and that man over there is Rudo. Rudo? Oh, it seems to recognize Rudo's face. Rudo. Brother? It must be some kind of mistake. You don't have a name, right? Name. Something that serves as my identifier. I cannot remember, but I remember being called by something a long time ago. Then from now on you're Sarah, remember that. The project's title? How arbitrary. Sarah? Indeed. If you're asked by anyone, then you are to introduce yourself as Sarah. That's in order. Understood. Is this going to be deployed at the church? The church? It's something that happened before you joined the company. Before, when both Sid and his vice were still alive, they were in agreement with the Abbey. We would create sisters who look good just like humans for the Abbey, and they would take care of the victims of the Hive's operations. Is there supposed to be audio that I'm not hearing? Yes. Okay, it's just an ambient sound, as far as I can tell. Yeah. We would create sisters who look just like humans for the Abbey and who would take care of the victims of the Hive's operations. But ultimately, we weren't able to create any sisters to the standards of quality that they were demanded. They said that even though they looked human externally, they were lacking on the inside. God damn it, Dad, what were you thinking? It was later discovered that Sid had falsified financial records without the accountants knowing. He had laundered vast sums of money to develop a new prototype sister. Did Sid not leave a single memo on this? All the documents on the manware and software on the terminals and equipment, they all had been purged because of the emergency protocol. And his planner? Sid always carried a planner around with him, making sure to take notes on everything. About that, it's been burnt to a crisp. Burned? That's not all. Every single document Sid's kept here for the last 2-3 years were all burned. Seeing how all of his notes and documents have been destroyed so exactly, he must have intentionally gotten rid of it all. But then why would Sir Sid have kept working to create this sister prototype up until his death? I've already told you about this. He was frustrated with the greatest failure in Zevit's Enterprise's history. When we parted with the church, he promised to the abbot that we'd make a sister that would be no different than a human being. But ultimately, we just couldn't deliver on that. I'm sure he wanted to put the final nail on the coffin on that before he died. Sid must have wanted to finish his greatest failure in life, the sister project. No, that couldn't be it. What makes you say that? If he wanted to create sisters for the church's use, then wouldn't he truly have met his goal if they could be produced en masse? But he intentionally burned all of his notes and documentation to prevent that. I told you, he wasn't thinking about mass production or even the company itself. He must have wanted to settle his personal conflict with himself. Otherwise, why would he felt the need to steal funding from his own company? But still, what is the meaning of destroying all of his documents? There must have been some other driving force behind it. Gentlemen, you're sorely mistaken about the problem at hand. What my father was thinking, there is no way for us to ever understand it. To question the motives of a madman, the mere act is a utter waste of time. Albus, we don't have time to waste on foolish things like this. The amount of money that Sid has illegally channeled into this project of his is enormous. I'm sure there'll be a meeting with the board of the directors about whether or not this new sister prototype justified its cost. I must go make the preparations for that. Please return to your respective workstations, everyone. Yes, you're right. It's rather hard to swallow all of this right now, but I understand. I need to recompose my thoughts. Once the date of meeting is set, please let me know. Rudo, we need to talk. I hope this isn't more useless banter, Albus. Enough, Rudo. Look at the model of sister. Doesn't anyone come to mind? Look. It's clearly Rune right there. Right. And you thought I didn't notice it earlier? Then why didn't you say anything about that? Because it's a matter of trivial importance. So what if she looks like Rune? That minor detail has no bearing on our current situation. Well, there is something I am now certain of. Which is... Sid Zevitz was truly ill. While still bitter about the loss of his daughter, he was infatuated with pretending that he could bring her to life. How disgraceful. Sid Zevitz, the renowned scientist of the era, certainly has fallen far. Well now, it goes without saying that the issue is at the hand is the numbers, or finances. I believe it's best not to discuss this with anyone else. We don't want to cause any additional causes for concern for the board of directors. On that, and only that point, do I agree with you. I sincerely hope this thing has enough value to warrant its construction. Albus, please start preparing for the meeting as well. I'm against this. Look at it. Look at Sarah's mannerisms. Tell me, have you ever encountered a machine that could possibly respond this naturally, this humanly? Regardless of Sid's psychological instability, this sister is like the work of a genius. the work which he put his entire life into. And so we can understand the origins behind its construction, I believe we need to continue observing it. It's almost disgusting the way it looks so realistic. As if it really were human. And why? What's with that expression on your face? Is that some kind of function to upset people on purpose? No, I apologize. It's as if it has emotions as well. This has to have been a sister for the church's use. If it has emotions recreated as well, it has to be a model of the sister created for its original purpose, no doubt about it. Impossible. You need to scrap this or get rid of it as soon as possible. Despite that small frame, it possesses the strength of 10 men. If it decides to rebel against us, who knows what could happen? Refusing to listen to other people's opinions, as always, I see. You're screaming, no, no, and you still call yourself an adult? I was asked for my opinion, and I gave it. And I believe the same goes for you, regardless of how you chose to view it. To be honest, this scares me. I cannot, in good faith, agree with letting a machine whose thought processes we don't even understand loose anywhere near us. I don't think those fears are really justified. Sir can speak perfectly well and is able to understand what we are saying. You only have to approach it to understand that it is not something dangerous. Besides, Sir couldn't have built something intended to be harmful to others. Considering Sed's mental state at the time, I find that assertion rather hard to believe. All this aside, everyone, please. Have you forgotten about the money that has poured into making Sarah in the first place? Was it really created to serve as some kind of trophy to be put into a goldfish bowl of some sort? If that was created as a mere pet project, then I refuse to stand for this. We need to do something right now to mitigate our losses. But if we don't even have any time to observe her, then it looks like we need to take a vote on this matter. By a majority vote, it was decided to observe Sarah. In the few weeks since then, Sarah slowly formed memories, and a personality began to emerge. At first, she spoke very curtly, and only did what she was told. As time went on, she slowly became more and more human-like, to the point that other people wouldn't even notice that she was a machine. Although there were many skeptics among the board of directors, they all eventually accepted the fact that Sarah was something special. Soon after, she was placed in a field test to work in the manhood mines temporarily, under my supervision. Wow, there's so many first-generation models of sisters here, Albus. About 90% of those working here in the mines are sisters that we built, in fact. Good morning, everyone. Pleased to make your acquaintance. All the sisters here don't speak. They're all purpose-built miners, so they don't have any access functions. I see. It's gonna be a little lonely. Do you really think that? Excuse me? Does that really make you feel lonely? Well, I wonder, why did I think it would be lonely? I'm not sure it feels the right word either. But the first thing that came to mind was that it would be lonely. Sarah worked diligently at its job. However, when compared to the sister's design specifically for work in the mines, its results were nothing spectacular. Ultimately, it was determined that Sarah was not designed for mining work. At the very least, we have determined that Sarah had no particular abilities, apart from bearing incredible likeness to humans. It seems that its memories are constantly growing, day by day. I have absolutely no idea how it's built. Then shall we dismantle it and find out? If you wish to know what makes it tick, then that's the fastest way to do so. I can't do that. If we dismantled it, then we'd be unable to reassemble it. That's the consensus of all the members of the Lab 9 members. The board of directors wouldn't ever let us dismantle it, given our current level of technology. Excuse me. What is it? I don't think my name is Sarah. What? I don't quite remember very well, but I think a long time ago, Rune used to be my name. Do you mean... And you're Rudo, my brother... Sarah, between your imperfect faulty memory, or what we say, which do you think is more credible? Everything in those so-called memories of yours, it's all a veil, a lie, a sham. All of those were implanted by your creator, Sid Zevitz, as some kind of sick joke. Don't ever utter the name Rune again. That's in order. Understood? Ever since Sarah's confession, Ruda's attitude toward her completely changed. Why does Sarah have Rune's memories inside of her? Did Sid actually intend to bring Rune back to life like this? Calling herself Rune, behaving like Rune, something as simple as that would have been child's play for Sid. But this isn't Rune. This could have been nothing but a fake created copy of Rune. Just what was Sid thinking? There is no merit to this. But it's not true at all. Sid's original plan for these sisters was to introduce them to the church and let them take care of patients. As proof of that, I brought Sarah to the abbot the other day. Not once during the entire time we were there did he realize that Sarah was a machine. And despite all that, they still gave us their disapproval. Honestly, it's just disgusting. There isn't a man alive who'd ever feel comfortable around that bucket of bolts. I can't even tell when it's around or not because it doesn't even look alive. And just look at that face. Who knows what's going on in its head? I wholeheartedly agree with you. Even if, as the members of Lab 9 are also passionately assert that Sarah has the nanomechanisms to mimic emotion, what merit is there to being able to reproduce that function? I'd love to hear some concrete, useful applications of this. Well, the fact is the church has denied the proposal. That means there will be another hurdle to jump when it comes to using them as Zevitz Medica. If we continue to shove this new model of sister down their throats, they would be sowing unnecessary discord between us and the people whom we've worked so hard to partner with. We will not use it in Medica, nor will we use it in the church. In other words, there is no merit to mass-producing these. Rudo, why are you so stubborn about this? I would have expected that opinion from you. She may be the one and only automaton built in this entire world that's been built and equipped with this so-called emotional mechanism. If Sid was able to create something like that, then who knows what other mana-powered inventions lay ahead. Just what is a person? What is the conscious? What are emotions? This may lead to huge discoveries about the very philosophies of humans themselves. Certainly, mass production may be out of the question, but does that mean we can just disregard her entirely? I too refuse to change my opinions on this. At the very least, I believe that it's far too early to scrap her. And here we are, back to square one. Albus, what do you think of all this? I think this is far too early to dismantle her as well. While the systems running inside her certainly pique my interest, I cannot even begin to understand what Sid's intentions were. I'm slowly beginning to think that Sid wasn't entirely mad when he created Sarah. Not quite the answer I was expecting, but that means you're also opposed to dismantling her, yes? Very well. We shall continue to observe it. See you all tomorrow. Excuse me, Albus. Sarah? What are you doing out of this hour? Have you completed your task for the day? Just a short while ago, actually. I see. Which means you're off the clock now. May I have a moment to speak with you? Why the formality all of a sudden? Well, just what am I? That's quite the frank question. Am I, on the inside at least, really? Don't worry, Rudo won't know a word of this. Speak your mind. Well, I was created just 2 years ago, right? You were. It's strange. Inside me what seemed to be childhood memories. They stretch back all the way to years and years ago, but I was just created only recently, so that can't be true. Albus, just what am I? Am I a machine that was just born to be a tool? If that's the case, then why was I born with these memories? I have no idea. And as for what those memories are inside of you, the only person who can answer the question is no longer on this world. That's Sid, right? Correct. Was Sid Zevitz an integral part of your life, Albus? Yes, he was my best friend. We were practically like brothers ever since we were children. Does Rudo take issue with the fact that I have these memories? Well, they certainly don't put him in a good mood, that's for sure. Sarah, let me just give you one word of advice, okay? Okay? Do not ever cause any trouble. I'll be frank with you. Rudo has been wanting to dispose of you under the guise of dismantlement. He will find even the slightest excuse to do so, regardless of how minor or trivial the reason is. Is that because my memory's inside me? That's right. Alba's be like, confronting a self-aware android was not on my to-do list today. I mean... Look, Sarah. I want you to listen carefully. If, and only if, you're able to do something wrong, consider that you're betting your entire being on the line. Do it with the resolve that that'll be the end of everything. My entire being? That's right. You seem to have an ego, a proper sense of self-identity. There'll come a time for you to assert that sense of self, I'm sure of it. Myself? But am I not the property of Zevit's enterprise? If that's the case, then I shouldn't have the right to bet myself, do I? If only you weren't just a machine. This is important. You'll come to understand someday or another. Another year passed. Lab 9 was able to produce 3 new prototypes using Sarah as their model. However, not a single one operated as well. There was clearly something fundamentally different about how Sid had created Sarah. Far too much time has passed with us not knowing what it really was. The board of directors had been split between those who wanted to observe and those who wanted to dismantle Sarah. Some members switched from observe to dismantle. This was about a month ago. With that, Sarah's dismantlement seemed all the more of a reality. As the days went on, Sarah's intellect grew rapidly. Using her own methods to measure and improve efficiency in both of the mines and the routine work in residential areas, she began to finish her task ahead of everyone else. That's the kind of work ethic and behavior was just like Rune's. Exactly like Rune's. From there, more and more people began to develop a disgust for Sarah's very existence. I think it's because she was too different. There was something about her existence that just triggered something in you instinctually, just like Rune did. A great deal of people began to consider her as a threat, subconsciously, and the ones who had been most affected by this was none other than Rudo himself. Rudo, is it true? Did you erase Sarah's memories? It seems like the access to Sarah's brain is protected by several levels of security. Sothal and his Kirki managed to find a way to bypass the first level. I'm not asking you to explain how. I'm asking you why you erased her memories. All of the experience, the information, the knowledge she's accumulated. Albus, you should have realized this by now. It seems that Sid succeeded in recreating Grune's memories quite faithfully in Sarah. How he managed to do so, I have no idea. The way she moves and acts, they're all very reminiscent of Rune's own behavior. And what does that have to do with why you erased her? What does that have to do with it, you ask? Plenty. If by some chance even some portion of Rune's own personality exists within Sarah, then there could be no greater threat. I'm sure you're fully aware of how dangerous Rune was. But... I'd like to hear an explanation for all this. Do enlighten me on why things have turned out this way. But I'm sorry, sir. I honestly have no clue. Theoretically, all our methods should be working. Do you know what your name is? Yes. My name is Sarah, but it was given to me by you, Rudo. Looks like it's not working. That's strange. We're doing the erasure procedure by the book. There shouldn't be anything wrong with it. Sir Rudo, this is just a guess, but we probably need the highest level of access privilege in order to erase the memories inside Sarah's core. We can't do anything with our mana, we can't do anything with only our mana signature. So many words. Okay, the audio's still fine. What about purging its eternal mana altogether? If we did that, it would likely cease to function. That's not just a likelihood, it will completely and utterly shut down. It'll be as good as scrap. Dismantling it would be the least of our concerns. Sir Sid, I'm honestly not sure as to why all of these complex safeguards were put in place. It's almost as if it's making sure that no one could ever tamper with it. Indeed. Damn. What should I... If your memories haven't been erased, then you ought to know already. Go back to work. Leave. Sarah, what's wrong at this time of night? Albus, you said that Sid was your best friend and an integral part of your life, right? What brought this on all of a sudden? Friends are important, right? Well, of course they are. There isn't anyone more important in your life than your family and friends. Thank you. Sarah, why all of the times for you to cause trouble? Why at this critical point? You knew there was going to be a votation regarding you 4 days from now. I remembered. I remember the advice you gave me a long time ago. Advice? Good grief, what is it this time? I swear, another emergency summons. Oh, Sarah. What, don't you even know how to greet someone? Good afternoon, Mr. Crookfields. This really is nothing but defective piece of junk. I heard you even stole sediment off the mines earlier. What an absolute waste. We really should have you dismantled as soon as possible. I apologize. Discussing that matter is exactly why we have gathered here today. Please reserve your arguments for until the other members have come. Just how many do you even expect to come? You academics in your ivory tower may not know, but the other members of the board of directors are already speaking as if dismantlement has been assured. You ought to be grateful that I've even bothered to go to the effort of attending this meeting to confirm all this. Sarah. So that's how it is. I finally understand. You don't seem to quite grasp the entire series of events that's truly been bizarre. What Sarah is exactly, yes. Indeed. However, I absolutely do not want to see her dismantled. Something inside me tells me so. Tomorrow, her dismantlement will be decided upon. I must come up with a way to protect her from that after our meeting. Is that even possible? Isn't the board of directors or something going to determine that by majority vote? If Rudo for some reason changes his mind, then I'm sure the direction of the entire meeting will change as well. There are many members who don't really have an opinion and will simply go along with whatever he decides. Albus? Yes? Please, let me meet with Rudo. I was actually thinking the same thing, but I'm sure you already know that, right? Correct. Albus' suggestion. We'll form a mind dive on Sarah. If we did that, then we can find out Sarah's real identity. However, when it came to Selphine's desire to perform the mind dive, it's alright, Rotona. I'm sure he'll understand. Selphine had her own plan, which she had kept only to herself. Even I was unaware of what she had in mind. With only a lingering trace of doubt, we headed over to Lab 9 where Rudo was. So this is the laboratory. I thought it was rather unsettling when we spotted it as we roamed around town. But it seems science doesn't mesh well with me. It caused me too much discomfort. Let's head inside. Who? Rudo. Albus, I believe we have a strict policy on not allowing any outsiders into the lab, do we not? This isn't the time for that. I have something important I need to discuss with you. Can it not wait until tomorrow? I'm in the middle of putting together a presentation report regarding Sarah's dismantlement. That's exactly what I'm trying to talk about with you. I want you to reconsider this matter. How desperately are you going to cling to that thing? Isn't it about time to let go, Albus? Regardless of what you do, the opinion of the board of directors is not going to change. Don't you have any more important things to do? I didn't come here to change the opinion of any member of the board. I'm here to change yours. What? We want you to cease Sarah's dismantlement. And here I was expecting you to say something else entirely. Rito, these two people are manacrafters. This girl, Selphine, she used a craft that allows people's consciousness to communicate directly. The craft gives her the ability to let people share memories directly with each other. Oh ho? Do you understand what that means, Rudo? With this, we could all see into Sarah's memories and find out who she truly is. Don't you see? The question of Sarah's identity can finally be solved. I don't see, Albus. Let us say, hypothetically, that Sid Zevitz managed to use Rune as a model and implant her into Sarah. What purpose would it serve? For all we know, she may have inherited Rune's memories. How could Sid accomplish it? I don't know. And it's no exaggeration to say that she may be Rune herself. Enough with sorry excuses, and what would lead you to the conclusion in the first place? Regardless of the circumstances, there's no changing the fact that Sarah is a machine. It's nothing more than a prototype of a sister. An automaton whose development consumed vast amounts of Zevitz Enterprises' own finances. The fact that is Sarah is an object. But still, if I may, Sylphine had been quiet the entire time, but she suddenly speaks out. Whether or not she is a machine has nothing to do with this. Eh? The issue at hand is whether or not she is Sarah or Rune. A prototype of your sister genius. Yeah. Albus, Rito, both of you have forgotten something crucial here. Something crucial? Yes. Which is what exactly? For starters, I'd like to propose my conclusion that she is Rune. How did you come to that conclusion? Simply based on what Sid had felt. There's no other possible conclusion. There's no way that outsiders like you could have known what my father was thinking. But I do. Through our dive with Albus, we were able to see Sid's way of life, his entire existence. Sid not just shut himself in the lab, losing his sanity to depression. I'm sure he did so to research a way to give your little sister, Rudo, a second chance at life. He created a heart for her missing emotions. For his own daughter, that so-called hellspawn, he used the path down. Path down? I see. If there's a scientific equivalent to the path down, then that possibility would be very likely. Transferring Grune's memories, that's exactly what the path down is. How did I not notice this before? And if she has emotions, then this entire issue is not even something we should be discussing, regardless of whether she is Rune or Sarah. With the dignity beaming from her eyes, Sylphine speaks straight to us in a clear voice. This is like Kokoro, but cranked up to 11. I mean, a little bit, I guess, yeah. It is wrong to deprive her of her will, as a being a position of a mind, heart, and spirit. Being a human or machine has no bearing on the matter. How shall I remember this very moment, a long time from now? The moment when the sense of justice was able to penetrate, regardless of any country's borders. Nonsense. Rito, perhaps you've realized it? That Sid created Sarah to give Rune the emotions that she never had? Absolute nonsense. If so, this may be a great precedent that could affect just what our definition of a human is. And if that's the case, then this is no longer a problem confined to just us. The Zevitz Enterprise has the right, no, the duty to confront this ethical issue straight on. Enough nonsense from you. Sarah does not have a heart. Fine, let's just pretend that we're true. Even then, Sarah's also completely cut its emotions off whenever it's ordered to do something. You can't just say anything has a heart when it can just turn its emotions on and off as easily as flipping a switch. That's... none of you understand. This kind of thing being my sister was lurking behind her smile, her senseless, meaningless acts of evil. If Sarah had inherited Rune's memories and personality, there couldn't be anything more dangerous. Still, if Sid succeeded in artificially creating emotions using mana, then... enough of this foolish speculation. Why don't you just use theories of yours to write a novel or something? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Rudo. Confound it all, Rudo. We're not done here. Rudo. If Rune was born with emotions, with a heart, then would you be able to accept her as your own little sister? It already come to a point where there is no clear-cut right or wrong answer. However, as someone who stands above everyone else, you have no right to make that decision. As if you know anything. Is this all? All that we could have done? The sun, it's rising. I'm glad it's not quite that late for us yet. Don't make that face, Sid. Your smile is so much more wonderful. You expect me to smile like this? Heck, how could you smile at a time like this? Who knows? I'm not sure either. I'm sure it's because I've just run out of tears to shed. Ellen, I'm so sorry. Really. I've always been so caught up with work that not once did I ever do anything for the family. What brought this on all of a sudden? If only I'd been there for Rudo and Rune. If only I spent more time with them, then all this never would have happened. Ditching my family for my work. Don't say that, Sid. It's not like you jerk at the things you've done. I don't want to see you all weak like this. I just don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do anymore. Damn it. Tell me, Sid. Rune's issues, were they some kind of sickness? I've always thought to myself, if that girl had a heart, would she have lived a more normal life? I can't say for sure. Maybe that really was her real honest-to-goodness personality. And even if we managed to cure that flaw of Rune's, who knows what would change inside of her. I see. Does not having emotions really turn someone into that much of a mess? Does that mean that we're both born selfish and arrogant and messed up, and emotions are just a way to stop us, to keep us all in check? Heck if I know. You're right. Hey Sid, can you tell me something? Do you hate Rune? Don't know. Hate ain't the right word for it. I feel so helpless and miserable. Well, if you ask me if I hated her or not, then I guess I might have. If it weren't for Rune, then our family still be whole. That's what we think. But that's just a thought I can't really hold on to for long. So I've been left with nothing but feeling miserable. That's all. And what about you? At first, I didn't really feel anything. I was just in a daze. It was like my entire world was engulfed in a mist, and I lost sensation in my entire body. I had no words, no feelings, no thoughts. I could barely consider myself conscious. Nothingness. That was it. But as some time passed, I felt like I was attacked by a deep nausea, like I was going to throw up when I had a piercing headache. And it made me question why I was even here at all. It made me hate the fact that I was even alive. I wanted to die. Just living was painful. So painful. I'm sure I just didn't even know what to think. But you know what? It's strange. Even after all that pain and hardship and suffering that Rune made me go through, the more I thought about it, the more I realized I just couldn't come to hate Rune. I just wanted to talk with her one last time. To ask her what thoughts she had as she lived. To know what was going through her mind when she put an end to that short life of hers. And to simply ask for her forgiveness for not trying to understand her. I'm so sorry, Rune. Sorry that you had someone like me for your mother. What the heck? Why are you apologizing like this? You didn't do a single thing wrong. Don't lie for me anymore, Sid. Everything you've done was always for the kids. You're a damned fine mother. No, the only one I've been thinking of was myself. After the Grugfields incident, Rune finally settled down. I thought to myself that everything would go well. I could finally have a normal family life, is what I thought. But I think I already realized it. That something was just slightly off. It was ever so subtle that the discomfort could go away in a blink of an eye. But if I ever once put the feeling into words, if I ever once admitted that feeling, then our days of peace and quiet would all just shatter and fall apart. That's what I thought. I was so scared. But it's why I subconsciously pretended to not notice. I was simply chasing after an illusion, nothing more. A stupid illusion of a perfect ideal family. In the end, the only person who I was thinking about was myself. It's all in the past, Dylan. You can only say that because all of this happened. You've lived... no. Fucking yawns. You lived your entire life for your family's happiness. I won't believe you for a second if you said you were only thinking about yourself. But the MRI results were right there. And more importantly, even Rita told me about her. Renee's behaving strangely, he told me. And how did I respond? Be nicer to her. I spoke as if it weren't my problem, and didn't even listen to a word of what Rito said. I was taking advantage of Rito's kindness. He's got his act together, and I can just leave it all to him, I thought. Because of how strong Rito was. I left him to deal with Rune, all of his worries. He just balled it up inside of himself, even though I'm sure it was painful for him. He did all that for my sake. Ellen, I don't know what to think. Please, don't leave Rito alone, Sid. Yeah, I promise you. Take care of yourself and ease up that research of yours. Because once you're gone, Rito really will be all alone. Rito will never be alone. I promise you that. 7 hours, holy shit. Okay, what I can remember is an interest in the outside world. From earlier, are you familiar with philosophy? Well, I am now, right? And the frustration with the fact that I couldn't escape this island, this bird cage called the Outer Pole. Frustration, I think, was what it was. I thought everything was just so unfair, but I didn't know how to express that feeling. Everyone around me had something, an objective, that would drive them to continue their day-by-day lives. But me, I was completely empty. The very first time I had experienced something akin to emotion was when I saw a bird twitching on the side of the road as a child. Perhaps it was attacked by another animal. Deep red blood seeped out of its neck as it convulsed, and eventually the bird stopped moving altogether. Some kind of feeling from deep within my chest desperately attempted to emerge. The onlookers voiced their pity for the bird. I said it was funny. Everyone stared at me with the strangest looks, and after seeing death right before my eyes, I wanted to see it again. I wanted to feel that feeling again. In hindsight, perhaps that really was pity. I wasn't even able to distinguish such a simple emotion. After observing the other people around me, I was able to mimic their own behavior. When I was a child, I was confined to the house. There were a few people who were always around. There were my mother and brother. My mother had a weak constitution, but whenever she spoke, she was very energetic. Although her body was weak, her spirit was strong. She was a very warm person. I didn't even know how to respond to that warmth of hers. And there was nothing stranger and more alien to me than her unconditional love. I can't even begin to comprehend it. My brother, even though he spoke gently, he always had a scowl on his face, and it was well deserved, because I was constantly causing him nothing but grief. Despite all that, he still worked hard every single day at Zevet's enterprise. Even though no one expected anything of him, he continued to diligently toil away in the shadow of his little sister. He was constantly anxious, being compared to his father by everyone around him. Always afraid of having succeeded his father, Sid Zevitz was a multi-talented one-in-a-million prodigy. The barrier had to scale reached part of okay, let's try that again. The barrier he had to scale reached all the way to the heavens. It was impossible. Rito himself knew this, and still chose to try to surmount it. He constantly aimed for the summit, not even knowing if he could make it to the top. I remember that upon seeing the brother of mine, within me rose a powerful desire to destroy it all. In hindsight, perhaps I looked up to him, for his persistence and grit to take on even the toughest challenges all by himself. All I could ever do was to mimic others. I was frantically trying to reconstruct a present, while on the other hand, my brother was reverent and single-minded in forging a path forward, I was just so jealous of that. Looking back on all this, there really is just a hair's breadth of difference between all kinds of emotions. I was actually driven by all these strange alien things called emotions after all. But I'm the one who killed my mother, and I'm the one who ruined my father, and I'm the one who caused my brother to suffer. Dad, why did you bring me back to this world? Why did you bring me back here just so I could wallow in despair? Is all this my atonement? If only, if it had been slightly different, then I wouldn't have caused all these people to experience such pain and suffering. I've done so many things I could never take back. I've committed so many wrongs that even my death could not hope to absolve. I was truly a being that should never have been. But then what am I? Is the man I consider my father truly Sid Sevitz? Was the person who I had always stared emptily at truly my brother, Rudo? Are my memories Rune's memories? Rune is someone who should never have been born. But then that means I should have never been born. Am I Sarah? If I am, then that means I'm only borrowing these memories from Rune. And if that's the case, then just what exactly is Sarah? Nothing makes sense anymore, but there is one thing I know. I didn't want to cause Rudo any more trouble. If he truly does find my existence contemptuous, then I would gladly die? Be destroyed? What? So what am I really? If only. If only I could have seen Miss Selfie and Miss Rotona once more. I wanted to tell them goodbye. Sarah. Yes? Your dismantlement will be determined by a collective vote tomorrow. Return to Lab 9 and stand by there for the remainder of today. Head straight to Lab 9. I've already informed Lothal and the others. Follow their orders. Understood. Master Ruto, thank you for everything. I believe. I order you to switch off your emotions. I couldn't. I've tried so many times, but it seems I don't have the permission to do so. If you couldn't do so, then why did you still follow with my order? How could you abide by my logical, preposterous orders without a single word of complaint? Because that's what you desired of me. Why are you smiling? Because I'm happy. What? I've always been taking things away from you, but now I can finally give you something that you've always wanted. Something I've always wanted? The possibility of me becoming Rune will cease to exist. I thought about just running away so many times. I thought about my death, my destruction. But if I disobeyed your orders, then you would end up shouldering the responsibility for my actions. Finally the time has come that I am no longer needed. If you have emotions, do you not feel fear? Aren't you afraid? I am afraid, very much so. So afraid that I just want to run away this very minute. But what I fear even more is that my existence will only serve to cause you even more pain. What? I know. That you're a really nice, kind person. If you're always watching out for your little sister. You were always. I'm sure that back then, she didn't realize how dearly you thought of her. But now, I'm sure she can understand. Just how much of Rune's memories have you restored inside you? Have been restored inside you? I do not know. As time passes, fragments of the memories are slowly coming back to me. But as for whether those are truly my memories, there's no way for me to tell. What? Just what in the world are you? I don't know anymore. Not a single thing. But the one thing I do know. Rudo. I'm just a girl that admires you as my brother. But I don't even know what that means. Damn it. Rudo will never be alone. I promise you that. Damn it. Dad, you son of a bitch. Renee. Will you call me Renee? Is it okay? Is it okay if I could call you brother again? Do whatever you want. You mean it? That was the wrong voice. I don't care. Mother, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for everything. Rudo. There's a formula I've never once calculated right before my eyes. I don't think my processing could ever keep up with it. I think this is the source of the noise that's always been deep inside my heart. The emotions behind my destructive tendencies from before, my feelings for you as my brother. Why didn't I notice it sooner? This equation is so vast, I could just break it down. Yet it's so exasperatingly simple. What do people call this feeling? At first, I wish that I'd never given birth to Rune. I wish that I never left my hometown, moved to Cadia, and worked at Zevitz. I wish I never met you, that I should have just stayed and took over the family business. I wish that I never had anything to do with the name Zevitz, that a life like that would have been much better. But, that's impossible. I'm so glad I have you, and Rudo, and Rune. I love you all so madly from the bottom of my heart, so just thinking about it is depressing. A life without that girl. I couldn't possibly imagine that, even if I wouldn't end up like this. Ellen. You've had her ups and downs, but I'm so glad I met you. I'm so glad I gave birth to Rudo, and even though the world may never forgive us for it, I'm so glad I gave birth to Rune. I'm so glad to have lived. Ellen. I love you, Sid. It was a fun life. Ellen. Everything's in your hands now. I have a favor to ask of you two. Would you take my little sister, Rune, along with your travels? She's always wanted to travel the world. As you can see, she isn't human, so she isn't subject to mana shock. Facts. Rune can go whenever and wherever. I'm sure she'll be of use to you. Whether or not she is of use or of no consequence. So of course we'd be happy to have her come with us. Victory pose. Self in. Oh yeah, I'm going now. She truly is a fascinating girl. It's hard for me to express the sentiment, but if I had to put it into words, just looking at her gives me a peace of mind. With my position, I've had to handle a great deal of responsibility at a young age. I'm confident as a good judge of character. Selvin has no hidden agenda, no ulterior motives. As if she understands her sense of justice so well she doesn't need to contemplate before acting on it. And her strong sense of curiosity gives off a strange but attractive radiance about her. Decades ago, the man who founded Zedziv Enterprise possessed that same radiance, something which I do not have. Rudo. Ratona. What is it? Being called by my name all of a sudden feels rather off-putting. Take this with you. What is this? It's a device that uses technology to recreate that so-called Comcraft that you use. It's currently undergoing development. Using a certain wavelength of the mana stream called radio waves as a medium, it can be used to send messages and information. Is that even possible? Just how far do the capabilities of science extend? Pretty far. But as you've seen, the distance to your homeland is considerable. The burden of using mana to maintain a long-distance stream will have to fall on to one of the two parties, otherwise it'll be cut. Rune is certainly out of the question, and you can't even use your own internal mana as well, so how will that be maintained? We'll use sediment. As long as we continue to provide a constant supply to maintain the line, then I suppose there should be no trouble? Well, I suppose. Constantly using purified mana every single day when it's more valuable than even precious metals? Just how much of a financial strain would that be, I wonder? At the very least, it's certainly not something that any one individual could possibly afford. Oh, I see how it is now. Even though you are the leader of the company, wouldn't that be a problem with that board of directors if you use up that much money? Why would that be a problem? This is merely a field test of a new product's prototype. He answers nonchalantly as he puts a smug smile on his face. If we could prove the effectiveness of this technology, then we could bypass the usage of boats and postal system altogether. We'll be able to get in contact with other regions of the outer pole. The failed plans that my father and Albus had for marketing expansion will no longer be a dream once again. Furthermore, seeing as the company's unwanted baggage, which has caused us so much of a headache, will finally be disposed of, I expect there will be no issues whatsoever. Eloquently put. Seeing Rudo articulate with such life, such animation, I think to myself. Since the dive, he seemed to me to be the type that never let his guard down. Despite his age, there's no better word to describe this man than cunning. Besides, I'd rather not lose contact with my little sister. For just a moment. I see. You'd have a point there. I seemed to me that Rita's cold, sharp eyes had relaxed. Just a moment if you could, Selfin. What is it? I just remembered something. Please wait here for just a moment. I had something I need to tell Albus. Huh? Sure. Excuse me, Albus. What is it? Zevi Dick? I have a bottle of this stuff, yeah? It's been 2 years since someone had me bring it in, so I was thinking of just tossing the damn thing out. I didn't expect it to be yours, Mr. Folster. Here you go. There's a note? Sup, Albus? If you're reading this note, that means everything went perfectly. I'm sure you got all sorts of questions, but there's something I gotta do right now, Albus. I'm sorry. Sorry for not telling you anything, but it was something I had to do. I made a promise to Ellen that I'd never let Rudo be alone. And I'm sure you already had an inkling, but I didn't have much longer to live. But I had a duty to leave Rudo with a family. What should have I done? Mana research was something I'd been doing long before I had a family. I dedicated my entire life to it. How ironic. I get killed by the research I loved while I threw aside what I should have protected most. Then one day, I remembered. It was something written down in a book I read long ago. A method used by royalty, the inner pole, to pass their experiences and memories down to their descendants. A ceremony called the Path Down. The Path Down is a special kind of mana craft only royalty are able to use. But then I thought to myself, as long as it uses mana, then there's got to be a way to recreate it using our science. Through my research, I discovered 2 known properties of mana. 1. The purified mana of a human will remain inside of a person long after their death. 2. In general, this mana can be subdivided into 3 types. Memories, experience, and the 2 which form emotions, all of which are saved in the mana. So I decided to call this memory mana. When Minecraft was still in its infancy, people back then would mummify their royalty and stuff, right? That kind of practice might have been so they could keep that person's mana inside the body for as long as they possibly could. Well, whatever. Anyway, I succeeded in extracting the memory mana from Rune's body and transferred it into the body of a sister. I also managed to create a sister that could inherit Rune's mannerisms perfectly. But then there was a problem with that plan. If she didn't have any emotions, then she turned out exactly like Rune had. There'd be no point in that. So I figured out a way to extract the emotions from my own memory mana. I decided to give her the mannerisms that formed the emotion side of me all to her. But then there was a problem with that too. See, we're people from the outer pole. This craft is only royalty from the inner pole could use. I knew that if I tried to pull something like this off, my body couldn't handle it. So if you extract a huge amount of mana from your body, you'd die from some kind of reverse mana shock, and that'd be that. But you see, I really didn't have much longer left in me anyway, so I decided Lab Knight's protocol would be the trigger to my own version of the Path Down, memory mana. Maybe this is what people refer to as the soul. A machine that inherits Rune's memories and carries emotions. Just who would that be? No, to be more precise, what would that be? People will fear it. It'll probably be called a blasphemous heretic for toying around with the deceased. But you know what? Mana hides too many possibilities to imagine. It's filled with too many outcomes to understand. We'll encounter these as we humans continue our research into mana. I'm sure we'll encounter these problems. God. Beings that inherit memory mana, what exactly are they? Mana will only bring more of these ethical issues to light. I've said to as much as that her emotion imitation mechanism can't be cut off, even by her own self. And I've deleted all the logs so that it can't be copied. Sorry, that's just my ego at work. I thought to myself, maybe it's too soon for this world to accept it being like her, but the fact that you're reading this memo means that wasn't entirely the case. I mean, not only is there one person in this world who's willing to accept her as family. No, that's that. Stay well, Albus. P.S. For the moment I met you, you've always been family to me until the very end. No matter what happens. Nothing's ever going to change that. That's how it's been, that's how it's gonna be. But I suppose that isn't enough for how you feel. So I couldn't return your feelings. You're just too damn obvious. Are we all ready to go? Yep. There's just a port just a little north of here. You can take this ship that'll ferry you to the mainland. Selphine, Rotona, look, I even got some money from Rudo. Are you sure about this? With the money you have left, you wouldn't have been able to pay for 3 people's fares. Additionally, you'll be headed to a different country than here in Cordon. They of course use a different currency than we do in Claudia. So I've included their own mint as well. Oh my goodness. You got us perfectly covered. Thank you for your kind consideration. We'll put it all to good use. Well then, I hope we can meet again someday. Okay everyone, let's get going. Thank you for everything, Grudo. Thank you, brother. Alright, we're off to the next destination. Let's go! Yay! Wait, stop you two. Jeez. Rito, just a word of caution. We don't know when Rune will ever return here. I don't mind. She's free now. I want to let her do whatever she desires. If she comes back, then I'll look after her again. Heh. He really is quite the kind, compassionate fellow. Phew. Feels like we've been on quite the adventure, even though we've been here for less than 4 days. Rotona, hurry up, let's go. We're gonna leave you behind, Rotona. But this isn't all bad. It's so refreshing, I might even forget all about Mana Shock. Don't wander off too far, you two. You're too slow, Rotona. Come on, hurry. Fine. So, now that all 3 of us are together again, there's something I'd like to say to the both of you. Visceral, Selphine, Rotona. Visceral, Rune. Visceral. I'm just so excited right now, I don't even know what to do. Being able to have adventures around the world with you, the 2 of you, it's like a dream come true. Have you never gone outside of Claudia? I've only really been to the mines, really. That's why I'm just so super excited. Energetic as always. Can you blame her? Let her have her fun. Heck, you're not excited enough, Rotona. That's right, Rotona. We're on a journey here. You're losing out if you don't enjoy it. Right? Hey, Rune. I'd love if you could call me Selly from now on. Selly? Are you sure? It's so informal. Oh, of course I'm sure. We're friends, aren't we? Selly. Rune. Rune. Are they seriously gonna keep this level of enthusiasm the entire trip? Alright, we're done everything we need to. Time to leave the outer pole. We gotta start prioritize Rotona's condition right now. I'm perfectly fine. More importantly, Selphine, we have something we need to tell Rune, don't we? Oh. Something you need to tell me. What could it be? Seeing as you'll be traveling with us. No, seeing as you'll be our comrade during our long journey back, we should inform you of our true identities. Oh, right. I completely forgot about that. Your true identities? Yes, just calm down and listen, okay? The truth is, Rotona and I are our... What was that sound? That sound. Don't tell me. This is from the wave of a mana shift. And the concentration is intense. Just how much mana was used up here. This way. Follow me, but stay behind me at all times. You must be Rügenheit's princess, yes? What? Princess? Good day to you. My name is Milano. Nice to meet... Oh, well, I'll be. Wait now, could you be that bodyguard? Wow, I didn't think you were this young. Jeez, really, I'm just blown away. And you're a girl to boot. Wow, what an amazing turn of events. What are you even talking about? I'm sorry, maybe you have the wrong person here. Oh my, playing dumb, are we? And who's the girl with the twin tails? She's... Damn it, Renee, please don't say a word. You have the wrong people, miss. I've known these two my entire life, and I can't tell you that none of us is a princess or a servant. Well, is that so? I haven't seen a girl as terrible at lying as you are in a while. Huh? I'm not lying at all. With the way you're stammering like that, I just wish I could believe you. Oh, but I guess it's not entirely a lie. You at least know how to script your response without being told, which means you're definitely friends. Lana approaches Rune and gently caresses Rune's cheek. What are you doing? You're certainly an interesting person, aren't you? I see. This weak level of Mata. This is the outer pole, isn't it? And you're not human, are you? That's enough. This is the first time we've met, and already you think you can get so chummy with us? She's clearly repulsed by your actions. Oh my, I do apologize. I certainly didn't mean to. Sorry, but you have the wrong people. We're in a hurry, so if you'll excuse us. Come on, both of you. Yeah. Coming. What? Looks like the two of you outright hate me now. What a shame. I really wanted to chat a little more. Nah. Guess I have no choice. It's been so long that I've already forgotten that on this world existed beings whose hostility you could physically feel through your skin. Selphine Rügenheid. That feeling pierced through my skin like a needle. Your father, Vala Rügenheid. It was as if a single swift moment changed into an eternity as preparing myself unconsciously and felt her pure killing intent. Is dead by my hands. Who are you? Name yourself. You followed us all the way here. Introduce yourself. What do you want from us? I'm so happy. Now you feel like talking. Answer me. How did he manage to follow us all the way here? See, there's this girl who's really, really good at analyzing crafts, whatever. So I followed what she said. And what do you know? I managed to teleport just like you. That's impossible. You just managed to do that? There's no way a lone human could stabilize the mana lines to travel all the way here in a mere 3 days. But I'm here, right in front of you. I followed you all the way from the third pole. And I found a far more stable method than the stray effect you seem to be using. Preposterous, say what you will. Oh, no need to be so nasty. Forcing mana lines to stabilize for the stray effect isn't something any normal person could have come up with. You're a real genius. Just that you made enemies with the wrong person. Speaking down to me like that. Are you saying I'm inferior to you? This isn't about who's superior or inferior. Just that between you and I exists the border between possible and impossible. Who the hell do you think you are? The border of impossibility? Enough of your foolishness. Do you mean to call yourself a god? Who knows? I suppose that'll depend on your definition of what a god is. If you think all it takes to be a god is to be omnipotent, then I very well could be a god to you. What? Hey, Rainvasta. You're making such a racket. Calm down. Now listen, I'll only say this once. Do not kill her yet. This... this aura... could it be... S Selly? Goodness. Did you not hear me, Rain Vasta? This is an order. Do not let her escape. Constrain her by all means, even if you must cut her arms and legs off. I've got a few questions, you see. The worst. The worst timing possible. That's definitely one thing I remembered for sure. That it ends on a cliffhanger just like that. But hey, we did it. Yay. It's just minutes away from 4 a.m. At least the second game is already out. It's just a matter of me getting it. Because that's also for sure available natively for Mac, which is pretty cool about like the studio in general. So all of the games and related games are Mac friendly. Yay. As I think all of them are. There might be one that isn't. But yeah. So I guess we'll just have to eventually get that good ol' second game. There we go. I don't know why I blanked on that so hard. But yeah, that's how it's gonna end. I wonder if there's any extra content after. Or thanks for the community for bringing Fall to so many languages all over the world. Nah. So cute. Bedtime. Yeah. I'm kind of debating if I want to raid someone. I guess I should, but like literally no one that I'm following is live. I think I can find someone though. I am in a... Did I not post my little promotional things everywhere? I think I failed to post... Okay. Well, I failed to share my stream on my normal Discords where I would share that, but that's fine. I wonder... Well, this person seemed to have just went live, so they should still be live. Let me open them and see what they're doing in stream. Waiting for Twitch to take forever to load. Come on, Twitch. You can load, I believe in you. It's just the middle of the night. Okay, it seems like this person's doing art. Let me take a gander at another option. It's hard to decide who to raid when you don't have anyone that you're following being live right now. And then with Twitch taking forever to load streams so I can see what's going on for these other people. Okay, definitely not them. Okay, got another idea. Snag that VTuber tag. Search on Twitch. I guess, yeah, let's see what's recommended for me. Okay, never mind. I'll sort it from viewers low to high. should add the English tag. I think I found our person to raid. They're on their starting soon screen. That's fine though. Let's see. They're apparently gonna be streaming some Fate, some FGOs. They should stream Fate someday. I don't know when, but someday. I don't know how long they plan on having their starting screen though. Let me check for another option. Okay, you know what? I think I'll just opt for not reading anyone. If anyone I was already following was already live, that would have been like, yeah, definitely. But it requires apparently a lot of brain cells. Oh, there's still more stuff going on here. There we go. Wowie. Wow, okay, so that game was a time. Hifumichu, you in particular, you have been active in chat since the very beginning. I appreciate that. I'm sure there's other lurkers that have been here since the beginning too, and I appreciate all of you as well. But I wanted to give an extra special thank you to the one person that wasn't lurking like pretty much the entire time. But yeah, this was a time. It is 4 a.m. Damn, long stream. Maybe next time I do one of these, like, oh yeah, let's complete the entire game, or like when I do the second game, because that will happen eventually. I should start stream sooner so we don't end at 4 a.m. We'll see though. But yeah, thank you all, as always, to everyone for watching. Time to process heavy emotions at 4 a.m. Oh dear. Honestly, I'm still pretty awake, so if you want to talk to me, that's cool. We can talks. But, woo. But yeah, thank you all so much for popping in, and I'll catch y'all next time, tomorrow, with an extended Nappy Naps, because I'm not, well, no, I take that back, because I can stream Monday. Yeah. I guess I'm too used to, my main convention, because that's like day 0 Thursday, final day Monday, but there is no Monday for the con I'm going to. It's just Friday through Sunday. There's also a day 0 Thursday too, but like I'm not doing that. But yeah, okay. Next tomorrow's, and I'm going to try my best to sleep. Okay, bye.